In the hotel, I actually had sex with my extreme aunt. Li Nanfang was lying in the hotel bathtub, enjoying a relaxing soak, when suddenly a beautiful woman burst in, pointed a gun at him, and forced him to do that. Only later did he realize the woman was actually his aunt. Chapter 1. A beauty barges in. Soaking in a perfectly tempered bathtub with a cigarette between his lips was pure bliss. Of course, it'd be even better if a beautiful woman were here to give him a massage or vice versa. It was only natural for a naked man to react down there when thinking about such things. Damn it, can't you just calm down? So uncivilized, Li Nanfang muttered to himself. Just then, the front door of the hotel suite slammed open with a bang, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Li Nanfang didn't move. He didn't even open his eyes. After all, this was a hotel, not his home. If troublemakers had barged in, the security would handle it. He was just a guest, no need to meddle. But if those troublemakers stormed into the bathroom, he couldn't just ignore it. Can't even take a bath in peace. Is this any way to live? With a sigh, Li Nanfang reluctantly opened his eyes and saw a golden-haired beauty standing before him. She was young, her features delicate yet icy, her figure tall and slender. A crisp white blouse with sharp collars, a black office skirt, and long, bare legs so pale they almost glowed under the light. She wore black stiletto sandals, her chest heaving rapidly as if she'd been running, the buttons threatening to pop at any moment. What is a beauty doing bursting in here? Did God actually hear my thoughts and send her to give me a massage? Just as Li Nanfang wondered whether he should thank the heavens, the woman yanked off her golden hair, revealing a cascade of jet black locks underneath. Much better. As Li Nanfang nodded approvingly, the woman, without a word, began stripping. He had never seen anyone undress so fast. In the blink of an eye, she was naked. Then she stepped into the bathtub, striding toward him. Miss, what are you? Before he could finish, she straddled his waist, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed something cold and hard against the side of his head. He didn't need to look. The sensation alone told him it was a gun. Sure enough, the woman hissed, "Don't move, or I'll shoot." Li Nanfang froze. What do you want? Someone is after me. Play along, and I'll reward you later. No sooner had she spoken than heavy footsteps echoed outside, multiple people storming in. Remember, we're a couple on vacation in the US, she whispered. The bathroom door burst open. A man in a black suit stood in the doorway, gun in hand. The woman let out a perfectly timed, terrified shriek, sliding down and pressing herself against Li Nanfang's chest. Scream at them to leave, she ordered under her breath. But then pain. Water, as it turns out, is an excellent lubricant. And with just the right angle and momentum, things can happen. Holy shit. Did I just? Li Nanfang's mind blanked. The searing agony told the woman that the virginity she'd guarded for over 20 years had just been stolen. Furious and in pain, she nearly pulled the trigger, but the urgency of the situation forced her to grit her teeth. Scream, she snarled. This time, Li Nanfang understood. He roared, flipping her into his arms, his face a mask of outrage as he bellowed at the stunned gunman. Who the hell let you in? Get the fuck out. Chapter 2. Move it. The man in black finally snapped out of his daze, hastily apologizing as he shut the door. Sorry. Jack, what's going on? His companions turned toward him, puzzled. Jack smirked and whispered, a lovebird couple in there. Man and woman enjoying a steamy bath together wasn't exactly unheard of in a hotel. Since they were in a hurry to chase the blonde, no one wanted to interrupt. They nodded in understanding and began searching the bedroom, under the bed, behind the sofa, inside the closet, but found nothing. The leader rushed to the window, shoving aside the broken glass courtesy of a chair and scanning the street 3 floors below. She jumped. After her, he barked. With that, the men in black leaped out the window, using the AC units like stepping stones, Super Mario style, before hitting the ground and splitting up in pursuit. Think they're gone? Li Nanfang muttered after listening for a moment. Before he could relax, the woman in his arms suddenly choked his neck, slamming his head against the tub's edge. Her eyes burned with fury. Hey, you. As Li Nanfang struggled, she pressed the Browning against his forehead. He immediately raised his hands, voice trembling. Don't shoot. Let us talk this out. Talk my ass, she snarled, cocking the hammer. Look, this ain't really my fault, is it? Li Nanfang's tone turned defensive, his eyes sharpening. If she really planned to pull the trigger, he was confident he could knock her out before the bullet left the barrel. Sure, he'd done something to her, but was it his fault? She was the one who broke in. She was the one who climbed on top of him. If anything, He was the victim here. His words gave her pause. Her grip loosened slightly. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Nanfang shook his head. No idea. What he wanted to say, well, the rice is already cooked, might as well enjoy the meal. She seemed to read his mind, jamming the gun harder against his skull. You want to make the best of it. Li Nanfang backpedaled fast. You said it, not me. Her face cycled through shades of rage before she finally gritted her teeth. Move. Move what? Move it. She emphasized the order with the gun. Realization dawned. Li Nanfang balked. Whoa, I'm not that kind of guy. Her voice dropped to a lethal whisper. Do you want to die? No. And so, reluctantly, he moved. Despite his extensive experience with women, this was the first time he'd done this with a gun to his head. It was surreal. A bizarre mix of terror and thrill. But the real blow to his ego came when, just as he was getting into it, the woman suddenly stood up, water sloshing everywhere. What is wrong? He asked, bewildered. Nothing. Just turns out this isn't as great as people say. She sounded almost disappointed, stepping out of the tub with unsteady legs. Li Nanfang gaped. You're leaving. She spun around, gun raised again. What, you want more? Hands shot up in surrender. Nope. All good. Listen, punk, she hissed while dressing. If I ever see you again, you're dead. Wait, was that her first time? Li Nanfang's eyes drifted to the faint streaks of red in the water. Well, damn. My luck is insane today. Chapter 3. Perfect reverse growth. The beauty had been gone for a long time, but Li Nanfang was still in a daze, suspecting that he was dreaming. It seems that there is no such plot in even the most absurd novel, right? It was unreal yet quite exciting. What made him unhappy was that just when he started to feel passive, the beautiful woman found it boring and got up and left him alone without considering the victim's feelings at all. Fortunately, I still have my left hand. After lighting a cigarette, Li Nanfang was about to recall what had just happened when the cell phone on the chair next to him started vibrating. Well. Reaching out for the phone, looking at the caller ID, Li Nanfang sighed and answered the call. An old voice came. Nanfang, what should we do now? Lying on the beach in Hawaii and soaking up the sun. Looking at the ceiling, Li Nanfang lazily replied, there are many beauties here, with long legs and big butts. Do you want to come and broaden your horizons? Asshole, is there any disciple who talks to his master like this? Don't try to get too close. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll hang up. Long-distance calls are expensive. Li Nanfang had no respect for the old man at all. Slow down, of course I have something to do. The old man hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, do you still remember Usatone? Usatone? When Li Nanfang heard the old man mention this name, his heart skipped a beat and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. How could he not remember Usatone? Over the years, whenever he thought of this name, the door to painful memories deep in his heart would be opened. 24 years ago, a baby was born. According to the old man, on the night the baby was born, there were lightning, thunder, and strong winds, but the distant northwest sky was red as if there was a fire burning. This seemed to be consistent with the vision that would only occur when a great man was born, but that baby was by no means a great man. At least Li Nanfang could be sure because he was the baby who was abandoned after birth. He was abandoned not because he was the product of an unmarried woman's birth, but because he looked like an 80-year-old man when he was born, with loose and wrinkled skin and age spots all over his body, a congenital progeria. So far, science has not been able to solve the mystery of congenital progeria. It can only be determined that there is only one case in every 8 million newborns, which is lower than the probability of buying a lottery ticket for $2 and winning the grand prize. Few babies born with progeria live past the age of 13. When Li Nanfang was 7 years old, he knew he wouldn't live long. However, the old man who raised him swore that he was the savior sent by God to the world, who came to eliminate evil and save all mankind. 7-year-old children are always easy to deceive, so Li Nanfang hopes to grow up quickly so that he can become a savior. It was as if the old man was a relative of God. He said Li Nanfang would survive, and Li Nanfang really survived. Moreover, as Li Nanfang grew older, the age spots on his body began to fade, his teeth began to grow, and his sparse white hair began to grow thicker and turn grey. Reverse growth. Other patients with progeria will die of old age from the moment they are born, but he went from old age to youth. He lived safely until he was 14 years old. Although he looked 50 years older than his peers, he finally looked like a normal old man. Only his eyes became clearer and deeper, carrying the innocence of a teenager. It was in that year that he was brought by the old man to US family in Jinghua, which was his master's wife's family's home. At the Yu family, Li Nanfang met his master's wife's younger sister, Yu Zitong, who was 2 years younger than him. According to seniority, he had to call her aunt. It was this aunt who ruined Li Nanfang's originally happy life out of curiosity about women. He peeked at Yu Zitong, who was taking a bath. After discovering that the monster brought back by her elder sister was peeking at her, Yu Zitong screamed in fear, alarming everyone. The old man was the first to arrive on horseback. He grabbed Li Nanfang's hair and started beating him up. If his loving master's wife hadn't stopped him, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. After this happened, the master's wife was too ashamed to live in her parents' home anymore. Besides, the husband she found was not liked by the Yu family to begin with, so she took Li Nanfang and left the Yu family that night. In order to punish Li Nanfang's hooliganism, the old man ignored the strong opposition of his master's wife, threw him into a den of foreign bandits, and told him sternly, "You are just an abandoned monster. If you want to stand out, you have to endure hardships." For a full 10 years, Li Nanfang went through all kinds of hardships, and finally the fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold. Not only did he perfectly reverse his aging process and become a standard pretty boy, but he also found the value of his life. In public, he is a respected private detective in New York. In secret, he transforms into a ghost in the night, appearing in front of those evil people and making them pay the price they should have paid long ago. Chapter 4. The Master's Wife Will Cry. Li Nanfang suspected that there might be a terrible devil hidden in his unique body, who always wanted to run out and wreak havoc on the world. Whenever he did something good like helping an old lady cross the street, he would feel extremely annoyed, but when he did something bad, especially killing someone, he would feel particularly excited and had a strong urge to bite someone's neck and suck all their blood. But after this excitement, he would feel extremely tired, as if he had a serious illness, and just wanted to fall to the ground. This is his secret, no one knows it, and he has no intention of telling anyone. Now, after hearing the old man mention Yu Zitong's name, the devil in Li Nanfang's body began to stir again, roaring and bewitching him as before. It was she who made us suffer for so many years. Go, kill that ugly girl with a body like a bean sprout, and drink all her blood. No, that's my master's wife's little sister, I can't hurt her. Just like usual, when Li Nanfang felt the roar of the devil inside his body, his eyebrows and eyes trembled violently, and he muttered with heavy breathing. The old man on the other end of the phone heard his mumbling and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Li Nanfang took a deep breath, suppressed the evil spirit, and asked calmly, "Why did you suddenly mention her?" The old man slowly replied, "I want you to go to her and protect her." "What? Let me protect her?" Li Nanfang interrupted the old man and sneered, "Ha, are you kidding me?" The old man should know what a bad impression Yu Zitong left on him. Didn't I just peek at you taking a bath? It's not a big deal, and it won't cost me a piece of meat. As for making a fuss, which caused me to get beaten half to death and suffer for so many years, since he knows all this, why does he want Li Nanfang to protect her now? Is this not a joke? The old man asked back, "You don't want to do it?" Li Nanfang answered bluntly, "No, I won't do it even if I die." The old man didn't force him, but just said, "Okay then. But if anything happens to Yu Zitong, your master's wife will cry." Li Nanfang would rather jump into a fire pit, or kill everyone in the world. He didn't want his master's wife to shed another tear because of him. This was the poisonous oath he made when he grew up, and it was also the only poisonous oath he made. Fuck then, tell me in detail. After the old man carried out the master's wife, Li Nanfang had no strength to resist and could only admit defeat. According to the latest news the old man has received, someone wants to harm his sister-in-law Yu Zitong, and he hopes that Li Nanfang can provide her with close protection for a year. If something goes wrong, his master's wife, who treats him as her own son, will cry. To Black Phantom, protecting someone from harm for a year was not a big deal. Although he hated Yu Zitong so much that he would rather run naked around New York 3 times than do it, in order to prevent his master's wife from crying, he could only do it obediently. Okay, when do we leave? There are 2 more things to note. First, you can't tell Zitong that she's in danger now. If she knew, she would be frightened. When a beautiful girl is frightened, she will age particularly quickly. That's not protecting her, but committing a crime. She is the only one who has anything to do with the word beautiful. Li Nanfang's face was full of disbelief. The image of Yu Zitong 10 years ago appeared in front of him again. He opened his mouth and made a vomiting gesture. He, my old man's sister-in-law, wouldn't she be pretty? The old man snorted coldly, "Do you want to ask your master's wife?" The old man brought up the master's wife again. Even if Yu Zitong was an ugly one-eyed freak, Li Nanfang had to admit that she was pretty. Okay, she's pretty, okay? Let's talk about the next thing to note. This is very simple. It depends on how you approach her. How about a rich boy? I think I'm the best fit. Don't dream about that. Fuck, then let's go to the overseas returnees, the kind with good manners. Have you graduated from junior high school? The old man interrupted Li Nanfang again, which made him very angry. This is not okay, that is not okay, so what do you mean? He must be a released prisoner. The old man said slowly, this one is very suitable for you. Chapter 5. Marrying a Monster. July 1st, Qingshan City, China. In the conference room of Kaihuang Group's headquarters building located at number 37 Chanqiao Street, more than a dozen company representatives sat upright on both sides of the conference table, listening to General Manager Yu's speech. Kaihuang Group, a star private enterprise in Qingshan City, mainly operates in businesses related to women. In this world, women's money is undoubtedly the easiest to make. What they wear, put on their faces, and hold in their hands, as long as the level of deception is high enough and the price is high enough to make people feel distressed, they will cry and shout to give the money, and don't care how hard their husbands work to earn it. Usertone convened this meeting today because a consumer suffered a severe allergic shock after using the company's hair removal cream. Fortunately, the timely rescue saved everyone's life. This is a major event and Usertone has no choice but to take it seriously. Chi Hongjun, the vice president in charge of production, had sweat on his forehead since the meeting started. President Yu, who is usually quite cold and arrogant, was particularly angry today. He didn't give the vice president any face in front of so many people and even said something harsh. If you can't do it, step down and let someone else take over. It was not until President Yu picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water, then picked up a cigarette and lit it, that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to wonder why President Yu was so angry. Little did everyone know that the real reason why General Yu was angry was that she accidentally lost Huang Hua's body when she was performing her last mission in the United States last month. Oh, what bad luck! How could it be such a coincidence? As the smoke rose, Usertone recalled the scene that made her feel ashamed, and the guy who took away her virginity. In fact, after leaving the hotel that day, she regretted not shooting the man. But at the same time, she also had a vague sense of pleasure in revenge. Giving it to anyone for the first time was much better than giving it to that disgusting monster. 10 years ago, that monster actually dared to peek at her taking a bath after being discovered. He was beaten half to death by the most useless brother-in-law in the family. Usertone still felt a little sorry for him. But on the night when my eldest sister took the monster away, my grandfather ignored her feelings and said that they were destined to be together, so they should follow the fourth rule of the Yu family and get married when they grow up. Although Usertone was only 12 years old that year, she was so scared that she fainted on the spot after hearing what her grandfather said. If it weren't for her mother, Usertone would rather die than marry that monster. In order to let her mother, who came from a poor family and was timid by nature, stay away from the intrigue of the rich family and have a happy old age, Usertone agreed to marry that monster when she grew up after not eating or drinking for a whole day, but on the condition that she would not tell anyone, and the Yu family would prepare a generous dowry for her, and she would live alone with her mother. Mr. Yu agreed to her request, and Kaihuang Group was her dowry. Usertone, feeling that fate was unfair, joined the National Security Bureau at the age of 16 in order to make himself stronger and became a glorious agent. Old Man Yu didn't object to her becoming a special agent, but he gave her a condition. She had to retire by the end of June this year at the latest and prepare to marry Li Nanfang. To ensure that she could become a qualified president, Usertone officially took over the position of president of Kaihuang Group 2 years ago to prepare for her official retirement. I heard that the monster was taken abroad by my eldest brother-in-law shortly after he peeked at me taking a bath. I don't know whether he died there or not. There has been no news about him over the years. But it's a bit scary. My grandfather called me last night and said that the monster would come to Qingshan to find me today. He told me not to be afraid because he has become a normal person now. TSK, even if he becomes a normal person, he'll still be a disgusting monster. Thinking of her delicate and tender body that was about to be crushed and trampled upon by a disgusting monster, Usertone wanted to vomit, and she gritted her teeth in hatred, making a crackling sound. When the executives saw her like this, their nerves tensed up again and they dared not breathe, for fear of incurring CEO Yu's wrath. The meeting room was dead silent, so depressing that it was suffocating. After finding out that his subordinates were frightened enough by him, Usertone's expression eased a little and he said calmly, "Let's adjourn the meeting." All the executives felt as if they had been pardoned and left the meeting room as quickly as possible, leaving only President Yu's secretary Minute Ru. "Boss Yu, are you okay?" After noticing that Mr. Yu's expression was not right, Minute Ru filled her glass with water and asked softly, "I'm fine." Usertone shook his head and suddenly asked, "Is there going to be a special recruitment today?" "Yes, you ordered this last week." "Well, that's good." Usertone thought for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute, if you find someone named Li Nanfang among those participating in the special recruitment, Don't make it public yet and bring him to my office. Li Nanfang. Minute Ru was slightly stunned, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Yu. Chapter 6. Released prisoners. After its establishment, Kai Huang Group promised to help the country solve the employment problems of 5 laid-off workers with families, 3 veterans, 2 disabled people, and 1 released prisoner every year. On July 1st of every year, they come to Kai Huang Group for interviews, holding letters of introduction issued by relevant departments. In fact, as long as they are willing, they will basically be hired. The so-called interview is nothing more than the examiner arranging suitable jobs for them based on their performance. The recruitment was scheduled for 10 a.m., and everyone came to the hall early to wait, talking in low voices with excitement on their faces. After all, Kai Huang Group is the largest private enterprise in Qingshan District, with excellent welfare benefits, and it is difficult for ordinary college students to be recruited. As it was almost 10 o'clock, the focus of the 10 people's discussion turned to the last person who had not yet shown up, a prisoner who had been released after serving his sentence. There is no doubt that laid-off workers who have no food to eat and disabled people who are physically disabled but mentally strong do not have much good feelings towards released prisoners. In the impression of ordinary people, guys who have been in prison are just scum who have been reforged. It is said that up to now, no scum has been able to work in Kai Huang Group for a full month. There is no other reason. Scumbags generally hate being disciplined and have high aspirations. Can this lucky scumbag last a full month this year? They didn't know that the scum they were talking about was stroking his head, rushing over here on the bus, and cursing the damn old man in his heart. According to the old man's suggestion, it would be best for Li Nanfang to find a job as a released prisoner. After all, no matter which company this scumbag goes to, no one would dare to bully him. He can give full play to his desperate and shameless spirit and quickly gain a foothold. Li Nanfang was a little unhappy, so he asked if he could go with a different identity. The old man asked, "Are you a laid-off worker with a family? Are you a disabled person who is constantly striving to improve yourself? Have you ever served in the army? As far as I know, you have been arrested by the police no less than 10 times, and every time you have made your wife cry. You should be most familiar with the procedures in the cell. I can say responsibly that the quota for released prisoners in Kai Huang Group is prepared for you." Okay, you old man are being harsh. I am the person who has been released from prison. It's only 1 year anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'll just treat it as a vacation. Li Nanfang asked again, "Then what is in it for me?" The old man said, "Yes, there is a bank card with 100,000 yuan in pocket money, and a black bayonet, which was left to you by the master who taught you how to beat people when you were hanging out in a den of bandits. It is best used for self-defense." Li Nanfang said, "It doesn't matter whether it's a military bayonet or not, it's just that the money is too little, only 100,000 yuan, and the amount can be changed." The old man said, okay, and it became 50,000 yuan. Li Nanfang was furious. What the hell? The old man said, "I heard you scolding me, and now it has become 30,000 yuan. Li Nanfang said, "Be careful or I'll knock out all your teeth." The old man said, "Your wife will cry." Okay, Li Nanfang said, "Then how can I become a released prisoner who was deported and then returned to China to serve his sentence?" The old man said that this was easy to do. Your green card in the United States had long been expired. As long as you commit a crime on the street and are caught by the police, your wish would be fulfilled immediately. Li Nanfang asked, "Do you want me to find a beautiful woman to rape?" The old man said, "Don't think I don't know what you have been doing these 2 days. Aren't you secretly investigating a rich lady and preparing to use your superstitious methods to defraud her of her money?" Li Nanfang said, "I understand. You want to stand up and expose me when I succeed in my scam. Then the police will arrest me and send me back to my country." The old man said, "You are really smart, so go with peace of mind. Remember, Yu Zitong is your aunt. You must not be rude to her. You must serve her like an elder, otherwise your master's wife will cry." Li Nanfang also wanted to cry. He was originally deported for fraud, so how come he became a rapist after being released from prison? You need to know that criminals are divided into different levels. The highest level is those who commit murder over a disagreement. They are the bosses and are respected by their peers in prison. At the bottom of the scale are the rapists. Li Nanfang was puzzled. They were all criminals, but just because there was a note saying "I am a rapist" on his head, they treated him like a piece of shit and stepped on him. He had no choice but to break the man's teeth before they changed this unfair treatment. At 10:05, the bus stopped at the Kai Huang Group bus stop. Li Nanfang glanced at the passengers around him who would rather huddle together than stay half a meter away from him. He smiled at the old lady who was still shivering in the seat that he had given her but was afraid to sit down. Then he stepped off the bus. When he got off the bus, he clearly heard everyone on the bus heaving a sigh of relief. "Hey, what's the big deal? I'm just wearing a prisoner's uniform. If I had known you were so afraid of me, I should have taken the opportunity to touch that sexy young woman's thigh. It's so uncomfortable to see it swaying in front of me. Li Nanfang smiled contemptuously, held his head high and strode towards the headquarters building of Kaihuang Group. Chapter 7. What a fate. Wow, this kid has quite the personality. Isn't he afraid of being caught as a fugitive? After seeing Li Nanfang, who was wearing prison uniform, approaching, several security guards hanging around the entrance of the hall immediately came over to greet him. The leader had a look of obvious contempt in his eyes. Dude, are you here to participate in the special recruitment in our company? Yes. Li Nanfang handed over the letter of introduction and took out a pack of cigarettes. Come, have a smoke. I'm sorry, the group has a rule that we are not allowed to accept bribes from anyone during work. The leading security guard had a serious look on his face. He raised his hand to block the cigarette handed over by Li Nanfang, and sneered in his heart. Haha, are you kidding me? When did I ever smoke a pack of Red Generals for 6 yuan? This is a disgrace to my status. What a shitty identity you have. Aren't you just a guard? You still dare to say the word bribery? Li Nanfang secretly curled his lips and thought, am I here to show off? After confirming that Li Nanfang's letter of introduction was authentic, the leading security guard turned around and pointed to the lobby. Show it to the front desk customer service staff. They will tell you where to go for the interview. Just as the old man said, scumbags are always scary. When the people who were doing business in the hall saw him come in, they all stared at him with curiosity, but when he looked back, they quickly lowered their heads. Instead, the young and beautiful customer service girl showed him the friendly smile he longed for. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? I am here to participate in a special recruitment at your company. Here is my letter of introduction. Please take a look. In front of strange beauties, Li Nanfang always maintains the proper gentlemanly demeanor, but his eyes are not very obedient. They flicker around on people's faces and chests. The devil in his body is roaring again. Pounce on her and kill her. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. The customer service girl pretended not to care that Li Nanfang was looking at her. After reading the letter of introduction, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. She whispered something, then raised her head and smiled. Mr. Li, Secretary Minute Ruman asked you to go to the president's office on the 12th floor. She said that President Yu would like to meet you in person. Oh, it seems that the ugly girl already knew that I was coming today, and was afraid that I would embarrass her, so she asked me to go to her office to find her. On the way here, Mr. Li had made full preparations to show off in front of the interviewer, but now he has no place to show off, which makes him somewhat disappointed. She really knows how to enjoy herself. The corridor is decorated so luxuriously. Li Nanfang walked out of the elevator, looked around the corridor casually, shook his head and walked towards the president's office in the east. When I was about to reach the door, an urban girl wearing a white business suit and black high-heeled leather shoes walked out of the office. Hey, it's her. After seeing the urban girl, Li Nanfang's body trembled and he almost screamed out. This urban girl was none other than the beauty who had had the first half of love with Li Nanfang in the United States last month. Li Nanfang thought that he would never meet her again in this life, but he didn't expect that they met again not long after they separated, and it was in Yuzatong's company. What a fate! Did God bring us together on purpose to complete the unfinished second half of our relationship? However, doesn't Yuzatong know that this beauty is not an ordinary person? Li Nanfang smiled amiably, stepped forward quickly and stretched out his right hand. Beauty, you are Secretary Minute, right? When the customer service girl called, Li Nanfang heard it clearly. It was Secretary Minute who asked him to come here. Judging from Yuzatong's attitude towards him, he would definitely not greet him in person, so it could only be Secretary Minute. Yes, I am Minute Ru, the CEO's secretary. Seeing Li Nanfang wearing dirty prison uniform, the beautiful woman looked at him coldly with frowned brows. Just as she was about to scold him for not knowing the rules, she suddenly realized, why does he look so familiar? Compared with a few days ago, Li Nanfang, who originally had a head of black hair, now has a bald head and is wearing a prison uniform. It is normal that the beautiful woman did not recognize him at the first time. But she remembered his voice, and after being stunned for a moment, she suddenly woke up and cried out, You, it's you. Yes, that's me. Li Nanfang nodded with a smile and whispered, Secretary Minute, we are really destined to meet. You are Li Nanfang. Yuzatong gritted his teeth and wished he could take out a gun and ask God, why are you so biased towards this monster, causing me to not be able to escape his clutches and taking away my virginity a few days ago? Seeing Yuzatong's face turn pale and her whole body tremble, Li Nanfang thought she was afraid that he would expose her, so he quickly whispered to comfort her, Secretary Minute, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about that. I'm a smart person and I know that only by keeping my mouth shut can I live longer. Why is Secretary Minute being hunted in the United States? What is her identity? Li Nanfang doesn't want to interfere now. As long as she doesn't hurt Yu Zitong, it's fine. Well, you'd better keep your mouth shut, or you'll be dead. Yu Zitong took several deep breaths before he slowly regained his senses, turned around and opened the door. Boss Yu, the person who is looking for you is here. Number 8, shameless man. Let him in. A faint female voice came from the office. The office was very large and the decoration was even more luxurious, as if it would not be enough to show off how rich she was otherwise. A girl in a black suit was sitting behind an absurdly large boss desk, concentrating on writing something with a pen, without even looking at him. Why are you pretending? Even if you don't have any feelings for me, is it necessary to act like this? Li Nanfang knew that Yu Zitong was secretly observing him. He sneered secretly and walked to the sofa and sat down. After sitting on the white fabric sofa, Li Nanfang deliberately rubbed it a few times and moved his position. Immediately, a black mark in the shape of a butt appeared where he had sat today. He was right. Minute Ru was indeed observing him out of the corner of her eye. Mr. Yu told Minute Ru that the released prisoner named Li Nanfang was a distant relative from her hometown who needed special care, so he met him in person. Everyone may have relatives or friends who are not doing well. It is not surprising that Mr. Yu has a distant relative who has been in prison. However, Minute Ru doesn't he understand why Mr. Yu would let her pretend to be Mr. Yu. Doesn't Li Nanfang know Mr. Yu? Before Minute Ru could figure out what was going on, Li Nanfang was brought into the office by Mr. Yu, who pretended to be her. Looking at this pretty boy with delicate features, why would he commit a crime? Minute Ru felt a little sorry when she heard Yu Zitong scolding him in a low voice. Li Nanfang, who told you to sit down? Minute Ru was so focused on secretly observing Li Nanfang that she didn't notice that he was deliberately dirtying the sofa. Li Nanfang was not happy about it. He rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Hey, Secretary Minute, CEO Yu hasn't said anything to me yet, but you're not happy about it. If someone doesn't know, they would think you're the CEO." He hated people who took advantage of other people's power the most. Even if the beauty's background was unusual, he didn't care. You humph. Yu Zitong's face turned red from choking, but she didn't know what to say. She could only snort coldly and look away. Li Nanfang did not let her go. He tapped the table with his fingers and said in a bossy tone, "I am thirsty, Secretary Minute, pour some water." "Bastard, you are asking for death, don't blame me." Yu Zitong couldn't bear it anymore and reached for his waist. Before she retired, she always carried a gun with her, and in her rage she just wanted to pull out her gun and blow this guy's head off. But after she reached out her hand, she remembered that she had lost the qualification to carry a gun. After seeing her do this, Li Nanfang's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Oh, Secretary Minute, you don't carry a pistol with you, do you? Or, do you have water there? But it seems to be in the wrong place." "Li Nanfang, are you done yet?" After seeing that President Yu looked very strange, Minute Ru immediately slammed the table and looked at President Yu, waiting for the next instruction. "I'll bear with it for now, bastard." Yu Zitong bit her lower lip hard, turned around and walked quickly to the water dispenser, then winked at Minute Ru, indicating that she should do as they had agreed first. "It's over, it's over. Seeing that your secretary has a bad temper, it seems that she is the boss, so I want to give her some basic advice on the basic hospitality on your behalf." When looking at Minute Ru, Li Nanfang's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were scanning back and forth on her face like a scanner. "Where's the letter of introduction? Let me see it." Minute Ru was frightened by Li Nanfang's evil eyes, and frowned and asked, "Why do you wear this to the company? Don't you care about your image?" "I want to dress like a decent person, but I don't have the money." Li Nanfang laughed and said, "Of course, this is all thanks to you, Boss Yu. How about this? You give me 3 to 5 million first, and I'll go buy some clothes." 3 or 5 million to buy clothes. Minute Ru had never met such a shameless person. He didn't even stutter when asking a woman for money. He just opened his mouth and talked about 3 or 5 million as if it were $3 or $5. Hold head high. Li Nanfang nodded and said, "I have a very strong sense of self-esteem. I will never ask a woman for money unless it is absolutely necessary. So, you'd better give me 3 to 5 million first, so that I can have money to spend." You are dreaming." Minute Ru was so angry that she completely forgot that she was pretending to be Mr. Yu. She was about to scold him with her eyes wide open, but Yu Zitong, who was making tea, suddenly coughed loudly and winked at her. Minute Ru immediately understood what he meant and snorted coldly, "HMH, be careful with your words. This is not a prison. You can say whatever you want to those people, those criminals. Go out and wait. I'll take a look at the letter of introduction first." Chapter 9, Call Me Aunt. Li Nanfang stood up, glanced at Minute Ru's face again, and said with a wicked smile, "Hey, don't keep me waiting for too long. My patience is limited." If Mr. Yu hadn't been there, Minute Ru really wanted to pick up the water cup and smash it on his lecherous face. As soon as Li Nanfang left, she angrily said, "Boss Yu, your relative is too." "I know." Yu Zitong waved her hand to interrupt Minute Ru, frowned slightly, clasped her hands across her chest, and started walking on spot. Old Master Yu had said long ago that Li Nanfang was no longer the weird-looking man he was 10 years ago. He had created a miracle in the history of progeria, started to grow backwards, and has now become a normal person. But so what? No matter how perfect Li Nanfang's evolution was, in her heart, he was still the monster that made her sick. What's more, he was the man who took her virginity. If he wanted her to like him and marry him, Mr. Yu would feel extremely annoyed when he thought of this. At this moment, Minute Ru, who was reading the information, suddenly cried out, "Ah, it turns out he is still a strong. What's strong?" Yu Zitong walked over and picked up the information. After just a few glances, he closed his eyes in pain, roaring in his heart, Grandpa, you are pushing me into the fire pit. It's bad enough that you let me marry a monster, but the key is that he is a rapist. Isn't this a disguised insult to yourself?" Although it was indeed embarrassing for Ms. Yu to have a relative who was a rapist, there was no need for her to react like this, right? Seeing that Mr. Yu was shaking all over, his face was pale, and he was about to cry out in grief, Minute Ru felt a little strange and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Yu, are you okay? I think that Li Nanfang is not suitable to work in our company. How about finding an excuse to let him go? I also want him to go away, or even better, to die, but I can't do that." After crying a few more times in her heart, Yu Zitong opened her eyes and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine. Well, before Li Nanfang came, his family members specifically told me about it, hoping that I would give him a chance to start a new life." Putting down the information, President Yu bit his lip and said, "Minute Ru, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. In fact, this Li Nanfang is mine. Oh dear, please don't tell me that this scumbag is your fiancé." For some reason, Minute Ru suddenly had this idea, and then she scared herself. "Oh, how could I have such a dirty thought? Don't let your imagination run wild." As if she had seen what Minute Ru was thinking, Yu Zitong glared at her with some embarrassment, and then said with a gloomy face, "He is my eldest sister's adopted child. According to seniority, he has to call me aunt." "Ah, he is your nephew." Minute Ru was stunned, and then cursed in her heart. Whose nephew looks at his aunt with such a lecherous look? A typical villain, a scumbag. She must be calling me a scumbag right now. But then again, she really did become prettier, which didn't make sense. Li Nanfang, leaning on the corridor window, looked at the floating clouds in the distant sky and began to curse the mischievous old man again. With a creak, the door opened behind him, and the secretary's voice came, "Li Nanfang, President Yu asked you to come in." "Alas, you made me wait so long. I've already said that my patience is limited." Li Nanfang sighed, took 3 shaky steps with each step, ignored the cold gaze of the secretary, walked into the office and sat on the sofa, looking up at Minute Ru with the same lustful eyes. Minute Ru did not dodge this time. She stared at him for a moment and said coldly, "Li Nanfang, if you dare to look at me like that again, I will tell my elder sister and dig out your eyeballs." After hearing her mention the master's wife, Li Nanfang immediately became obedient, looked away and said with a wry smile, Mr. Yu. What do you mean Mr. Yu or not?" Minute Ru interrupted him. "Did you call Mr. Yu as well?" Li Nanfang was a little puzzled. "Then, what should I call you?" Minute Ru said calmly, "Call me aunt." Chapter 10. Scum Reform Plan. "What? Call you aunt?" Li Nanfang was stunned. "You don't have to call me. I'll call my eldest sister." Minute Ru spoke slowly and pretended to pick up the phone. "No, don't call me. I just called you auntie. It's not a big deal. I called you that 10 years ago." Li Nanfang quickly stood up, glanced at Yu Zitong beside him, and then reluctantly called to Minute Ru, "Aunt." "No." Minute Ru's face was stern and expressionless. "I'd better call my elder sister." "Hello, auntie. May you be blessed. Li Nanfang is here to greet you." Li Nanfang was really afraid that she would call the master's wife, so he hurriedly greeted her loudly, but he felt extremely ashamed and angry in his heart. "I came here to protect your safety, but you took control of me instead. This is outrageous. Ha, the old man is right. This scumbag is really afraid of my eldest sister." Seeing Li Nanfang obediently paying respects to Minute Ru, Yu Zitong laughed wildly in his heart. "Okay, as long as you have someone you are afraid of, I don't believe I can't kill you. One day, We will settle all the old and new accounts together. When Mr. Yu was so proud, Minute Ru also felt relieved. This scumbag is not completely useless. At least he still understands filial piety. Well, that's good. As long as we put in the effort to train him well, he should be able to be transformed into a person who is useful to society. Li Nanfang didn't know that while he was waiting outside, his dear aunt had already discussed a plan with Minute Ru to transform the scum. That's good, sit down. Minute Ru's expression relaxed only after she saw President Yu nod slightly from the corner of her eye. Li Nanfang was really afraid that she would complain to the master's wife, so when he sat down again, he no longer dared to be as nonchalant as before. He put his hands on his knees and sat upright. Li Nanfang, as to why you came to Kaihuang Group to find me, you and I should know it well, so I won't say more. Minute Ru was very satisfied with Li Nanfang's attitude, but there are 2 points that I must make clear to you in advance. I hope you can pay attention to them in the future. What the hell is this knowing everything? Do you know that the old man asked me to come to you to protect you? If it weren't for master's wife's sake, I wouldn't have come even if you had sent me in a sedan chair carried by 8 people, alas. What a pity that I can't tell you. Li Nanfang was cursing in his heart, but on the surface he looked like he was listening attentively. Admittedly, you are my eldest sister's adopted child, but according to seniority, you are my nephew after all, so you must respect me in the future. Minute Ru said as she picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, not realizing that it was Mr. Yu's cup. I believe you won't have any objection to this, right? Li Nanfang shook his head and answered obediently, no. The second point is about your identity. Minute Ru frowned slightly. You should know what mistake you made to go to prison. It was strong and quite shameful. So I hope that no matter where you are in the future, when there are outsiders around, you will not call me aunt. I know, you're afraid of losing face. Li Nanfang said this and glanced at Yu Zitong, who was standing next to him. Secretary Minute is my trusted confidant, so it doesn't matter if she knows. Minute Ru saw what Li Nanfang was thinking, and when she explained it to him, she felt very proud of herself for taking the opportunity to get closer to President Yu. Okay, I understand. Li Nanfang nodded. Anything else? Not yet. Minute Ru stood up from the chair and said, oh, by the way, why are you wearing a prison uniform? Come on, I'll take you to buy some clothes and take a bath to wash away the bad luck on your body. People who come out of prison basically take a shower. Li Nanfang is not unfamiliar with this because he has been in jail many times before. Every time he comes back, his master's wife will remind him to take a shower. So, what do I do in the company? As for what kind of work you will do, come back tomorrow and I will arrange it for you. Minute Ru said calmly, you go downstairs and wait. I'll go over after I arrange the work. It was normal for Mr. Yu to personally accompany him to buy clothes and arrange work before going out. Li Nanfang certainly didn't think too much about it. He nodded, turned around and walked out. Boss Yu. Minute Ru's face was full of excitement, but also a little uneasy. Don't worry, just follow the plan. Yu Zitong crossed his arms over his chest, walked to the French window, looked at the parking lot below and sneered. To deal with such a scum, you have to use abnormal means. Only when he knows how powerful he is, will he become honest. Chapter 11. Your secretary is beautiful. Li Chuansai, call everyone here and hold an emergency meeting. After receiving Minute Ru's call, security team leader Wang Defa immediately convened an emergency meeting and conveyed Secretary Min's top instructions to his subordinates with a serious expression. As long as the task assigned by Secretary Minute is completed satisfactorily, there will be a huge bonus. Therefore, Captain Wang has repeatedly emphasized that the 2 people who will accompany him on this mission must be elite soldiers. 7 or 8 security guards immediately puffed out their chests, and some even rolled up their sleeves to show off their muscles. Li Chuansai, Zhong Fuguei, change into plain clothes and wait for me in the car. Be ready for action at any time. Wang Defa pointed to 2 of his closest subordinates, then slammed the table and said murderously, this mission must succeed, failure is not allowed. Under the resentful looks of the other security guards, Wang Defa changed into plain clothes and walked out of the duty room. There was a Peugeot parked in the southeast corner of the parking lot. It was the security team's special car. Li Chuansai and his companions had already gotten in the car, and Wang Defa was waiting in front of the car. Li Nanfang did not let Captain Wang wait too long before he appeared in his sight. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to inform his 2 men. Attention, the target has appeared. I'm here. Understood. Be ready for action at any time, oh me. After notifying his 2 confidants, Wang Defa shook his arms as a warm-up, but then he found that Secretary Minute also came out carrying a paper bag. Moreover, Secretary Minute said a few words to the target and took him to President U.S. Black Mercedes-Benz. What is going on? Should we take action? When Wang Defa was feeling somewhat puzzled, he saw Minute Ru opening the car door and secretly making a gesture to him to follow me. Wow, a girl driving this car is really unique. Li Nanfang opened the door, stuck his head out and sniffed. It smelled sweet and pleasant, so he quickly sneezed to show his satisfaction. You'll have something interesting to see soon. After seeing the dirty Li Nanfang sitting on the passenger seat where she usually sat, Minute Ru felt uncomfortable in her stomach, but she could only endure it and start the car. Usertone, why do you like this rough and sturdy car? You are also allowed to call her Usertone. Oh, Mr. Yu, a BMW is the standard for girls. There are only 2 of us in the car now. Okay, Auntie, can't you just smile? Li Nanfang readily agreed. If a beautiful woman always has a stern face, she will age faster. Is it your business? Minute Ru said coldly, lightly turned the steering wheel to turn left, slightly stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared south. After hitting a few snags in succession, Li Nanfang didn't care and continued to chatter. Your secretary. What happened to my secretary? Minute Ru, who had originally decided not to pay any more attention to him, immediately changed her mind after hearing what he said. Do you know her well? Regardless of whether he could live in peace with Usertone in the future, Li Nanfang felt that it would be best to remind her for the sake of his master's wife. TSK, what a joke, how could I not know my own secretary? Minute Ru sneered and said, she is a top student that I personally recruited from Dong Province University 2 years ago. She is absolutely trustworthy. Is it ISO 9000 certified? He, I just said that casually. I know that your secretary is not a product. Under Minute Rofing's angry gaze, Li Nanfang shrugged with a wry smile and didn't ask any more questions. Minute Ru took the initiative to ask, very casually, Li Nanfang, why do you care about my secretary? Li Nanfang smiled. She is very beautiful, and looks prettier than you. Shameless. Minute Ru cursed him contemptuously and ignored him. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a bathing city. Minute Ru reached out and took the paper bag from the back seat of the car and threw it into his arms. This contains the company's work clothes. You can wear them for now. After washing, I will go shopping with you for clothes. Why don't you go buy clothes first? With your condition, will the fashion store let you in? Oh, so that's how it is. I see. Wait a moment, it will be quick. Li Nanfang had a look of sudden realization and disgust on his face. He opened the door and got out of the car holding the plastic bag. The bathing city does not refuse people wearing prison uniforms as long as they can afford the money. Actually, I'm not dirty, but it's nice to take a shower. Walking into the bathroom of the box, Li Nanfang raised his sleeves to smell it, then threw the clothes into the corner. Before he put his arms down, the door was kicked open with a bang, and several people wearing black hoods rushed in. Chapter 12. It would be better to break one of his legs. After seeing Wang Defa and the others walking into the bathing city with hideous grins on their faces and their arms swinging, Minute Ru suddenly felt a little uneasy. She really hated Li Nanfang. The tone of his voice, especially the way he looked at girls, always made her feel like she was naked. But no matter what, he is Mr. Yu's nephew. In fact, he can be influenced and reformed with concern. It seems a bit too much to let someone beat him up. Wang Defa and others did not hold back when they attack him. It would be bad if they really hurt him. Unconsciously, Minute Ru's eyes flashed with the miserable image of Li Nanfang with a nosebleed, and she began to regret that she should not have agreed with President Yu's behavior. No, I have to take a look and not make a big deal out of it. Minute Ru opened the door and was about to get out of the car, but suddenly remembered that as soon as she showed up, the matter would be exposed. Given the scumbag's temper, he would never let it go and might even tell the whole world about it. If people knew that Mr. Yu's nephew was a rapist, Mr. Yu would definitely feel very ashamed. Just when Minute Ru didn't know what to do, Usertone called, his voice full of excitement. What's going on? I just went in. So long-winded. I was driving very fast on the road. Minute Ru explained, then asked carefully, Boss Yu, are we going too far in treating him like this? Usertone asked in confusion, what happened? If he were really injured. If you want to hurt him, then hurt him. It would be best if you break one of his legs. Oh, I see. I'll call you back later and report the results. Minute Ru was frightened by President Yu's vicious tone. She really couldn't understand why she hated Li Nanfang so much, so she quickly hung up the phone. According to her speculation, after Wang Defa and others rushed in, they would just make a quick decision. After all, the bath city also has security guards. Customers were beaten up while consuming here. They are also responsible and will definitely not stand idly by. But 10 minutes have passed and Wang Defa and the others have not come out yet. What's going on? Could it be that Wang Defa and his men were too harsh and something unexpected happened? After thinking of this, Minute Ru could no longer sit still, and quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car. Bang! Li Nanfang turned his head to avoid the dagger that the last masked man stabbed with, then twisted his waist and leaned over, bent his elbow and hit him hard in the left ribs. The man let out a suppressed scream. Without waiting for his next reaction, Li Nanfang twisted his waist again, grabbed his head with both hands, and slammed him to the ground. With a bang, the masked man's forehead hit the hard tiles heavily. Blood flowed out from the black cloth covering his head. His body twisted a few times and then became motionless. Li Nanfang raised his foot and kicked him in the ribs, but seeing no reaction from him, he turned around and looked into the bathtub. In the bathtub, there were two masked men who had been beaten unconscious by him. Who are they? Why did he rush in without saying a word and just kill Li Nanfang? Although their close combat skills are average, their attacks are quite ruthless and every move is fatal. They are here to silence people and must be professional killers. But even if they were twice as fierce, it would be easy for Li Nanfang to knock them down. That's why he didn't understand. Even if someone wanted to assassinate him, they would never send such a third-rate assassin. That would be a humiliation to Black Phantom and would only lead to more brutal revenge. What's more, no one knew that Li Nanfang came to Qingshan City today except the old man. Oh, there is also Yu Zitong. But no matter how much Yu Zitong hated him, there seemed no need for him to be so cruel, right? Li Nanfang frowned slightly, bent down and pulled off the hood on the masked man's head, revealing a very ordinary face, about 30 years old. Dragging the man under the shower, Li Nanfang turned on the cold water. The unconscious man shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Li Nanfang grabbed his neck with his left hand and asked coldly, "Tell me, who asked you to come?" The man said nothing and closed his eyes again. Li Nanfang was too lazy to waste any more words. He punched him in the left ribs with his right fist and covered his mouth with his hand before he could scream. The man was really tough. After several ribs were broken, he was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still looked at him fiercely. After seeing him like this, Li Nanfang knew it was useless to ask any further. Because he knew the rules of the killer industry very well, after a mission fails, he would rather die than reveal who the client is. It's not easy to get involved in the underworld, so there's no need for Li Nanfang to go to extremes. He suppressed his bloodthirsty urge to kill, raised his hand to hold his head, and slammed it heavily against the wall. Chapter 13. Am I handsome? Li Nanfang felt that these people might have walked into the wrong room. Other than that, he really couldn't think of anyone who would be stupid enough to find a killer of this level to try to assassinate him. Of course, it might also be arranged by the beautiful female secretary beside Yu Zitong. She was resentful that he took away her virginity, or she was worried that he would expose her true identity, so she used such a cruel method. However, this possibility is very small, as Yu Zitong is waiting outside. Even if the secretary wants to take action, she will not choose this time. If you can't figure something out, just put it aside for now. If you insist on thinking about it, you will only get a headache. Anyway, the truth will come out one day. After this happened, Li Nanfang lost interest in taking a bath. He just stood under the shower, took a casual shower, put on his work clothes and walked out. During the fight, neither side shouted loudly, so no one else was alarmed. Li Nanfang also believed that the killers would wake up soon and escape quietly. China is prosperous and the world is peaceful. In the hall below, the waitresses wearing red high-slit short-sleeve Kyongsam still greet every guest with sweet smiles, welcoming them and hoping to come again next time. As soon as Li Nanfang went down the stairs, he saw Minute Ru. Minute Ru was standing at the front desk, asking the customer service girl something. "Hey, how did you get in?" If there weren't so many people around, Li Nanfang might have said a few more rude words. Anyway, outsiders didn't need to call her aunt, and he didn't regard her as a real elder. Are you okay?" When Minute Ru heard his voice, she turned around and blurted out this question and was stunned. The saying that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse is absolutely true. Although Li Nanfang still has a bald head, he seems like a different person after taking off his prison uniform and putting on light grey work clothes. In other words, Li Nanfang's physical conditions are still good and he is very popular with girls. What can I do? Li Nanfang had long expected Minute Ru's reaction after seeing his true face, but her words made him feel moved, and then he smiled. "It's just to take a bath, not to do anything bad." I didn't say you did anything bad." Minute Ru blinked and realized that she almost let the cat out of the bag. "Well, am I handsome?" It's okay. Minute Ru blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Why do you take so long to wash?" "I washed very quickly, only about 10 minutes, right?" Li Nanfang walked up to her, lowered his head and shook his clothes. "That's it. Do you still have time to change clothes? Oh, then let's go. I'll go buy you 2 sets of clothes. Minute Rue looked at him carefully for a few times and indeed found no signs of having been beaten, so she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was wondering, where are Wang Defa and the others? Minute Rue didn't know that Li Nanfang had noticed her frequent glances back as she walked out of the bathing city. This made him more suspicious, and he suddenly asked, Aunt, why do you keep looking back? Oh, no, I didn't see anything. Minute Rue hurriedly shook her head, forced a smile and said in defense, just now, I saw an acquaintance who seemed to be a high school classmate, but I was worried that I might have recognized the wrong person. Do you want to go back and take a look? No, our relationship wasn't that good at that time anyway, so never mind, I'll go clothes shopping with you. Minute Rue said this, opened the door and got into the car. After the car started, Minute Rue's attitude became much better. She even asked about where he was staying now. If he hadn't found a hotel, she could recommend him one with a good environment. The two chatted casually for a while and came to the door of a men's brand clothing store. You must be busy, right? Just as Minute Rue was about to open the door and get out of the car, Li Nanfang said considerately, how about this? You go back to the company first, and I can buy clothes by myself. You don't need me to accompany you anymore. Minute Rue was just hoping he would say that. It felt really awkward to go shopping for clothes with a strange man. What's more, she also wanted to call Wang Defa and ask what was going on. Hey, I'm an adult now. Do I still need someone to accompany me when I buy clothes? Okay, I'll go back first. Remember, come to the company to find me tomorrow morning. Okay, then drive safely on the road. Li Nanfang got out of the car and waved his hand. After watching Minute Rue's car turn around and drive away, Li Nanfang finally thought of something. Damn, why didn't you leave some money before you left? I'm a prisoner who was just released. Chapter 14. Someone wants to kill me. After dropping Li Nanfang off, Minute Rue turned the car around, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the bathing city. She had to ask Wang Defa why he didn't act according to the plan. When the car was about to arrive at the bath city, we saw a lot of people gathered in front of the hall entrance, as if something had happened. There were 2 police cars parked in front of the door, and police officers were persuading onlookers to step back and pulling ropes to set up a cordon. Minute Rue parked the car on the side of the road, got out and walked over. She stood on tiptoe behind the crowd and looked inside. She couldn't see anything, so she asked an auntie next to her, Auntie, what's going on here? The aunt who was standing on tiptoe to watch the excitement didn't bother to look at her. I heard someone was killed inside. The waiter who went to clean the place was scared to death and ran out shouting murder. Ah, someone died in the bathing city. Minute Rue was startled and asked casually, who is it? Who knows? I only heard that there were 3 men, and they seemed to be going in to do something bad. When the aunt said this, Minute Rue's mind buzzed. Oh my God, 3 people went in to do something bad. Aren't Wang Defa and his group the 3 people who were going to beat up Li Nanfang? But when Li Nanfang came out, they didn't show up. Could it be them? After thinking of this, Minute Rue became scared. She raised her hand to push away the person in front of her and tried to squeeze into the crowd. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly came to her senses. She couldn't go over there now. If the police knew that Wang Defa and the others were from Kai Huang Group, they would immediately go to President Yu to investigate. At that time, she would also bear a very important responsibility. Buzz, buzz. The phone in Minute Rue's hand began to vibrate. She looked down and saw that it was Mr. Yu calling. She quickly turned around and walked quickly to the front of the car before she dared to answer the call. Yu Zitong's leisurely voice came. Xiao Ru, is that bastard in a miserable state now? Boss Yu, run quickly and leave Qingshan City immediately. Minute Rue was so anxious that her voice began to sound like tears. Yu Zitong was stunned. What's wrong? Wang Defa and the other 3 are all dead. They died in the bathing city. After Minute Rue said this, she could no longer stand and leaned on the front of the car. What? Wang Defa and the others died in the bathing city? Yu Zitong, who was about to drink water, dropped the cup on the table with a thud after hearing her say this. Minute Rue raised her hand to cover her mouth and nodded desperately. Yeah, the police are here. Who killed them? No, I don't know. Woo, Mr. Yu, please leave Qingshan City as soon as possible. I think it was Li Nanfang. Yu Zitong squeezed out the name from between his teeth. Wang Defa and his men went to the bathing city to teach Li Nanfang a lesson, but ended up dying there. If the person who killed them wasn't Li Nanfang, who else could it be? She never dreamed that Li Nanfang was so cruel that he dared to kill people just because she wanted to teach him a lesson. Boss Yu, hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you are late. When Minute Rue sniffed hard, someone asked, "Hey, Secretary Minute, what's wrong with you?" I Wang Defa." Minute Rue raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw Wang Defa and the others. She was stunned for a moment before asking, Are you not dead?" "No, we are fine, aren't we?" Wang Defa and the others looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Secretary Minute asked this. But when they saw the policeman at the entrance of the bathing city, they suddenly understood and quickly explained, "Secretary Minute, you may have misunderstood. Wang Defa and the others were standing here alive." Minute Rue immediately came back to life and asked, "Didn't you go to the bathing city to teach Li Nanfang a lesson?" "We did go in, but after walking around for a long time, we still couldn't figure out which bathroom he was in. Ouch, Secretary Minute, why are you stomping on my feet?" Wang Defa held the high-heeled shoe and stomped hard on his right foot, then danced in circles on the spot like a monkey. Minute Rue didn't care how much pain he was in. She wiped her tears with her backhand, raised the phone and said, "Boss, you don't have to run away. These 3 idiots are still alive." When Secretary Minute was on the phone, Li Nanfang also received a call from the old man. His voice was very low, as mysterious as if he was meeting with an underground party member. "Is it convenient to talk?" "It's convenient. No one will care even if I scream harassment." After closing the door of the fitting room, Li Nanfang sat on the chair. The old man smiled and said, "Have you seen Zitong?" How about it? Beautiful, right? Improvise. Do you like it?" When the old man asked this question, his voice seemed much younger. "Like? What do you mean?" Li Nanfang was stunned. The old man also realized that he had let something slip, and he laughed and said, "It's nothing special, I just asked casually." "Then stop talking nonsense." Li Nanfang crossed his legs and said calmly, "Let me tell you one thing first. Someone wants to kill me." Chapter 15. Satisfy him. The old man forced Li Nanfang to come to Qingshan City so that he could protect his sister-in-law, not to be killed. After hearing what Li Nanfang said, he was silent for a long time before asking, "Do you know who it is?" "It's probably my dear aunt." "Nonsense. How could Zitong do such a thing?" "Don't get angry yet, just listen to me." Li Nanfang took the new pants, looked at the tag on them, and briefly recounted his experience in the bathing city and Minute Rue's expression in a very calm tone. At last, he sneered silently, "Old man, please analyze it for me. Is she a big suspect? I came to Qingshan City today, and it seems that beside you, she is the only one. But Zitong would never do that." The old man thought for a moment and then said, "If she really did it, then why would she go to the bathing city with you?" "That's what makes me doubt it, but I'll find out." Li Nanfang said lazily, and just as he was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, by the way, do you know the secretary named Minute Rue beside Yu Zitong?" "Of course I understand. Do you think anyone can be Zitong's secretary?" "Talk about her. The more detailed, the better." "Why? Are you interested in Minute Rue?" "That's true. I always feel that Minute Rue is more CEO-like than Yu Zitong. Minute Rue, 22 years old this year, has a clean family background, no criminal record for 3 generations, a top student in the Department of Economics at Eastern Province University." The old man talked about Minute Rue's background without any hesitation. It seemed that he had already expected Li Nanfang to ask these questions. The more Li Nanfang listened, the more confused he became. The Minute Rue the old man was talking about seemed more like his aunt Yu Zitong, especially the gentle and lovely part. As for Minute Rue, even a blind man could tell that she was a self-righteous and arrogant person. However, Li Nanfang did not interrupt the old man. He waited until he finished speaking before saying, "Well, I understand. That's it. I'll call you if I need anything from you." Without waiting for the old man to say anything, Li Nanfang hung up the phone. "I'm a little hungry now. After buying clothes, I have to find a place to eat. Who wants to waste time with an old man?" Li Nanfang didn't know that when he received the old man's call, Yu Zitong also received a call from Jinghua. Compared to the old man, the tone of the old man of the Yu family when talking to Yu Zitong was much more serious. "Did Li Nanfang go to find you?" "Here I come. He's with you now." "Without." Yu Zitong said calmly, "I asked him to find a place to stay first and come to the company tomorrow to talk about it in detail." Old Master Yu interrupted her, "Why don't you let him live with you?" Yu Zitong's eyebrows twitched rapidly before he said, "I don't know him very well." Her words were interrupted for the second time. "You don't need to understand him. You just need to know that he is your future husband." Yu Zitong slowly clenched his right fist, looked at the faint veins on the back of his hand, and asked in a hoarse voice, "I don't have the right to choose." "You didn't." Old Master Yu didn't care about Yu Zitong's feelings at all, and said coldly, whether you are willing or not, even whether he is willing or not, you must find a way to marry him. Because he was the first one to see my body to peek at me taking a bath. Yu Zitong gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Do I have to ignore the difference in seniority, and don't care that he is a monster, a disgusting rapist, and I have to marry him? Yes. He is a normal person now. As for the mistakes he made, no one is perfect. He just needs to mend his ways and start a new life. Old Master Yu's voice became even colder. You are a member of the Yu family, so you must abide by the family rules passed down from generation to generation. As for seniority, it is not a problem. Li Nanfang is just an orphan adopted by your eldest brother-in-law. There is nothing unethical about it. Yu Zitong gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, what if I don't get married? Then you can try. Mr. Yu responded sharply. Just give it a try. Yu Zitong really wanted to yell this, but he didn't dare. Try to make him happy with you. Old Master Yu spoke again. Yu Zitong suddenly smiled. Grandpa, is it enough as long as he tells you he is satisfied? Yes. It seemed as if Mr. Yu didn't understand the meaning of her words. Okay, I understand. Yu Zitong hung up the phone, stared at the door for a moment, and smiled sinisterly. Li Nanfang, I will make you satisfied. Very satisfied. Chapter 16. The Secretary Who Doesn't Know the Rules. Many security guards have a problem of only looking at the clothes instead of the person. Li Nanfang was also here. When he came yesterday, he was dressed like a prisoner and Wang Defa looked down on him. Today, he was dressed like a decent person. Old Wang, who seemed to be walking unsteadily, smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Young man, have you found a job? Li Nanfang replied casually, I'll arrange it today. I guess you'll be a driver, if you're lucky. Being a driver requires luck. TSK, do you think anyone can come to our company to drive? Wang Defa showed an envious look on his face and pursed his lips and said, Look, it says on the sign over there, we are just short of a driver. Li Nanfang looked back and saw a sign over there. It said they were recruiting a car driver with more than 6 years of driving experience, good looks, and over 30 years of age. The salary was generous. Li Nanfang was depressed for a moment and asked, Do you think I'm in my 30s? You look a little young, so you are at most 33 this year, right? Lara Wang looked him up and down and said confidently, Gao, buddy, your eyes are really high. To tell you the truth, today is my 33rd birthday. Lu Ning raised his right thumb, his face full of surprise. Perform well, young man. I am counting on you. Wang Defa laughed proudly and patted him on the shoulder. With Lara Wang's blessing, Li Nanfang, who seriously suspected that this guy was blind, walked into the hall. Today's front desk customer service girl is not the same as yesterday. When she saw him coming, she immediately smiled and asked, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I'm looking for your CEO. Do you have an appointment? No, but I'm the vice president invited by your president. My last name is Li Nanfang. Li Nanfang was talking nonsense, his eyes scanning the customer service girl's face like a scanner. Girl, how old are you this year? Do you have a husband? Mr. Li, please wait a moment. The customer service girl must have seen too many pretentious people, so she ignored him and picked up the phone. Secretary Minute, this is Sui Ye from the front desk. I have a Mr. Li Nanfang here now, okay? After putting down the microphone, Sui Ye's smile became much more sincere. Mr. Li, Secretary Minute asks you to go upstairs. Sui Ye, this name is very good. Li Nanfang was in no hurry to leave. Yeah, if you have time after get off work, I'll treat you to coffee. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I have to take care of the children after I get home from get off work. After hearing Sui Ye say this, Li Nanfang turned around and left. Flirting with pretty girls is every man's duty, but if you flirt with the mother of a child, you are a hooligan. Li Nanfang arrived at the president's office with ease and pushed open the door. He saw Yu Zitong's secretary standing in front of the water dispenser with a cup of water. She turned around and looked over after hearing the door open. Secretary Minute, good morning. Li Nanfang smiled warmly and asked politely, My aunt is not here. Who let you in? What surprised Li Nanfang was that she actually ignored his enthusiasm and asked this with a stern face. The smile on Li Nanfang's face froze. What do you mean? Yu Zitong said coldly, Didn't your parents teach you to knock on the door before entering? Hey, you really didn't teach me. Li Nanfang smiled, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and said slowly, Secretary Minute, let me remind you. You say. Yu Zitong walked to the table, leaned on it with his arms folded across his chest, and looked at him with contempt. You're just a secretary. And I. Li Nanfang pointed his finger at his nose with an arrogant look on his face. He is your boss's nephew, so you'd better put yourself in the right position and don't act like the boss. He, be careful that I will spread rumors and let her fire you. Just then, a young woman came over from the elevator with a stack of documents in her hands. It seemed that she was coming to the president's office. I'll talk to you later. Li Nanfang still knew what was important and would never delay the secretary's normal work just to teach her a lesson. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Snort. Yu Zitong curled her lips, walked around the table and sat behind the desk. After seeing that she was actually sitting in the seat that should have been the president, Li Nanfang frowned, thinking that Yu Zitong had spoiled her. Not only was her background mysterious, but she also didn't know the rules. The young woman came to the door and knocked on the open door. Come in. The little secretary in Li Nanfang's eyes said lightly. The young woman came in and saw Li Nanfang on the sofa. She smiled politely and came to the table and said softly, Boss Yu, this is the marketing report for this quarter that you requested. Chapter 17. Gentle and Lovely. Mr. Yu. This young woman calls Minute Ru President Yu. Li Nanfang was thinking about how to teach Minute Ru a lesson later and warn her not to play tricks on Yu Zitong. But when she heard the young woman respectfully addressing her as Ms. Yu, she was stunned. Scumbag, are you shocked now? After seeing Li Nanfang's dumbfounded look out of the corner of her eye, Yu Zitong felt particularly refreshed. Her mental state when talking to her subordinates was obviously much more lively than before. She even smiled and praised them a few times, showing her demeanor as a beautiful CEO. Yu Zitong's unusually friendly attitude made the young woman flattered. When she said goodbye, she was so excited that she stuttered. This was definitely specially arranged by Yu Zitong. Just as the subordinates from the sales department left, several groups of department executives from Kaihuang Group came to the office to report to her. Everyone who came in saw Li Nanfang sitting on the sofa, and they must have been wondering who he was and how he could sit so proudly in front of President Yu. However, no one spoke to him. Everyone walked to the desk and respectfully reported to Yu Zitong. As if helped by God, Yu Zitong himself was also surprised at how good his mental state was when he was guarding Li Nanfang. His thinking was clear and his head was calm. Things that he used to think twice about, he could now make the most correct decision in just a few minutes. After working for a full half hour and allowing Li Nanfang to witness the peerless grace of the contemporary beautiful female president, the real secretary Minute Ru walked in and made him a cup of tea. You are Minute Ru, right? Li Nanfang raised his hand and rubbed his stiff face, then asked with a wry smile. Yes, I am always Minute Ru. Mr. Yu's alternative way of showing off had a significant effect. Minute Ru was also very happy and winked at him mischievously. Well, you are indeed gentle and lovely. Li Nanfang thought of the old man's evaluation of Minute Ru and spoke sincerely, his eyes starting to become dishonest again. What are you talking about? Minute Ru was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. She said something coquettishly and quickly walked out of the office. Li Nanfang described it very clearly. She was indeed gentle and lovely. This proved that someone had already described Minute Ru to him. There is no girl who doesn't like to be praised behind her back, even if that person is a scumbag. Minute Ru is gentle and lovely. What about me? As soon as Minute Ru walked out, Yu Zitong's cold voice rang out. You. Li Nanfang turned his head and looked at the beautiful president sitting behind the desk. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head. Yu Zitong didn't expect him to say anything nice about him. If he really asked him, who knew what ivory this dog could spit out of his mouth? He curled his lips in disdain. Humph, are you surprised? Yes, I was very surprised. Li Nanfang spoke the truth, and even had a disgusting look of admiration on his face. You are the Yu Zitong in my mind. Proud, cold, and a bit evil and wild. Men can't help but worship you at a glance. Real. Yu Zitong's girlish vanity began to take effect. The frost on her face thinned by at least 2 layers, and there was a hint of uncontrollable pride between her brows. Just when she was about to say, you have good taste, she saw Li Nanfang smacked his lips and said, but even if you are as arrogant as a queen, and you are my aunt whom I dare not offend, so what? You still took the initiative to climb into my bathtub and deliver the goods to my door. You. The smugness on Yu Zitong's face instantly froze. He stood up with a bang, grabbed the water cup and asked through gritted teeth, you want to die? In no mood. Li Nanfang said frankly, I just can't stand your arrogant face. Yu Zitong, I warn you, you can act big and powerful in front of your subordinates. I don't care how you are qualified to hold a gun. I just want to tell you that you'd better be polite to me in the future. If I'm not mistaken, it was your elders who decided that I came to Kaihuang Group. So, You'd better put away those powerful faces and tricks. Otherwise, I can leave at any time. Looking at Li Nanfang with saliva flying everywhere, Yu Zitong wanted to pounce on him and smash his face with his thermos. She had this idea and believed she had the ability to do so. But at the same time, she also dared not forget what Grandpa Yu had said. Try your best to make him satisfied with you. Chapter 18. I am your aunt. When Li Nanfang came to see Yu Zitong yesterday, if she had shown her true face, he would have been extremely surprised and might even have been disgusted with her because of her disgust, but he would never attack her with words. Li Nanfang didn't want to interfere in the matter of how Yu Zitong ended up in the United States with a gun. After all, everyone had their own secrets and he wasn't interested. As for the fact that the two of them coincidentally had that kind of relationship, can Li Nanfang be blamed? We can all just pretend that nothing happened. You can be your aunt and I can be your nephew. Whether you hate my prematurely aged appearance in the past or are disgusted by my current identity as a rapist, none of this matters. The important thing is, you provide me with a position that can protect you closely. Wouldn't it be better if you treat me as a transparent person? Anyway, I just have to fulfill my promise to my wife and ensure your safety within a year. When the time comes, you don't have to say anything, and I guarantee that I will just walk away. But what about you? What have you done? You actually let Minute Ru play the role of you, tricked me, and deceived me, so that I could obediently call her aunt. This is what you did wrong. What Li Nanfang hated most was being fooled, so when Yu Zitong thought she was very proud of herself, he used these extremely harsh words to humiliate her. Yu Zitong's reaction after being humiliated was not unexpected to him. He was ready to turn hostile as soon as she threw the cup at him and let her see how powerful his buddy was. Yu Zitong hesitated. Li Nanfang had been in the underworld for so long that he had a very sharp eye. He immediately realized something and asked with a sneer, "Hey, do you really want to kill me, but you are afraid to do anything to me because of some strict orders from your elders?" This scumbag's eyes are very effective. Yu Zitong cursed in his heart but said nothing. Li Nanfang knew that he had guessed correctly and took the opportunity to get ahead of himself. "Go ahead and hit me hard. I promise I won't dodge. But if you dare to hurt even a little hair of mine, I will complain to your parents and make you pay for it. Go to hell." Yu Zitong had never seen such a shameless man and could not bear it any longer. He raised his hand and threw the thermos cup at him, but it flew over his head and hit the wall behind him with a bang. Li Nanfang pretended to shrink his neck in fear, glanced at the shallow dent on the wall, then turned back to look at Yu Zitong, whose chest was rising and falling rapidly due to anger. His rogue face became even more fierce, and he pointed at his head and shouted, Come, Yu Zitong, smash it here if you have the guts. If I hide, I won't be considered a hero." "You scum, are you done yet?" Yu Zitong let out a low scream and slammed her hand hard on the table. She wanted to pounce on him several times and strangle him to death, but she didn't dare to do so. She could only vent her anger on the table, causing the signature pen to jump up. "Yu Zitong, you look so ugly when you are angry." Li Nanfang refused to give in and opened his mouth as if he was retching. She tried her best to be as venomous as possible and ridicule a seemingly powerful girl, but she didn't dare to do anything. This feeling was so good, and she finally got rid of the anger of being fooled. Yu Zitong grabbed the pen on the table and stared at Li Nanfang. "Don't mess with me again. Don't mess with me again. I will really kill you." "You don't dare. If you dared, you would have done it just now." Li Nanfang said, "You are just a beggar gritting your teeth and getting angry. It will do nothing but make you uglier. I will kill you, scumbag, I swear. Come on, I'm waiting to be killed here." The more pain Yu Zitong endured, the happier Li Nanfang was. "I'm your aunt." "What?" Li Nanfang, who was feeling very happy, was stunned when he heard this. "I said, I am your aunt. You shouldn't call yourself your father to me. My father is your master's wife's biological father." Yu Zitong finally calmed down, and even had a kind smile on his face, just like an elder. Li Nanfang realized that something was wrong. "Oh no, I was too proud of myself just now and overacted," allowing her to see the flaw. Yu Zitong also noticed the change in Li Nanfang's expression. She asked with a smile, "I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me so that I can kick you out. In fact, you must have promised me that you would accept my transformation in the future, right?" Li Nanfang laughed. "Hey, Yu Zitong, you have such a rich imagination. Well, you can go write a novel. Don't hide it, it's boring." Yu Zitong turned around, walked gracefully back to the desk, raised her hand and knocked on the table. "Sit down, let's talk seriously." Chapter 19. The Madonna-like Aunt. Li Nanfang sighed inwardly. He knew that his complacency had caused him to lose all the advantage he had worked so hard to gain, and put the two of them back on the same starting line. This is a profound lesson. First, let me emphasize one point. Li Nanfang's frustration made Yu Zitong regain his confidence in the overall situation. You can't call yourself lousy to me, because in terms of seniority, I am You are my aunt. Stop emphasizing such an awkward relationship. Li Nanfang said sullenly, taking out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. Yu Zitong frowned slightly, wanting to tell him that no one dared to smoke in her office, but considering that she couldn't anger him for the time being, she endured it. Yes, I feel uncomfortable too, but this is reality. Li Nanfang was getting impatient. I told you to stop talking nonsense, what else? Secondly, Yu Zitong spoke slowly, took out a cigarette from the drawer, and lit one elegantly. I found that you have a good impression of Minute Rue. She's not wild like some other women. It's normal for a man to like her. How am I barbaric? Humph. Yu Zitong glared and was about to slam the table, but then he thought that it would not be easy for him to turn the disadvantage around and he must not be fooled by this guy again, so he could only snort. You know better than me whether you are barbaric or not. Li Nanfang sneered. In the beginning, who was it that pointed a gun at my head and asked me to move? With a bang, Yu Zitong finally slammed the table, her pretty face flushed, and she said in a sinister tone, Li Nanfang, don't force me to turn against you. That will not benefit anyone. Li Nanfang thought about it and felt that what she said was not wrong. There was no need to turn hostile without any certainty. It would be better for both sides to take a step back. Okay, go on. I can help you too. Yu Zitong lost interest in smoking and pressed hard into the ashtray. Li Nanfang was stunned. What do you mean? Yu Zitong said calmly, I can help you pursue her and make her forget that you are a scumbag. However, you have to agree to 2 conditions of mine. Li Nanfang became interested. What are the 2 conditions? Tell me quickly. First, Minute Rue emphasized this to you yesterday. That is, when no one else is around, you must address me as Auntie. You must never address me by my name like you did just now. Yu Zitong did not hide the disgust on his face at all. To be honest, I don't want to have a scumbag nephew like you, and I even hope that you will die of a cerebral hemorrhage right now, but I have the obligation to reform you and I cannot shirk it. I ask you to do this so that you always remember that I am an elder you need to respect. Bullshit transformation. I have already evolved to perfection. Do I still need you to transform me? Li Nanfang snorted in his heart and said, That's no problem. You are the sister of Master's wife, so it's only natural for me to call you aunt. The second condition. Yu Zitong was very satisfied with Li Nanfang's understanding of the current situation, and his expression eased a little. From now on, you must unconditionally obey any request I make of you. You must do whatever I ask you to do. Joke. Li Nanfang sneered. If you tell me to jump off the building, I must jump off the building. Although that is my greatest wish, I won't say it out loud. Yu Zitong said calmly, I once promised my elder sister that I would keep you by my side and discipline you personally. In this way, etc. Li Nanfang interrupted her. You don't seem to be so generous, right? Will you listen to my master's wife? No one would believe it. Tell me, what is the real reason for keeping me? Yu Zitong picked up the phone and asked, Do you want me to call my elder sister now? Li Nanfang was at a loss. He shrugged and spread his hands. Go on. In order to discipline you personally, I will let you live with me. That way, you will be able to feel what true aristocratic demeanor is from my behavior and conversation. I hope that you can change your current evil thoughts in the shortest possible time under my subtle influence. When Yu Zitong said this, a sacred halo like the Virgin Mary slowly emerged behind his head. Li Nanfang wanted to vomit. However, her words about wanting to live with him were in line with his intention of keeping her close to him, so he just endured it. Okay, I agree. You should say, Aunt, I agree. Aunt, I agree. Li Nanfang's face was full of respect for the elderly and love for the young. Aunt, do you have any other instructions? Chapter 20. Black Phantom of Rejuvenation. That's all. Just remember these 2 points. Yu Zitong's face darkened again. Don't let Minute Rue down, she is a good girl. Li Nanfang asked back, Then, what if she lets me down? Yu Zitong said coldly, Then go to hell. Okay, deal. Li Nanfang didn't care about Yu Zitong's harsh words. He thought for a moment before asking, Aunt, can I ask you something? Explain. What do you do? Agent. Yu Zitong thought about it and answered his question. Fuck, so awesome. Li Nanfang looked very surprised. Yu Zitong didn't care about his swearing. He narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. So, you'd better behave yourself in front of me in the future, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and shoot you. Li Nanfang raised his hands to show surrender. After finishing what he wanted to say, Yu Zitong didn't want to see him anymore. He raised his hand and waved it, as if to shoo away a fly. You can leave now. As for your job, you are the driver of the small car team, my private car driver. Tomorrow morning, you will officially come to the company to work. What Wang Defa said really came true. From that moment on, Li Nanfang became a glorious car driver. She arranged the scumbag like this just to find a reason for him to go to and from get off work with her. Okay, Auntie, I'm leaving now. Li Nanfang stood up, bent slightly and nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. Maybe because of his well-behaved character, Yu Zitong had a good impression of him. Wait, do you have any money on you now? I don't have any extra toiletries at home. It's just a bunch of money, so I don't need your aunt to worry about it. See you tomorrow. Li Nanfang refused with a smile, and couldn't help but look back after opening the door. He thought that his carefree attitude towards money would surprise Yu Zitong a little, and she might even be staring at his back with a complicated look. As a result, the other person didn't mean that at all, and just looked at him playfully. Why, anything else? Li Nanfang, feeling very embarrassed, made a poor excuse. I just want to ask, it's still early, where should I go to play? You can die wherever you want. Yu Zitong said calmly, took a document and started working. In fact, Li Nanfang really wanted to ask whether the 3 masked killers who appeared when he was taking a shower yesterday were sent by her. However, this kind of thing cannot be asked directly. Even if you ask, she will not admit it. This requires Li Nanfang to investigate slowly in the future. Yu Zitong turned out to be an agent, which made Li Nanfang suddenly realize, no wonder the old man asked me to protect her. How can an agent not have enemies? Li Nanfang was still a little puzzled. With Yu Zitong's obviously low IQ, how powerful a person could he offend? Would he really need him to come out personally and provide close protection? Just as the scumbag that President Yu mentioned was wandering around Qingshan City, in the deep mountains thousands of kilometers away, an old man in a black robe and with a long beard slowly opened his eyes. In front of the big rock where he was sitting cross-legged, there was a man wearing the same black robe, but on his face was a golden ghost mask with green face and fangs. Even in broad daylight, he looked eerie and scary. Only the eyes behind the eye sockets were so dark that they seemed to lead straight to hell. This is a woman, and the loose black gauze robe cannot hide her slim figure. When the white-bearded old man closed his eyes, she stood there for a long time, but she never said a word, as if she would stand there forever unless the old man opened his eyes and spoke. The old man looked at her for a moment, then said slowly in a hoarse voice, I observed the sky last night and found that the evil star that came from hell 24 years ago and can rejuvenate has officially entered the world. Where is he now and what's his name? The black-robed woman's voice was very pleasant, with an irresistible charm, but also very cold and heart-pounding, as if 2 pieces of iron were rubbing against each other. I can't see through it, just like I don't know which level of hell his life came from and where it will go. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes again. The woman in black robe didn't ask any more questions. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. The wind blew her long hair around her ears, revealing the skin behind her ears, which was whiter than the snow that had accumulated for thousands of years on the mountain. Chapter 21. Shameless. Qingshan City is the capital city of East Province. It has a long history and culture and numerous places of interest and historical sites. It has been known as a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery since ancient times. Over thousands of years of history, many notable figures have emerged here, some of whom are famous for generations, while others are infamous for generations. When Li Nanfang came down from Thousand Buddha Mountain, it was almost dusk. The golden red light of the setting sun slanted down, covering the mountains and buildings with a layer of golden clothes. The birds chirped and began to return to the forest. Li Nanfang was a little hungry, and seeing a bar not far ahead, he decided to go in for a couple of drinks and then go to the supermarket to buy the necessary daily necessities. Just like tea houses that provide food and drink, bars also have this service. Li Nanfang found a corner to sit down, ordered a dozen dark beers, and asked for a set meal. He drank slowly while admiring the beauties walking by the window. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the sky had already darkened. Li Nanfang lit a cigarette with satisfaction and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Waiter, check out. Soon, with the sound of high heels hitting the ground, a waitress in a red-maid uniform walked up behind him, bent down slightly, and said softly, Sir, your total consumption is 180 yuan. Can I pay by card here? Li Nanfang turned around and was stunned for a moment before smiling. Oh, it's you. This waitress was Sui Ye, the girl working at the front desk of Kai Huang Group S headquarters. When Li Nanfang was teasing someone in the morning, Sui Ye said that she had to go see her children after get off work. Obviously, the guests in the bar are not her children. Sui Ye didn't expect to meet Li Nanfang here. Her expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Hello, Vice President Lee. In fact, she also knew that Li Nanfang was bragging when he called himself Vice President, and calling him that was somewhat ironic. Li Nanfang didn't care. He chuckled and asked casually, Sui Ye, why are you working as a waitress in a bar instead of going home to look after your kids after get off work? I use my spare time to earn some money for milk powder. Sui Ye said calmly, Vice President Lee, your total spending is 180 yuan. It was obvious that she had no interest in getting close to Li Nanfang. If they were too close, she would feel embarrassed to ask for money. 180 yuan was more than her nightly wages. Okay, then swipe the card. After realizing what Sui Ye meant, Li Nanfang lost interest in continuing the conversation and took out his bank card and handed it to her. Sui Ye carried a POS machine with her. After taking the gold card, she tapped a few times and asked Li Nanfang to enter the password. To avoid suspicion, she turned her head away and looked away. She only looked back when Li Nanfang said it was okay. She frowned slightly after taking a look. Vice President Li, the balance on your card shows 0. What? Li Nanfang was stunned. Balance is 0. See for yourself. Sui Ye handed him the card reader. Li Nanfang took a closer look and it clearly showed the balance was 0. He remembered clearly that when he returned to Qingshan City, the old man gave him 30,000 yuan. He only spent a few thousand yuan on staying in a hotel and buying clothes yesterday. How come it was 0 now? After being stunned for a moment, Li Nanfang vaguely understood something. At this time, another customer asked to pay the bill, and Sui Ye urged him, Vice President Li, cash payment is also okay. Well, I don't have enough cash. I have less than 30 yuan. Li Nanfang coughed dryly and said somewhat embarrassedly, You didn't bring any money? Then I'll call the boss over and you can talk to him yourself. Sui Ye frowned again, and without waiting for Li Nanfang to say anything, she turned around and waved over there. Brother Hu, please come over here. Damn, this girl is so disrespectful. Even if I didn't bring any money, you should have taken the initiative to pay for me since we are acquaintances. Why can't I pay you back tomorrow? Why do you have to call for help as soon as you open your mouth? It makes me feel like I'm eating a free meal. Sui Ye's performance made Li Nanfang very unhappy, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the other party had no obligation to lend him money. Brother, who was about 30 years old, with a bald head, a big thick yellow chain around his neck, dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms, and a face full of flesh. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone who is easy to talk to. What's wrong? Yeah. This gentleman forgot to bring money, $180. I'll go over there and see if someone has paid. Sui Ye said in a low voice, looked at Li Nanfang expressionlessly, and walked away quickly. Hey, man, you came to the bar and forgot to bring money. Brother Hu crossed his arms and looked down at Li Nanfang with a fake smile on his face. I really forgot. Can you please make an exception and put it down first? I'll send it to you tomorrow, double the price. Li Nanfang raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, and asked in a negotiating tone. Fuck, you're dreaming. Just because I know you're a bitch, I'll buy you on credit. The half smile on Brother Hu's face immediately turned into a grim grin. Keep your mouth clean. Li Nanfang admitted that he did have some suspicion of defaulting on his debts, but Brother Hu's attitude was too bad. He was probably a little bit in the wrong, otherwise he would have kicked him out long ago. Fuck, kid, my mouth is still dirty, what can you do about it? Brother Hu didn't expect Li Nanfang to be so stubborn. He laughed in anger and reached out to grab his collar. You little bastard, I've seen a lot of people like you. Ah. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard a girl scream from behind, followed by the sound of a slap, snap. Instinctively, Brother Hu and Li Nanfang looked over there at the same time, and happened to see Sui Ye being pushed onto the table next to her. Little bitch, how dare you hit me? What's going on? After seeing someone making trouble in his bar, Brother Hu no longer cared about Li Nanfang and rushed over with a loud shout. Young and beautiful girls working in a bar, a place where all kinds of people mix, are particularly likely to get into trouble. Not all the guests were gentlemen like Li Nanfang among the guests at the table who had just called Sui Ye to pay the bill. Someone had obviously drunk too much, and when he saw how beautiful she was, he couldn't help but pinch her thigh. Sui Ye screamed and subconsciously raised her hand to slap him. The man who was beaten was obviously not a good person. After raising his hand to push her out, he stood up, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on her head. Fortunately, Sui Ye reacted quickly. She rolled over in a hurry and smashed the wine bottle hard on the table with a bang. Brother Hu rushed over in time and yelled, Fuck, stop it, you fucking. He stopped cursing halfway through. He couldn't afford to offend that person, so he quickly put on a smile and said, Hey, isn't this young Master Jin? What brought you to my little shop? Look at my eyes, they are so useless, I didn't even see you. Although brother, who appears to be very fierce in front of ordinary citizens, he is more polite than his grandson in front of important people. He was a skinny young man wearing a pair of glasses and looked very fragile. He raised his hand and poked brother whose nose and cursed, "Fuck Jong-hoo, do you still want to keep this bar open?" After seeing this, Li Nanfang lost interest in reading any further, because he could guess what was going to happen next with his toes. It was nothing more than brother who saying nice things and asking Sui Ye to apologize to Mr. Jin, and maybe even fire her on the spot. Speaking of which, Li Nanfang should come forward to help Sui Ye. After all, they are all acquaintances. But just now when Li Nanfang said he had no money, her acquaintance didn't seem to give him the proper care he deserved, and even called the fierce brother who over Li Nanfang was not that kind of stingy man, but when he should be stingy, he didn't need to be generous. Alas, it seems that all the money in the card has been withdrawn by the dead old man. He is worried that I will be indecisive, so he has cut off my wings financially and forced me to rely on Tone. Well, you are cruel this time. Li Nanfang sighed, took out his cell phone, found Tone's cell phone number, and called. He didn't want to trouble Tone if Sui Ye helped him pay for it, or if brother who was reasonable. It is said that when he was leaving the president's office, someone asked him if he had any money. At that time, he was very pretentious and said that it was just a mere copper and not worth the trouble. The lofty words I spoke in the past are still ringing in my ears, and now I have to call for help, which is indeed a bit embarrassing. Of course, with Li Nanfang's ability, if he wanted to default on his debt, 10 Tiger Brothers would not be able to stop him. But he couldn't do that. He had to pay for drinking, and refusing to pay was not his style. The phone beeped several times before Tone's indifferent voice came from the other end. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm busy cleaning your room. Hey, comrade, you've worked hard. Hey, don't hang up yet, there's something wrong. Well, I had 2 drinks at the bar, and when I paid the bill, I found out. Well, you know. Li Nanfang laughed twice, somewhat awkwardly. He was really afraid that Tone would say no, in which case he would have to use his special move of flying on the grass. Fortunately, Tone still had some conscience. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Where are you now?" At the main entrance of Chenfu Mountain, walk 500 meters east and you will find the Blue Sky Bar. New. Tone replied indifferently and hung up the phone. This damn old man, this move is too dark, isn't it? Li Nanfang cursed under his breath and was about to call the old man to question him when he heard another slapping sound not far away. I get slaps every day, but tonight there were especially many. Li Nanfang looked up with emotion and saw Sui Ye covering her left face with her hand. Brother, who was tapping her nose and yelling, "Quick, apologize to young Master Jin." Sui Ye wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her backhand, lowered her head and said nothing. "Fuck, are you deaf?" Sui Ye's disobedience made brother who lose face. When he was about to slap her again, young Master Jin raised his hand and pushed her aside. "Little bitch, since you don't appreciate the favor you've given me, don't blame me for being rude." With alcohol in his head, Jin Shao smiled lewdly, reached out to grab Sui Ye's clothes and pulled them apart. With a swish sound and the girl's scream, most of the white chest was exposed. Chapter 22. Auntie, you are exposed. Sui Ye, who appears to be very gentle, is not someone who is easy to bully, otherwise she would not have slapped someone in the face after being molested just now. Now, her clothes were torn off in public, and after screaming, she didn't think twice and raised her right foot in high-heeled leather shoes and kicked Jin Shao hard in the crotch. Ah! Young Master Jin let out a scream like a hen whose neck had been stepped on and broken, then collapsed to the ground with his hands covering his crotch. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected Sui Ye to be so cruel as to kick someone to death. To be honest, if young Master Jin was just an ordinary customer who dared to cause trouble in the Blue Sky Bar and was severely abused by Sui Ye, brother who would not only not blame her, but would also clap his hands and cheer, and then rush up to beat him up with punches and kicks, beating him so hard that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. But this is the prominent Mr. Jin. If brother who offends him, the Blue Sky Bar will have to close tomorrow. He opened his mouth wide for a moment like a sharpie, then looked up at Sui Ye. Sui Ye cried softly, covered herself with clothes in a panic, turned around and ran towards the door. You want to run away after beating young Master Jin? Damn, that's a nice thought. But if you run away, what should I do? Brother whose cheeks puffed up, and he rushed forward decisively and grabbed Sui Ye's hair. Regardless of her screams and struggles, he pulled her back violently and slammed her against the table next to him. With a bang, Sui Ye's back of the head hit the table heavily. Stars appeared in front of her eyes. She rolled her eyes and slid to the ground. The clothes that had just covered her face were opened again. Jong-Hu, if you don't beat this little bitch to death tonight, I'll close your business tomorrow. Young Master Jin sat up, breathing out cold air, the muscles in his neck tensed, and he roared angrily. Just wait and see, Master Jin. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jong-Hu grinned and gritted his teeth, then raised his foot and kicked Sui-Ye in the stomach. Although he had long coveted Sui-Ye's beauty and was reluctant to treat her like this, he knew that beauty was nothing compared to power, and he made up his mind to satisfy young Master Jin tonight. Bang! Just as Jong-Hu was about to kick Sui-Ye in the stomach with his right foot, a beer bottle flew in like a surface-to-air missile and exploded accurately on the back of his head. Glass shards flew everywhere, emitting brilliant rays of light under the light. As expected of a man who was used to fighting and killing, after being hit on the back of the head by a beer bottle, Brother Who did not roll his eyes and count stars like Sui-Ye. At most, he was stunned for a moment, raised his hand with disbelief on his face, scratched his bleeding head, and turned around to look over. Brother Who just turned around, and before he could see who dared to hit him with a wine bottle, someone rushed up and hit him hard in the left eye with a punch. When Brother Tiger fell on the table with a grunt, several of his younger brothers who were watching the scene finally came to their senses. They picked up chairs and rushed towards the man, shouting angrily, "Fuck, you dare to hit Brother Tiger? Kill this little bastard. You want to be a hero who saves the beauty? Go die first." Facing the younger brothers who rushed towards him with ferocious faces, Li Nanfang really wanted to tell them in an extremely sincere tone that he didn't want to be a hero who saved the beauty, but he just couldn't stand so many grown men bullying a girl. Even though this girl is Sui-Ye who is very heartless to him, he should cross his arms and watch the show with a gloating look on his face, so as to live up to his principles in dealing with people. But if he really does that, Li Nanfang will suffer from insomnia at night. Men, just like women, will age if they suffer from insomnia. Li Nanfang, who especially cherishes his own skin, really doesn't want to age prematurely, so he can only put aside his personal grudges and take action. It was obvious that the younger brothers would not listen to his explanation, nor would they give him a chance to explain. They roared like tigers and smashed several chairs on their heads. At this point, Li Nanfang has to be a hero even if he doesn't want to. In his eyes, these younger brothers were no more than chickens and dogs. Mr. Li only needed to move his little finger to beat them to a pulp. Just as he was about to kick out the first younger brother who pounced on him, Li Nanfang suddenly changed his mind. He defeated all the younger brothers in no time and left with Sui-Ye. It was indeed very cool and extraordinary, but others would at most say that he was very powerful and should be a hero, but they would ignore his great sentiment of being brave and righteous. But what if he concealed his strength, had a thrilling and hard battle with his younger brothers, preferably getting injured a little, and finally defeated these villains and rescued the beauty? People will be impressed by his heroic spirit of "I will go forward even if there are tens of thousands of people against me," and will praise him and worship him. There may even be 3 or 2 beautiful women watching him, crying and shouting that they want to marry him. Isn't that beautiful? At the very least, Sui-Ye will be more grateful to him. Since you have decided to do something, try to get the greatest benefit from it. This was said by a wise man, and Li Nanfang always keeps it in mind. After making up his mind, Li Nanfang retracted his right foot that was about to be raised, bent down and raised his hands to pretend that he was unable to dodge, and allowed a younger brother who jumped high with a chair held high in both hands to smash down and hit him hard on the back. With a loud bang, the chair that hit Li Nanfang's back broke into pieces. Someone among the onlookers shouted loudly, "Ah! It works." Li Nanfang nodded secretly with satisfaction, staggered and fell on the table. "Kill him." Brother who now had panda eyes and a head full of blood, also woke up. He roared and besieged Li Nanfang with several of his younger brothers. Li Nanfang was trying to defend himself left and right, and was in such a miserable state that he looked like a canoe in the stormy sea, which might be overturned to the bottom of the sea at any time. But it just wouldn't turn over, and occasionally it would kick out, making some of its younger brothers scream in pain and shout, "Oh my God!" Alas, these country bumpkins, seeing such a wonderful gang fight scene, why didn't they take out their mobile phones to take photos or videos, and upload them to the internet to let more citizens see my heroic behavior? After being hit on the back by Brother Who with a chair again, Li Nanfang sighed with regret in his heart, while Sui-Ye staggered to her feet, holding onto the table, like the final winner on the battlefield. Before she could stand firmly, she picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on Jin Shao's head. Just as Jin Shao was about to stand up, he immediately fell to the ground again with a scream. "I didn't expect this little girl to be such a tough one. Buddy likes it. Cam, come on, fight side by side with Buddy. That way we can forge a great comradeship," Li Nanfang shouted affectionately in his heart, and when he was thinking about how to fight side by side with Sui-Ye, he saw her turn around and rush out of the bar. Li Nanfang was confused. Damn, he just left like that? He began to strongly doubt whether he was dreaming. In order to save the beauty, his face was covered with blood. The blood was from Brother Hu's clothes, and he was about to die heroically when he could not hold on any longer. But Sui Ye actually ran away on her own? What's this? Li Nanfang suddenly felt the pleasure of being played like a bully. He immediately became angry and ashamed. He no longer had the heart to play with Brother Hu and the others. He wanted to summon up his power to knock down this gang of bullies, then catch up with Sui Ye and ask her indignantly why this happened. Sui Ye's unfair behavior made Li Nanfang, whose dream was shattered, stunned for a moment. Brother Hu seized the opportunity and grinned like a devil, raised the half-broken beer bottle and stabbed it hard into his lower abdomen. The jagged teeth of a beer bottle are much faster than a knife. If it really stabs someone, the person will die, but smoke will come out of their ancestors' graves. Li Nanfang certainly didn't care about the smoke coming out of his ancestral grave. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was about to kick Brother Hu to Java when suddenly a black afterimage flashed before his eyes and hit Brother Hu's chin heavily like a wooden stake. Brother Hu screamed miserably and swung the half-broken beer bottle in his hand, which flew backwards 3 to 5 meters and even knocked down a table. Wow! Amid the onlookers' exclamations of surprise, Li Nanfang saw Yuzatone. Yuzatone, dressed in a black suit and half-high riding boots, was like a divine general. She held Li Nanfang's left shoulder with both hands and kicked left and right with her slender right leg. Her movements were so light that she looked like she was dancing, and she was extremely eye-catching. Brother Tiger and the others who were so ferocious just now were now completely transformed into foils. They screamed and flew backwards. Some even lay on their backs, shaking their cheeks from side to side, and spewing out a blood mist with back teeth. Handsome. Yuzatone's movements when beating people are so cool. In Li Nanfang's eyes, the sharpness Yuzatone was currently displaying was just mediocre skills, but he was able to deal with street thugs like Brother Hu with ease. After kicking the last little brother to the ground, Yuzone, who was holding his shoulders, raised her beautiful legs high, posing a very cool pillar of incense facing the sky pose, slowly glanced at Brother Hu and others, and asked coldly, "Who else dares to come up?" No one dared to come up, including young Master Jin who had climbed up again. No one dared to shout at this moment. This woman is so powerful and perverted. She kicked 4 or 5 men like sandbags. Who can stand it? Yuzatone enjoyed this feeling of being the only one in the world. Her eyes became sharper. Just as she was about to sneer, she felt a hand secretly pulling the hem of her dress. Li Nanfang's weak voice rang out, "Auntie, you are exposed." Yuzatone was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that she was wearing a skirt suit. Although this pose looked cool and stylish, people could also see the scenery under her skirt. Fortunately, she didn't wear anything flesh-colored today, otherwise she would have been at a great loss. "Shut up." Yuzatone's pretty face turned red. She cursed in a low voice, "Shut up," and quickly put down her right leg. Li Nanfang kindly reminded him, "I saw the boy in the flowered shirt over there sneaking glances several times. Do you want to dig out his eyeballs? If you don't shut up, I'll beat you up too." Yuzatone squeezed out these words from between his teeth, raised his hand to push him away, turned around, and walked out. If Li Nanfang was not her legal husband, she would not come to such a messy place even if he was cut into pieces. "Wait, wait." Jin Shao suddenly yelled at the top of his voice, "You want to leave now?" Yuzatone stopped and turned around, looking at Jin Shao and asked with a sneer, "Why, do you want to get beaten?" Looking at the radiant Yuzatone, Li Nanfang really wanted to kneel down and worship her. Chapter 23. You are going to marry Yuzatone. Of course young Master Jin didn't want to get beaten. Didn't he see that people like Brother Hu, who were stronger than him, were knocked down easily by the beauty? If someone with his small body were kicked by her, wouldn't he be broken in the end? He called out to Yuzatone purely out of the idea of losing the fight but not the battle, just like 2 thugs fighting on the street. Even when one of them has been beaten to death, he still has to shout, "Don't leave, my brother is coming soon." "What's your name?" When Jin Shao was glanced at by Yuzatone's sharp eyes, he subconsciously shrank his neck. "Aunt, he is planning to take revenge on you in the future." Before Yuzatone could say anything, Li Nanfang, like a smug villain, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at young Master Jin. "Bah! Who do you think you are? You want to know our CEO Yu's name?" Yuzatone really wanted to slap Li Nanfang's mouth. "How can you talk like that? You yourself said that I am your CEO Yu. So what do you think there are many CEOs with the surname Yu in Qingshan City?" She suddenly understood that this boy had let the secret slip on purpose to make her hate him. "Okay, Li Nanfang, you called me and said you had no money, and I rushed over to give you the money. Is that fair to you? After seeing you get beaten up by a crowd of people, I rescued you, and this is how you repay me." Yuzatone narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at Li Nanfang, almost squeezing out every word from between her teeth. Li Nanfang felt a little guilty, realizing that what he did was not very decent. He smiled awkwardly and looked away. Hey, well, I just let it slip. Well, I still owe him 180 yuan. Yu Zitong gritted his teeth, took out 2 banknotes, slammed them heavily on the table, and walked away. $20 as a tip. No need to change. Li Nanfang said something and followed him out quickly. Yu Zitong's residence is only 3 miles away from here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come so quickly. It also proves that she still takes Li Nanfang seriously. If she didn't want to come, let alone 3 miles, even 30 or 50 meters would take half an hour. The reason why she cares about Li Nanfang so much is because of the awkward relationship between them. Even though she doesn't want to come, she can't control her fate. Who would have thought that she helped this guy with good intentions, but was sold out by him? How could she not be angry? Aunt, please listen to my explanation first. Li Nanfang was about to explain when Yu Zitong suddenly turned around and said in a sinister tone, Okay, then explain it to me. If you can't, I'll knock out all your teeth. Li Nanfang quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and said awkwardly, Well, we are even now, okay? What's even? Yu Zitong really didn't want to pay attention to this guy, but couldn't help but ask. Li Nanfang chuckled. You asked Minute Ru to pretend to be you, didn't you? Yu Zitong suddenly realized that he was still thinking about the time he was tricked. She suddenly wanted to cry. How could she be lucky enough to meet such a stingy man? Well, I won't do that again next time. Seeing her eyes dim, Li Nanfang felt a little guilty and made a serious promise. Next time, even if you are beaten to death, I will not care about you anymore. Yu Zitong said something sinister, opened the door and got in the car. The front of the car suddenly jumped forward and the engine roared as it rushed out. Next time, I won't care anymore, damn it. Looking at the grey night sky, and then looking back at Brother Hu and others who were leaning on the window glass and peeking out, Li Nanfang cursed, feeling inexplicably bored, and quickly walked onto the sidewalk with his hands in his trouser pockets. Buzz. Buzz. Li Nanfang had just returned to his hotel room when his cell phone started vibrating violently. It was the old man calling. Annoyed, Li Nanfang picked up the phone and asked unhappily, Old man, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about, dear disciple? I don't understand what you are saying, master. The old man is acting stupid over there. If it weren't for his master's wife, Li Nanfang would definitely give him the middle finger. Don't give me that. Why did you take all the money from my bank card? I don't even have money for a drink. I lost an adult tonight. Isn't this for your own good? The old man explained confidently. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fail. Only when you are penniless can you not move an inch. Only then can you stay by Zitong's side and for her safety. Stop chewing maggots. Li Nanfang sneered. Humph, you just don't trust me. Li Nanfang, always keep my word. Since I promised you something, I will do it. Do you have to play such a trick? It's just a bunch of money, let's not talk about it. The old man on the other side looked very proud, and then he changed the subject. Boy, I am calling you now to tell you some bad news. Li Nanfang didn't say anything. He took out the cigarette box and wanted to smoke, only to find that the box was empty. He wanted to buy it. Where could he buy it without any money? Luckily, there are still cigarette butts from last night in the ashtray, so I'll just have to make do with it. After waiting for a while without Li Nanfang speaking, the old man had no choice but to say, You're going to be in trouble. Taking a puff of cigarette, Li Nanfang sneered, TSK, don't I have enough troubles? This trouble is different. What's the difference? Is there a 3-legged monster coming to bite me? This time, someone is going to treat you as a love rival. Rival? Li Nanfang blinked, not understanding what was going on. What love rival? Oh, it's hard to put it into words. Let me tell you. The old man sighed over there. According to the gossip, a young talent will go to Qingshan City soon. Damn it, what's so great about the son of the Helen family? Why would he treat my apprentice as a love rival just to pursue my sister-in-law? Damn it, this is intolerable. Amid a string of foul language uttered by the old man, Li Nanfang finally understood what was going on. A guy with the surname Helen would soon come to Qingshan City, pursuing Yu Zitong with flowers in his hands. That Mr. Helen was Yu Zitong's instructor when she was in the National Security Bureau, and he had been interested in her for a long time. It is said that Master Helen was one of the top talents in Beijing. The commendatory words such as handsome and suave to describe men seem to have been invented specifically for him. Yu Zitong comes from a wealthy family and is very charming. When she is not in a bad mood, it is understandable that Master Helen would pursue her. There is nothing strange about it. Originally, no matter which man pursued Yu Zitong, it would not matter what happened to Li Nanfang. The key point was that he had to protect her closely now and even live with her at night. Then their relationship would definitely be misunderstood, and even if he explained, others would not believe it. But Li Nanfang would never explain, and said happily, okay, that guy must be a very powerful person, right? Let him protect her, and I can take the opportunity to escape. Before Li Nanfang could finish, the old man interrupted him. No. Li Nanfang sneered. Why not? The old man said arrogantly, if I say no, then it's no. Old man, explain to me clearly why it doesn't work. Li Nanfang was a little annoyed. Just when he was about to say that he would leave Qingshan City immediately after the Helen Master came, the old man suddenly said, because you are going to marry Yu Zitong. What? Li Nanfang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Old man, are you drunk? You actually want me to marry Yu Zitong? Damn it, you still dare to say anything. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? The old man said calmly, this is what your master's wife meant. She doesn't want any man other than you to harass Zitong. As for whether you listen to her or not, that's your business. I'm just conveying it. The sneer on Li Nanfang's face froze immediately. After the muscles on his face finally recovered, he realized that the old man had hung up the phone. Li Nanfang grabbed the water cup on the cabinet, drank the cold water in it in one gulp, then lay on his back on the bed, his mind in a mess. He vaguely guessed why his master's wife insisted on him protecting Yu Zitong. Perhaps Yu Zitong was not in any danger at all. The master's wife asked him to come so that they could try to get along with each other first, and then make the matter clear when the time was right. But the appearance of Mr. Helen disrupted the master's wife's step-by-step plan, which led to the old man calling. Especially when he thought about how much Yu Zitong hated him but still let him stay, Li Nanfang became more certain of what he was thinking. She might have known something for a long time but didn't tell me. Master's wife wants me to marry her younger sister? Then, wouldn't that mean that the old man and I would be two different people, messing up our generational relationships? Li Nanfang had a terrible headache. He held his head with both hands and tossed and turned in bed. It took a long time before he fell asleep. He had a dream tonight. He dreamed of many women whose faces he couldn't see clearly. They were naked and shaking their breasts. They tried to seduce him like foxes. When he woke up the next morning, he found that somewhere he felt wet and uncomfortable. Fortunately, he didn't have the bad habit of wearing his underwear to sleep, but he would definitely be cursed by the hotel laundry worker. Being cursed a few times was no big deal, and Mr. Li, who was a generous man, wouldn't mind if he couldn't hear it. Li Nanfang, who had a night of erotic dreams, had dark circles under his eyes and looked listless. When he arrived at Kaihuang Group with unsteady steps, it was already past 9 in the morning, a full hour and a half later than the normal working hours. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he saw a large circle of bright red roses placed on the ground in front of the hall door. A young man in a beige suit was holding a bunch of white roses in his arms. He had a disgusting smile on his face and looked up at the top of the building. This was an act of courtship, and even a country bumpkin could see it. However, only a country bumpkin would use such an old-fashioned method. Li Nanfang did not care. When he was about to walk around, Wang Defa walked over from the side. Li Nanfang and he were barely acquainted. He smiled and nodded to greet him, and casually asked, which beauty in our company is this guy pursuing? He is pursuing our President Yu. Lao Wang looked back and whispered like a thief, didn't you see that there was a line of words inside the circle, with flowers? Pursuing Mr. Yu. Li Nanfang's sleepiness immediately disappeared. He stared at the flowers on the ground with wide eyes and saw the words inside. Zitong, happy birthday. Oh shit, is this the Master Helen? Li Nanfang looked at the handsome young man again and asked Lao Wang, what's his name? Chapter 24, You are just a bad driver. His name is Feng Yanting, the young master of Qingshan City Yanshija Real Estate Company. I heard that he is worth tens of billions, an absolute diamond bachelor buddy. What's wrong with you? It's like you've been abused 800 times. Only then did Wang Defa notice that Li Nanfang looked unwell. The sleeves of his blue shirt were half fallen off, and there seemed to be black and red color on it. I encountered a few mad dogs last night. I fought with them for 300 rounds before I managed to escape. Of course Li Nanfang was too embarrassed to say it. This was what happened to him when he was pretending to be cool last night. He sniffed and walked towards Master Feng. If it was yesterday, let alone Master Helen or Master Feng, even if any random person came to pursue Yu Zitong, he wouldn't even bother to look at him. But it's no longer possible now. If he remains indifferent when others pursue Yu Zitong, the Master's wife will definitely be very angry. Speaking of Mr. Feng, will you die if you keep a low profile when pursuing women? Click, click, click. A crisp sound of footsteps came from the hall. Among the employees who were gathered at the door to watch the excitement, someone looked back and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, President Yu is here. What are you all doing standing here? Aren't you going to work? Uzatone, who was wearing a black OL suit, scolded coldly with a frosty face. With a whoosh, the employees scattered like frightened hornets. Uzatone snorted coldly and said nothing more. She frowned and looked outside the hall. She had known that Feng Yanting was coming, but she just didn't want to pay attention to him. Who the hell did he really think he could catch up with me just by having some money? But later I heard from Minute Ru that Feng Yanting had been standing at the door like a wooden stake for a long time, as if he was determined to stand there until the end of time unless Mr. Yu came out, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Uzatone became annoyed when she heard this. She was already very angry with Li Nanfang last night and had been in a bad mood ever since. Now a fly had flown over and attracted a lot of attention. How could she have the mood to work? She felt that it was time to have a good talk with Mr. Feng and persuade him to save his energy on courting other women. When he saw Uzatone finally appear, Feng Yanting smiled even more brightly. He raised his hand to smooth his greasy 3:7 hairstyle, coughed lightly, and was about to say something when someone came up from behind him, stepped on the bright and juicy roses, and stumbled. Ouch, who the hell threw garbage everywhere and made me almost fall down? The man danced his hands like he was ice skating, kicked his feet, and cursed. He finally stood firm, and the roses on the ground had been trampled into a mess. What are you doing? Master Feng spent a full half-hour arranging these roses, but now they were trampled into a mess. He was stunned for a moment, staring at Li Nanfang's eyes with anger that could probably set the building on fire. What are you doing? Are you walking? Are you blind and can't you see? Oh, I see. You threw the garbage on the ground, right? Li Nanfang suddenly realized what was going on. He pointed at the rose on the ground with a look of deep sorrow on his face. You look well-dressed and well-educated, but how come you don't have any sense of public morality? You litter everywhere. Do you know how hard it is for the security guards to clean up in the hot sun? You. Feng Yanting was so angry that his lips began to tremble. He really didn't know who was so blind that he actually regarded roses as garbage. If Uzatone had not been present, he would have had to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and would have slapped him in the face. In Qingshan City, no one dared to speak to him like this. Okay, since you are willing to learn, I won't pursue it. Go home and reflect on it yourself. Li Nanfang waved his hand generously, turned around and called to Wang Defa. Hey, give me the weapon in your hand. When Li Nanfang came, Wang Defa was cleaning the parking lot with a small broom. He was also a wonderful person. After hearing what he said, he hurried over and handed the thing to him. I say to young people, it's really not easy for working people to earn a living. Even if you don't have the heart to help, don't make things worse. Respecting the labor of others is respecting yourself. As if he were Master Feng's elder, Li Nanfang taught him earnestly, swept the withered flowers together, snatched the bunch of flowers in Master Feng's arms, threw them on the ground, rubbed them with his feet a few times, then nodded with satisfaction, returned the cleaning tools to Lao Wang, sighed with pain, turned around and walked up the stairs. Such a romantic courtship was disrupted by Li Nanfang. Feng Yanting had no face to stay here, let alone say anything to Uzatone. He glared at him fiercely with a sinister look, got into the car and left in a huff. Morning, Mr. Yu. When Li Nanfang saw Uzatone standing at the door, he nodded and bowed hurriedly to greet him. It's almost 10 o'clock. Is it still early? Uzatone asked back coldly. Almost 10 o'clock. Li Nanfang looked unconvinced and turned to look at the already high sun. Boss Yu, you are not lying to me, are you? Are you trying to find an excuse to deduct my bonus? Let me see. As he spoke, Li Nanfang went to hold Uzatone's right hand. Mr. Yu was wearing a small Kun watch on his right hand. With so many employees present, how could Uzatone let him touch her? She quickly stepped back and scolded in a low voice. Li Nanfang, show some respect. Li Nanfang felt a little regretful for not holding that little hand. He was about to say something with a wry smile when Uzatone twisted her slender waist, turned around and walked away. She finally realized that this guy was shameless. If she didn't leave quickly, who knows what nonsense he would say next. As for Li Nanfang's performance just now, Uzatone of course knew that he did it on purpose, but she didn't care. This was what she liked to see the most. Damn it, buddy, you're so awesome, you dare to offend Master Feng. Wang Defa ran over and held out his hand. Hello, my name is Wang Defa, the captain of the company's security team. Huh, what are you talking about, Mr. Feng and Mr. Yu? It's all bullshit. He doesn't even take a piss to look at his dignity. How can he be worthy of our beautiful President Yu? Li Nanfang laughed and shook hands with Wang Defa. Li Nanfang. Today is my first day at work. My position is yet to be determined. I could be the company's vice president or a driver for the small car team. Can the company's vice president be compared with the driver of a small car team? He should be the driver. It seems that this guy is just like me, and also likes to flatter himself. We can be considered as a fellow traveler. Wang Defa had a smile on his face as if he had met a close friend. He said that he would treat him to a drink when he has time in the future so that they could exchange experiences in certain areas. Li Nanfang would never refuse someone's kindness in inviting him to drink, so he readily agreed. He specifically asked when the salary was paid before walking into the hall. When Li Nanfang walked to the door, Sui Ye behind the customer service desk saw him. Li Nanfang is definitely not the kind of person who repays favors, but he also does not have the great sentiment of leaving the place after the work is done, hiding his merit and fame. He feels that Sui Ye's behavior last night is a blasphemy to the act of bravery and she should be punished accordingly. For example, tell her morally corrupt face last night in public, let her learn a profound lesson from it, so as not to scare the heroes. When she saw Li Nanfang coming over, Sui Ye immediately lowered her head and clenched the ballpoint pen tightly in both hands. Her knuckles turned white, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Li Nanfang leaned his elbows on the front desk, without saying a word, and looked at her with interest. The girl in the same class as Sui Ye wanted to say a few words to help her, but when she thought that Mr. Li had just been released, she dared not cause trouble for herself and lowered her head and pretended to check the registration form. Cough. Li Nanfang's cough sounded like a bolt from the blue to Sui Ye. Her body trembled violently and she closed her eyes in pain. She knew that Li Nanfang would start questioning her in front of her colleagues why she did that last night. If people knew that she went to the bar to work at night, she would be fired. Sui Ye. After hearing Li Nanfang calling her name, Sui Ye, with sweat already on her nose, raised her head and asked with a forced smile, "Vice President Li, what's up?" She knew she couldn't escape it, and she didn't want to explain why she did that last night. When she called Li Nanfang vice president, there was an obvious sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth. "What time is it now?" Li Nanfang asked. Sui Ye instinctively glanced at her phone. "It's 9:45. "Damn, it's almost 10 o'clock. Li Nanfang looked startled, turned around and walked quickly towards the elevator. Looking at Li Nanfang's back, Sui Ye was stunned. He came here just to ask me what time it was? Alas, I am always so kind. I need to change this bad habit. After walking out of the elevator, Li Nanfang shook his head, sighed, and walked towards the president's office. After seeing how nervous Sui Ye was, Li Nanfang felt that it would be cruel to ask her again why she was so disloyal last night, and he would be struck by lightning. After all, it was summer now, and if God said it would thunder, it would thunder. Of course, if Sui Ye was replaced by user tone, Li Nanfang would definitely not have any psychological burden. After all, his aunt is quite tough and has strong ability to withstand blows. The key is her attitude. It seemed as if she would never give Li Nanfang a smile in her life. After he pushed the door in, she didn't say a word, but just raised her hand and pointed outside the door. The little hands are white, and the index finger is as white as a scallion, which makes people want to take a bite. Li Nanfang was a little reluctant. "If I don't knock on the door, you won't let me in?" "Yes." Usertone replied coldly. "Okay then, I'll stand at the door." Li Nanfang folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the doorframe. "I just came to ask where my office is." Usertone wanted to laugh, but also wanted to go crazy. How can a lousy driver like you have an office? You can't say that. As the saying goes, there is no distinction between high and low jobs. Usertone interrupted him rudely. "No matter what, you are just a lousy driver." "Okay, I'm just a crappy driver, so don't expect to ride in a car driven by a crappy driver like me in the future." Facing Usertone's blow, Li Nanfang shrugged indifferently. "Then you should at least tell me where you are going to work, right? Go find Minute Ru. She will make the arrangements. The secretary's office is right across the street." After Usertone finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued working, ignoring him. "TSK, is that amazing?" Li Nanfang muttered something in a low voice, slammed the door shut, turned around and walked to the door of the secretary's office, raised his hand, pushed it open and walked in. "Ah!" A frightened girl screamed. Chapter 25. I am best suited for gigolos. Li Nanfang finally realized what a tasteless and bad habit it was to break into someone else's room without knocking. But he didn't plan to change it, by the way. If he knocked on the door and waited for permission before coming in, would he be able to see the beautiful woman changing clothes? Can you see the cute look of the beautiful woman throwing the clothes in her hands to the ground after being frightened, jumping on the ground like a little white rabbit, and covering her hands all over, not knowing what to cover? This child was really scared. She covered her chest for a while, then covered the space between her two beautiful legs. However, She couldn't cover the two little rabbits on top by covering the bottom, and she couldn't cover the bottom by covering the top. Nanfang really wanted to lend her a pair of hands, sincerely. You wouldn't have guessed she has quite a nice figure. She must be around 36D, which is totally inconsistent with her appearance as a little cutie. It's simply outrageous. Staring straight at the part of Minute Ru that couldn't be covered with one hand, Nanfang swallowed his saliva, and the girl began to cry. Get out. Oh, sorry. Nanfang finally woke up from his dream, turned around and went out, closing the door. He was so frightened that he leaned against the wall of the corridor, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He raised his hand and patted his chest, muttering over and over, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Minute Ru's scream was so shrill that it was impossible for Uzatone in the opposite office not to hear it. He might even be looking out through the peephole. Mr. Lee had to pretend to be frightened to prove that he had just made a mistake accidentally and had no intention of being a hooligan. Fortunately, it is around 10 o'clock, the busiest time for each department, and no one comes to the president's office floor. Otherwise, Minute Ru would be so ashamed that she would jump off the building, which would be a sin. After waiting for a full half hour, Nanfang raised his hand and knocked gently on the door of the secretary's office. Naturally, no one agreed, but there was no sound of crying either. Alas, after all, I am not as shameless as Uzatone, who dares to run into a man's bathtub and offer herself to him. Nanfang sighed in his heart and knocked on the door again. This time, Minute Ru spoke inside, with a trembling voice. Who? Secretary Minute, it's me, Nanfang. Nanfang replied in a low voice. Can I come in? I have something to ask. It's really something to ask. It's about work. Come in. After Minute Ru was silent for a long time, she finally allowed him to go in. The girl was sitting at the desk in front of the window, looking out the window with a side profile, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. Secretary Minute, I'm sorry for what I did just now. I didn't mean it. Nanfang rubbed his hands and explained somewhat awkwardly. You didn't see anything just now, right? Minute Ru asked without turning her head. What did you see? Nanfang looked confused. Secretary Minute, I don't understand what you were talking about. Since the girl was pretending to be stupid, Nanfang had to cooperate by acting stupid. Although this method was suspected of being self-deceptive, it was the only way to resolve the embarrassment at the moment. Minute Ru turned around, with tears still on her face, and said word by word, Nanfang, if I hear any rumors in the future, I will. Nanfang quickly patted his chest and promised, I will kill to silence the witnesses. If one person tells, I will kill that person. If two people tell, I will kill both. What if you said so? How could I say that? Nanfang looked very strange. I'm not stupid. How could I share something good with others after seeing it? Minute Ru's pale face suddenly turned red. She reached out and grabbed the pen and threw it at him, crying, Nanfang, you are despicable. You just said you didn't see anything. It's just a joke. Secretary Minute, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Nanfang raised his hand and grabbed the pen, with a face full of embarrassing smile, and quickly changed the subject. Well, Secretary Minute, I came to see you this time because of General Yu's order. She said you would arrange specific work for me. Although Minute Ru's current state was not suitable for talking about work, it seemed that only by talking about work could she divert her embarrassment. She took the pen carefully handed over by Nanfang, wiped her cheek with a tissue, and then said, You go to work in the small car team. Nanfang looked very disappointed. You're not going to be the vice president. Vice president? Minute Ru was stunned for a moment. Did President Yu say that he would arrange for you to be the vice president? No, she's so stingy. How could she arrange for me to be the vice president? Nanfang shook his head and said regretfully, That's what I thought. Minute Ru was once again impressed by Nanfang's shamelessness. She couldn't help but laugh. What do you think? Nanfang, why didn't you think that President Yu would give up the position of CEO to you? Nanfang said seriously, Actually, I think I am the most suitable person to be the president. Cheeky. Minute Ru curled her lips. Nanfang smiled slightly and thought, If I am not shameless, can I make you happy? Sacrificing his own face to make the beautiful woman happy, Nanfang seemed to see his own majestic image. The Kaihuang Group's car team, like the security duty room, is located on the first floor of the headquarters building, but one is on the west side and the other on the east side of the building. There are more than a dozen people in the car team, all of them are men, and each driver is a prominent figure, either the brother-in-law of this vice president or the cousin of that minister. The work is not much, but the salary is not low. One person is more than capable of doing the work of two security guards. But it doesn't matter. Almost all companies are like this. Which leader doesn't T want to pull his relatives and friends down? Boss you hasn't yet made it clear which car you'll drive. He probably wants you to get familiar with the work environment first and get to know your colleagues. After hearing Minute Ru say this, Li Nanfang was a little puzzled. He remembered very clearly that Yu Zitong had agreed with him yesterday that he would be her private driver after he officially started working, so that it would be convenient for him to go to and from get off work with her. However, Li Nanfang was not so shameless as to drive for her. He would rather just stay in the car team and wait for death waiting to die was not an option. He also hoped that the master's wife would change her unrealistic idea and let him fly freely in the outside world. Minute Ru didn't know what Li Nanfang was thinking, so she warned him, "When you go to the car class, you have to be careful." Li Nanfang asked, "What should I pay attention to?" The drivers in the small car team all have backgrounds. Before she could finish her words, Li Nanfang interrupted her with a sneer. "TSK, no matter how strong their backgrounds are, can they compare to me?" Minute Ru frowned. "I know you have made mistakes before and your worldview is a bit distorted. But can't you be more ambitious?" Li Nanfang blinked his eyes. "What kind of ambition do you have? It feels like you are just a freeloader." Minute Ru, who was gentle in nature, was somewhat embarrassed for the first time speaking of a man like this. Li Nanfang opened his mouth, pointed with his backhand and asked, "What do you think of the quality of my teeth?" It must be said that this boy has nice teeth, so white and neat that Minute Ru envied him. Thinking that he was showing off his nice teeth, she deliberately distorted the facts. They are almost rotten, not much better than those of an 80-year-old woman. He, Secretary Minute, you really have a keen eye." Li Nanfang chuckled. "With teeth like this, it's best to be a freeloader." Minute Ru really didn't want to talk to such a shameless person, so she waved her hand and said, "Okay, go away. Let me discuss something." "Explain." "Give me some money to spend. I promise to pay you back when I get my salary." "No money. $500 will do." "Not a cent." Minute Ru said this, but she took out 2 bills from her small bag and slapped them on the table. "Don't forget to pay back the money when the time comes. If you don't pay back the money on time, you will be charged higher interest." "How stingy. Only 200. Li Nanfang took the banknotes and clapped them in his hands. "That's all, don't give up." Minute Ru was a little angry. There was a total of 1,000 yuan in her bag, which was all her living expenses for July. She had just been thinking about how to get through the last few days at the end of the month after lending Li Nanfang 200 yuan. She didn't expect that this guy would think it was not enough. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Don't waste it. Li Nanfang stretched his neck to look inside her bag. Minute Ru hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth. "What are you looking at so slyly? Do you think you can just look at a girl's bag casually? I only care about money. Who cares about the earl inside you?" Before Minute Ru could get angry, Li Nanfang rushed to the door like a rabbit, opened the door, took one step, then turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, there's something I haven't told you." She's so nagging, just like an old woman. Minute Ru frowned and asked impatiently, "What else is there? Tell me." "I don't have a driver's license. Can I work in the car class?" Without waiting for Minute Ru to say anything, Li Nanfang slammed the door shut. He was not lying. He really didn't have a driver's license, but he could guarantee that he could fly a plane safely into the sky, and he could certainly drive a car with his eyes closed. This girl must have some financial difficulties. It's a huge loss for her to lend me 200 yuan. When Li Nanfang stretched his neck to look into the person's bag just now, he saw the miscellaneous items inside at a glance. Whether it was lipstick, mobile phone, or women's necessities, they were all cheap items. Since Minute Ru is Yu Zitong's secretary, her salary and benefits must be much higher than those of ordinary employees. She is so beautiful and is at the age when she loves beauty the most. If she has no financial difficulties, why would she use those cheap products? However, he did not intend to intervene, because from these things, he could see that Minute Ru, who seemed gentle on the surface, had a strong self-esteem. She was not like some girls who advocated material enjoyment and would do anything for money. The doors of the car team's duty room are 2 glass doors. From the outside, you can see that there are many people sitting around a table, holding banknotes in their hands, shouting and yelling with red faces and thick necks. It was obvious that they were gambling at cards. These days are really comfortable. Li Nanfang smiled. In his eyes, these drivers were not human beings, but a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, showing off their fatness to him, the evil wolf. Didn't Minute Ru tell him that the drivers of the small car team have good salaries and benefits, and they are all royal relatives with backgrounds? Most importantly, they love gambling. If Mr. Li, who risked his reputation to borrow money for 200 yuan, could let them go, God would probably laugh at him for being useless. Chapter 26. A new driver came to the car team. The drivers of the small car team are playing 3 cards. The 3 cards are also called tractors. They are easy to understand and are popular all over the country, suitable for all ages. This game requires observing people's words and expressions, and can best test people's psychological qualities. It is really a must-have for con men to sharpen their knives and slaughter sheep. The drivers play with a minimum bet of $5 and a maximum bet of $200. If they are lucky in the morning, it is easy to win $3,000 or $2,000. Similarly, if they are unlucky and hit a big hand, they can lose $100 or $800. Count me in. Li Nanfang squeezed into the crowd and slapped a $100 bill on the table. The man dealing the cards now was a man with a small moustache. His face flushed and he was laughing heartily. It was obvious at a glance that he had won money. Although he did not know Li Nanfang, who had suddenly joined in, no one would chase away someone who was giving money, so he dealt the cards to him first. There were 7 people playing, several of them were just watching, and one was making a sad face, and it was obvious that he was a loser. The next player is talking. Black 2 shows 5, Black 4 shows 10, 200 is the maximum. After the man with a mustache dealt the cards, he urged Li Nanfang to speak. Black 2 and Bright 5 means betting 20 yuan without looking at the cards. After others look at the cards and think that the cards in their hands are valuable, they have to bet at least 50 yuan. Li Nanfang shouted without even looking at it, Black 20. And the next player immediately followed with 20. Some were dark, some were bright. In the blink of an eye, Li Nanfang became familiar with everyone and started shouting at the top of his voice. There is a saying among the people that goes, people at the gambling table are no longer people, and money at the gambling table is no longer money. There are no fathers and sons at the gambling table. Once gambling gets intense, even men have to settle the accounts. Similarly, the money that you have worked hard to earn is now like money, thrown down like leaves. Before Li Nanfang came, the man with a mustache was the absolute winner, as he collected money 6 out of 10 times. More than 10 minutes later, the stack of bills in the man with a small mustache had become noticeably thinner, but Li Nanfang, who had only taken out 100 yuan as capital, saw his trouser pockets bulge out. Come on, get down to the bottom. Li Nanfang inserted the cards quickly and shouted at the same time. Fuck, I don't want to play anymore. My hands stink today. A security guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and withdrew from the battlefield. The other few people also cursed and said they didn't want to play anymore. Hey, it's just the 2 of us, do you want to play? Li Nanfang asked the man with a small mustache. Play, why not play? The man with the mustache gave him a gloomy look, stretched out his hand and cut the cards. This is it. He began to suspect that Li Nanfang was cheating. Li Nanfang didn't care at all. He dealt the cards with a smile and said, You talk. You win or lose in one go. Bet all your money. The man with the mustache pushed up all the money in his hand, which looked like about 2,000 yuan. Li Nanfang was stunned for a moment. Brother, didn't they say the upper limit is 200? Isn't this against the rules? The mustache sneered. Now the rules have changed. The winner is determined by one hand. Then don't play. I don't like playing with people who don't follow the rules. Li Nanfang started to collect the money, but was stopped by the man with a mustache. Why, you want to leave now that you've won the money? I didn't plan to leave. I just thought you were not following the rules. Here, what I say is the rule, and you have to obey it. The man with a small mustache looked arrogant and interrupted Li Nanfang's words. Okay, let's decide the outcome in one go. Li Nanfang seemed a little afraid of the man with a mustache. After thinking for a while, he took out the money and threw it all on the table. You open your cards first. The man with a mustache learned his lesson and let Li Nanfang show his cards first. Li Nanfang didn't waste any time and just turned the cards over. It was a bad deck, with the biggest being the 8 of hearts. The onlookers immediately booed in unison, looking very happy at his misfortune. People are like this, always hoping that the winners will lose everything, as long as they themselves are not the winners. The man with a mustache also smiled. He had finally turned the tables after a last-ditch effort. His cards didn't need to be very good. As long as he had one card bigger than 8, all of Li Nanfang's money would be his. He began to flip the cards, slowly and methodically, one by one, and seemed to be enjoying the joy of victory. The first card was the 7 of clubs, which was okay, as there were still 2 cards left. But when the second card was the 4 of hearts, the man with the mustache began to tremble with his hand as he flipped the cards, and he didn't even dare to turn over the last card. Zhong Ban, you better hurry up. The people who are slow are itching to get it. Some of the onlookers lost their patience and urged the man with a mustache to turn over the cards. The man with a mustache glared at the man and suddenly turned over the last card, the 6 of diamonds. 3 cards, 3 suits, the highest point is 7, and none of them can exceed 8. There were even louder boos. Fuck, how could it be that I am so unlucky? Few thanks for letting me go, bro. I really do. Li Nanfang heaved a long sigh of relief and politely stretched out his hand to take the money. I'm treating you at noon today. Everyone, please don't be polite. Anyone who is polite is looking down on me. Etc. The man with a mustache shouted and reached out to grab Li Nanfang's wrist. Friend, what do you mean? Li Nanfang raised his head with some confusion and asked. The man with the mustache glared at him fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Boy, you are cheating. Haha, what you said is meaningless. The smile on Li Nanfang's face faded. Did you see me cheating? The man with a mustache had no idea that Li Nanfang was up to something, so he just insisted that he was cheating. Li Nanfang asked coldly, What do you want? Put our money down, take your $100, and I'll pretend this never happened. The man with a mustache started to act like a spoiled brat, but he received unanimous praise from the others. Dementia. Li Nanfang cursed contemptuously and started to siphon money again. Fuck, you didn't hear me. The man with a mustache became anxious and reached out to grab Li Nanfang's collar. Before he touched it, he felt as if his chin was hit by a sledgehammer. His head tilted back and fell on the chair behind him with a bang. Spicy guy, you dare to hit me. The man with the mustache howled. Come on, if you kill this guy, it's mine. Divide the money among us, I don't want my share. He said that if he beat Li Nanfang to death, the responsibility would be his, but no one responded, knowing that it was bullshit. However, his later words were so inflammatory that the drivers, who had long been jealous of Li Nanfang's winnings, looked at each other, shouted in unison, and rushed forward with their fists raised. Li Nanfang especially looks down on people who can't afford to lose. It's your fault because you can't cheat. Plus, he was beaten by brother whose gang when he was pretending to be cool last night, so he has a lot of anger and has no place to vent it. Now someone rushes up to be his fist, which is exactly what he wants. Of course he won't be polite. With a lot of crackling and clattering sounds, Li Nanfang showed off his skills, punching the Beishan nursing home and kicking the Nanhai kindergarten. In the blink of an eye, he knocked more than a dozen people to the ground. Finally, he put his feet on the chair and ripped open his shirt, revealing a body full of green tattoos, the standard azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, black tortoise in the middle, and a naked beauty tattooed on his chest. These tattoos were all applied by Li Nanfang using tattoo paper, and paired with his bald head, they fit his image as a rapist. By the way, if someone who has been in prison does not have tattoos, can he still be called a criminal? Li Nanfang patted the beautiful girl tattoo on his chest and asked with a grin. Fuck, who's still not convinced? Get up and keep going. I'll keep you company until the end. You're too young to play tough with me. Who are you? The little mustache with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth finally remembered to ask who Li Nanfang was. Li Nanfang, Musa Li, the southern part of the northern swallow flying south. Li Nanfang gave his name in a very bachelor manner, and then started to swipe the money. Every time he saw a new bill, he would kiss it on the mouth with his eyes shining, as if he saw his old lover whom he hadn't seen for 80 years. Now I'm rich, a total of 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. It is said that gambling is the best way to get rich, and it is absolutely true. The mustache guy continued to ask, What do you do? The new driver of the small car team. Li Nanfang casually stated his job title, spat on his fingers, and began to count the money. If making money can be considered a sport, then this is definitely Li Nanfang's favorite. Although he has earned tens of millions so far, all the money is in the hands of the old man, who says that he wants to keep it for him to find a wife. When he came to Qingshan City this time, the old man did give him 30,000 yuan, but it was taken away yesterday. Now he is a complete pauper. He wiped his mustache, his face full of disbelief. What? Are you the new driver from the small car team? The other drivers were also stunned. Oh my God, could this guy be a new driver? Not only did he win our money, he also beat us up. This is the prelude to his death. Li Nanfang counted the money quickly. Yes, it's the new driver of the small car team 5118. I want to give it to you. It's a very auspicious number. People are like this. Once they are sure that someone who is very powerful is actually their subordinate, even if they have just been abused like a dog, they will immediately become energetic and yell, Fuck, do you know who I am? Li Nanfang raised his foot and kicked the mustache man who just got up to the ground, then stepped on his chest and sneered, Fuck, do you think my ears don't matter? Didn't you hear others calling you Zhongban? A little squad leader is showing off his authority to me. Do you really think you are the emperor? If you dare to glare at me and curse me again, do you believe I will kick all your teeth out? The mustache wilts immediately. When he fails to scare the young man even after showing off his official status, the smartest thing to do is to endure it. After all, the means to defeat a person do not just rely on strong fists. Be willing to accept defeat. This is the basic virtue that every gambler should have. Don't let me look down on you. Of course, if anyone wants to cause trouble, that's fine. Anyway, I just got out of prison a few days ago, and it won't be a big deal to go back in. Li Nanfang retracted his legs, yawned, walked to the sofa next to him and lay down, covered his eyes with his arms and said, "Stop making a fuss, buddy, take a nap first, and call me when it's time to eat." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh, so he is the person who was released from prison. People who have been in prison are really crazy. But no matter how crazy he is, he will be fired soon. Didn't you see that Zhong Ban has already started making phone calls? Zhong Ban is Vice President Chi's brother-in-law. Chapter 27. Don't mess with him anymore. After the man with a mustache finished calling his brother-in-law, he did not wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was the main evidence to accuse Li Nanfang of abusing him. The other drivers didn't move either. They were either standing or sitting, staring at the phone on the table. Everyone thought that it would not be long before the phone would ring, and the leader in charge of logistics would summon Li Nanfang to his office, and then of course, this guy would be fired. Even though he won $4,000 or $5,000, it would be fine as long as this guy can get out of here. After all, we are all good citizens. Why would we hang out with a released prisoner? Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang as expected, and who had a mustache next to him, grabbed it and put it to his ear. "I'm Zhong Wei from the small car team, brother-in-law. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Vice President Chi scolded him, then softened his tone. "Zhong Wei, bear with it, and don't provoke him in the future. It's because of Secretary Minute. Minute Ru's official status in Kai Huang Group is far inferior to that of Vice President Chi, but he is President Yu's confidant. It is said that he is a 7th-rank official of the Prime Minister's domain. Only a fool like Vice President Chi would offend President Yu's favorite for the sake of his cousin. Zhong Wei couldn't even afford to offend his brother-in-law, so he didn't have the courage to offend Secretary Minute. No one could hear what Vice President Chi said to Zhong Ban on the phone, but seeing the frustrated look on his face, they guessed that this released prisoner must be of some importance and not someone that their brother-in-law could mess with. When they looked at Mr. Li, who was already fast asleep, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. People with backgrounds and who had been in jail were the most terrifying. Li Nanfang was really tired after having erotic dreams all night last night. He felt more comfortable lying on the sofa than sleeping in a hotel. When he was awakened by the rumbling sound of his stomach, it was already dark. There was no one in the car team's duty room. Only the hissing sound of the air conditioner could be clearly heard. These guys are so damn unkind. They called me at lunchtime, but let me sleep until now. Sitting up with yawns and tears in his eyes, Li Nanfang stared at the door for a while before he stood up and walked to the basin to wash his face. The shock of cold water made me feel more energetic and my stomach growled even louder. "Hey, Li Nanfang, you really came to work in the small car team. Awesome." Li Nanfang had just walked out of the duty room when Wang Defa, who was patrolling with 2 people, came over with an envious look on his face. "It's so late, and you're just leaving." Staying firm in our post and treating the company as our home is the glorious duty that we should abide by. After shouting a slogan, Li Nanfang asked, "Are you on duty tonight?" After receiving a positive answer, Li Nanfang said with some regret, "Oh, what a coincidence. I wanted to invite you for a drink." "I can leave my post." "That won't do. Liao Wang, what is the most important thing for us employees? We must be worthy of the salary that President Yu gives us. Some other day, some other day." Li Nanfang smiled and patted Liao Wang on the shoulder, looked up at the busy road, and walked over quickly. He was a little puzzled. Yu Zitong told him yesterday that she would stay at her house tonight, so why didn't she call him when she got off work? Women, you always don't keep your word. This is a bad habit and you must change it. Standing on the side of the road, Li Nanfang took out his mobile phone and called Yu Zitong. After it rang for a long time, Yu Zitong finally answered the phone, speaking in a calm tone without any kinship. "What's the matter?" "You seem to have said that I could come to your house tonight." "Then come on. Villa 37 in the Garden Villa district." "I haven't had dinner yet. You think I will serve you?" Yu Zitong interrupted Li Nanfang coldly and hung up the phone. "TSK, I don't need you to serve me. Who can guarantee that you won't put rat poison in the food?" Li Nanfang pressed his rumbling stomach and raised his hand to stop a taxi. Garden Villa area. After getting on the car, Li Nanfang first told the destination, and then said, "Brother, I'm a little hungry. Let's find a place to stop and eat first and then go." The street in front of Kai Huang Group is basically full of professional office buildings, with almost no hotels, let alone Li Nanfang's favorite barbecue stall. Go a few kilometers ahead and turn left. It's on the right road. There's a 4-star hotel with good food. The taxi driver turned his head and looked at him and asked casually, "Where are we going to eat?" "Dude, look at what I'm wearing. Do I look like someone who can afford a 4-star hotel meal?" Li Nanfang grabbed his blue shirt and shivered, thinking, this guy must be specifically soliciting customers from that hotel and taking kickbacks from them. Sure enough, the driver looked at Li Nanfang again and lowered his eyes, but he still had some conscience. There is also a barbecue stall in front of the hotel parking lot. "Okay, let's go have some barbecue, man. You haven't had dinner yet, right?" Li Nanfang looked concerned. The taxi driver, who had already had dinner, seemed to hear something from his concern and quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm really hungry." "Oh, it's really not easy to do this job." Li Nanfang sighed with compassion, took out his cell phone, looked down at it, and said no more. The driver felt like he was being played a trick. His face suddenly fell and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car immediately started to hum, like a car participating in the Dakar rally. Just as the driver said, there was indeed a 4-star hotel a few kilometers later. The parking lot was full of various cars and business seemed to be booming. There is a barbecue stall on the sidewalk, with a lot of foodies. The owner, wearing a white hat, looks more like a mourner than a frontier compatriot, and is busy having fun. "Why don't we get off the bus and eat something?" When opening the car door, Li Nanfang politely invited the driver. Seeing that the driver didn't want to pay attention to him, he didn't get too enthusiastic. He smiled and walked towards a small table. Li Nanfang knew that when the taxi was not moving, passengers still had to pay by the minute, just with a discount. He didn't want to let the evil-minded driver take advantage of him, so he ordered dozens of skewers and 4 bottles of beer, ready to make a quick decision and let other diners see what a real foodie is. When the kebabs came up, Li Nanfang had already drunk 2 bottles of beer. It is said that beer can be eaten as a meal, as long as you don't urinate on it. Li Nanfang deeply agrees with this. Li Nanfang quickly finished the battle, skewering almost 10 pieces per minute. After paying the bill, he was about to leave when he saw several young men and women walking out of the hotel talking and laughing. One of them was wearing a white long dress and had black hair draped over her shoulders. She looked like a fairy under the light. "Hey, isn't that Minute Ru?" Li Nanfang recognized the girl. This morning, he borrowed 200 yuan from someone. Now that he has money, he should pay it back. As the saying goes, if you borrow money well, you should repay it well. It won't be difficult to borrow again, right? Minute Ru came to the hotel for dinner tonight because a high school friend invited her and she couldn't refuse. Hui, goodbye, drive slowly on the road. Waving goodbye and watching the cars of several classmates drive away, Minute Ru held the small bag in front of her belly with both hands, walked to the bus stop, and looked to the left. She was waiting for the bus. "Hi, Secretary Minute." After hearing someone calling her position in the company, Minute Ru turned around and saw Li Nanfang walking towards her quickly. Thinking of the incident this morning when this guy saw her naked, Minute Ru blushed, then pretended nothing had happened and said with a smile, "Li Nanfang, why are you here?" "We had some barbecue." "Why? Are you having dinner with your good friends tonight?" "Well, my high school classmates treated me." Minute Ru nodded, raised her hand to push back the hair hanging on her shoulders, and asked, "I heard that you had a fight in the car class this morning." "Those guys deserved a beating. They bullied me because I just went there." Of course, Li Nanfang would not say that he fought because he won all the other person's money. He felt that Minute Ru should be very disgusted with gambling. "Is there anything we can't discuss? You just got out. It's best not to cause trouble." The tone in which Minute Ru persuaded him was very much like an older sister persuading a younger brother who had made a mistake. Li Nanfang really enjoyed this feeling. Being a child without a sister is so miserable. Seeing that Li Nanfang was always smiling, Minute Ru didn't want to say anything more serious. "Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Li Nanfang nodded and held out his hand. "Here." "What?" Minute Ru saw that it was 200 yuan and smiled. "It's to pay back. Where did you get the money?" "I borrowed it from a colleague." "Why do I need to borrow and pay back the money? I'm not in a hurry to spend it. You can take it first." Minute Ru shook her head and said, "Sure, someone dares to lend you money just one day after you started working. This shows that you have good relationships with people." "Of course, you lent me money, didn't you?" Li Nanfang laughed and refused several times. Then he naturally took Minute Ru's left hand and put 200 yuan in her palm. "Take it. When I can't make it anymore, I'll lend it to you. Next time you borrow, the interest rate will really be higher." Seeing Li Nanfang's firm attitude, Minute Ru did not force him anymore. She put the money away and waved goodbye to him. "Although she helped my aunt to deceive me, She is a good girl. Why don't you try to pursue her? After getting in the car, Li Nanfang looked back at her and felt a little moved. Dude, you parked for less than 20 minutes, so I'll count it as 20 minutes. I'll charge you an extra $4. Don't. After the taxi driver started the car, he reminded him in a muffled voice. Li Nanfang took out a $5 bill and slapped it on the dashboard. Are you bullying me because I don't have money? This extra dollar is considered a tip. This must have been the first time the taxi driver received a $1 tip. He was extremely depressed and stepped on the accelerator to speed up when Li Nanfang shouted, "Stop!" The driver was startled. What's wrong? Parking is not allowed here. Fuck, then go away and don't ask for the taxi fare. Li Nanfang didn't care that the car was still moving. He pushed open the door and jumped out. The driver was so scared that he braked quickly and yelled, "Are you fucking going to die?" Li Nanfang ignored him. After landing, he staggered and ran towards the bus stop. Just after he gave the taxi driver a $1 tip, he casually glanced back and happened to see a man approaching Minute Ru who was waiting for the bus and making some physical advances towards her. Girl, stop pretending to be a decent woman. I saw that guy giving you money just now. The middle-aged man with a big belly stuffed a stack of banknotes into Minute Ru's arms, stretched out his hands to hug her neck, and said with a breath of alcohol, "Come with me, 3,000 a night, which is 30% higher than the market price. You should be content." Chapter 28. Boy, you dare to attack the police. Minute Ru was almost scared to tears. She never thought that someone would mistake her for a call girl and touch her in the street. I'm not, you misunderstood. I'm not in that line of work. Minute Ru shook her hands repeatedly and tried to hide backwards, hoping that those waiting for the bus could help her. There were many people waiting for the bus nearby, and some of them were brave enough to do something righteous. However, as the middle-aged man said, someone also saw her arguing with Li Nanfang and gave her 200 yuan. At the entrance of a hotel at night, a girl asked a man for money. What else could it be other than service fees? Just now, when Minute Ru said that she didn't need the money for the time being and Li Nanfang insisted on paying it back, people thought that she didn't want the money because it was too little. Some righteous people even curled their lips and said, how could she, with such a pretty face, do such a dirty job? So when they saw her being harassed and taken away by the middle-aged man, not only did no one care, but they even backed away with disgust on their faces, fearing that they would be contaminated by bad luck. Fuck, girl, you think the money is not enough. The middle-aged man grabbed Minute Ru's arm and pulled her towards him, shouting proudly, as long as you can serve me well, money is not a problem. I'll give you as much as you want. Get out of here. Minute Ru struggled hard, but with her weak body, how could she break free? The man dragged her towards a Blackland Rover nearby. Help! Help! I'm not a prostitute. I'm not. The man who was in a state of panic was now extremely strong. When he opened the car door and pushed Minute Ru into the car, she noticed that there was a middle-aged woman sitting in the backseat and immediately screamed for help. But the middle-aged woman had a cold fat face and just stared at her with vicious eyes, regardless. Shati, the guy next door, you are pretending to be a chaste woman now. Seeing Minute Ru crying and holding the car door tightly and refusing to get in, the man's temper finally flared up, and he raised his right hand and slapped her in the face. Women are like this. They will only respond to hard tactics and will not respond to soft tactics. If you don't give them a taste of your power, they will not become obedient. With a snap, the man's raised right hand was grabbed by someone and he could no longer pull out his fist. Who is it? Why are you meddling in other people's business? The man was furious. Before he could turn around to see who was so bold as to ruin his boss house good deeds, his body flew up into the air and hit the front windshield of the Land Rover with a whoosh, like a scarecrow blown by a strong wind. With a loud bang, Boss How's body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, smashed the windshield into pieces. The onlookers were all stunned. Who the hell is this, so powerful? Li Nanfang woo, woo. Minute Ru, who was already in despair, suddenly saw Li Nanfang appear like a hurricane, and threw Boss How into the car. She was so happy that she burst into tears and hugged his arm. Wait by the side and see how I deal with this grandson. Li Nanfang patted Minute Ru on the back, pulled her behind him, and when he looked at Boss How, a grim smile appeared on his face. Even though he had only known Minute Ru for a few days and she had helped use a tongue to play tricks on Li Nanfang, he could see that she was a very kind girl. Now there was a man as fat as a pig bullying her in the street. Did he really think there was no law? Even if there is really no law, Li Nanfang is the law, damn. Damn it, you dare to hit me. After all, Boss How is thick-skinned and tough. After being thrown hard by Li Nanfang, he was still able to struggle to get up. He raised his finger and pointed at him, yelling, "You little bastard, you're dead this time, ah." Before Boss How could finish his words, Li Nanfang grabbed his outstretched right index finger and suddenly twisted it upwards. As he howled like a slaughtered pig, the thick fat finger stuck to the back of his hand. Li Nanfang didn't care that he was about to pass out from the pain. He grabbed his wrist and pulled it down, then grabbed his hair and slammed him against the car hood. Bang, bang. He treated Boss How's head as a hammer, and every time he hit the hood of the car, a big hole would appear on it, and there would be blood. The bystanders were completely stunned, and even Minute Ru was frightened. She stared at Li Nanfang with her mouth wide open, and her whole body began to tremble. Cruel. Apart from these two words, everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't think of any other words to describe Li Nanfang's evil deeds. Didn't they see that the fat man couldn't even scream when he was hit for the third time? Whether Li Nanfang was pretending to be cool in the bar or teaching those drivers a lesson, he was just joking. But now he really wanted to kill and activated the devil hidden in his body. Kill him, kill him. Stop, stop. The fat woman sitting in the back seat of the Land Rover was the first to react. She jumped out of the car and screamed, swinging the small bag in her hand and hitting Li Nanfang. You little beast, how dare you hit my husband? She didn't notice that Li Nanfang's eyes began to turn red. He laughed strangely, snatched the small bag that she threw at him, swung his arm with a whistling sound, and hit the fat face that was covered with brand name cosmetics. There was a loud thud and Mrs. Howe fell face down on the car door and slid to the ground. Stop! Another loud shout came from behind. Someone grabbed Li Nanfang's shoulders. It was also a woman's voice, very clear and pleasant to hear. Li Nanfang didn't care now. He just felt someone reaching out to pull him from behind, so he raised his right elbow and punched back hard. With a bang, it hit the woman behind him solidly, and it seemed to hit her chest right away. It was soft and super elastic, and its pressure resistance should be excellent. Bai Linga never dreamed that as the deputy captain of the criminal police team of Qingshan City Bureau, when she was trying to stop a fight on the street, a gangster actually hit her hard in the chest, causing her eyes to go black and she couldn't breathe. Don't do it. These are the police, the police. After seeing that Li Nanfang even beat up the policeman, Minute Ru was really scared. She quickly hugged him and reminded him to open his eyes and look when he beat people. What? The police? After being hugged by Minute Ru, the girl's charming body fragrance was like a stream of clear spring water in the hot summer. It made Li Nanfang suddenly sober up and the blood color in his pupils quickly faded. Then, he was overcome by a boundless tiredness and leaned on Minute Ru and looked back. That's right. The person who was hit hard on the chest by him just now was a police officer. She was very young and was squatting on the ground with her hands on her chest. Her pretty face was distorted in pain and cold sweat broke out on her smooth forehead. Damn it, boy, you dare to attack the police. Two male policemen rushed over from a car on the side of the road. One of them even pointed his weapon at Li Nanfang and shouted, "Hold your head with both hands, lie on the car and don't move." Damn, I actually beat up the policeman. What the hell is this? This little policewoman is really something. When you were stopping me from using force, you didn't even shout, "Don't move." Are you a police officer? You're obviously unprofessional. This is not a situation abroad. If the police dared to point a gun at Li Nanfang, he would let the policeman see what a mob is the prosperous China. Unless it is absolutely necessary, even if Mr. Li had 8 more courage, he would not dare to confront the brave people's police. He could only hold his head with his hands and lie obediently on the hood of the car. It's a good time to take a break and let the demon lurking in your heart go away. Comrade police, please listen to my explanation first. Minute Ru also tried to explain to the police that it was a misunderstanding. The man didn't listen to what she said at all. He took out handcuffs and put them on Li Nanfang's wrists with a click, and then kicked him in the butt. After dealing with Li Nanfang, a policeman went to take care of the young policewoman who was coughing. "Officer Bai, are you okay?" "Hey, no, it's okay. I'm not going to die yet." Bai Linga could feel that the little white rabbit on her left had probably turned into a little flower rabbit. The key point was that she felt a sweetness in her throat just now, which was a sign of vomiting blood. From childhood to adulthood, Bai Linga was the only one who bullied others. How could others dare to touch her? There are so many awesome policemen in Qingshan City Police Station, but except for a few bureau chiefs, every one of them would shamelessly greet her upon seeing her. Do they really think that the nickname Bawanghua was given to her for nothing? Well, now someone finally dares to touch her, and attacks a police officer when she is performing her duties normally, she swears. No matter who this bastard is, she will not be named Bai until she gets his yoke. After seeing the murderous look in Captain Bai's eyes, the two policemen began to mourn for Li Nanfang. "Boy, you are dead. Comrade police, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Minute Ru was trying to explain something when she was impatiently pushed aside. The other person grabbed Li Nanfang's handcuffed wrists and suddenly lifted him towards Gao Li. Li Nanfang yelled, "Ouch, be gentle, It hurts. It hurts. Pain. Asshole. I wouldn't even mention it if it didn't hurt. Bai Linga sneered through gritted teeth and was about to raise it higher when Li Nanfang cursed. Fuck. Be careful or I'll sue you for barbaric law enforcement and make you take off your tiger skin. Huh. Bai Linga was so angry that she laughed. Okay, kid, you attack the police first, and then threaten the police to handle the case. You are really rebellious. I am just enforcing the law in a barbaric way. Go ahead and sue me, sue me. In a rage, the female boss snatched the baton from her companion next to her and smashed it down on the face. It's bad. Team White has been fooled by this guy. Beating a suspect in the street will result in disciplinary action. The two male police officers looked at each other and hurried to try to stop them. It would have been fine if they didn't stop him, but it completely aroused Bai Linga's savage nature. She kicked them aside, as if she would rather be expelled from the police force and go to jail than not kill Li Nanfang. What are you doing? How can you perform official duties like this? Minute Ru was anxious and suddenly fell on Li Nanfang's back, staring at Bai Linga fiercely. If you have the guts, hit me too. After seeing Li Nanfang being brutally tortured by the police, Secretary Minute was extremely anxious and threw himself on him to protect her regardless of anything. How could she know that Li Nanfang, who was lying on the hood of the car and pretending that Bai Linga was massaging his back with a stick, began to have wild thoughts after feeling the two little volleyballs of the girl pressed against his back, which was surprisingly elastic. How exciting would it be if he held them in his hands and squeezed them back and forth? Fortunately, Secretary Minute does not have the superpower to see into other people's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely join Bai Linga in beating this scumbag straight into the 18th level of hell. Chapter 29. Damn it, shut up. No matter how furious Bai Linga was, she didn't dare to beat Minute Ru in the street. She could only throw away the stick angrily, grab Li Nanfang's shoulders, and pull him towards the car. She planned to take this kid back to the municipal bureau and give him a good beating. That place was her territory. Once the iron door of the interrogation room was closed, no one else could get in. Whether she wanted to make Li Nanfang into a ball or a flat one, wasn't she the one who had the final say? As for Boss Hao, who was lying unconscious on the hood of the car with blood all over his face, and Mrs. Hao, who was beaten into a pig's head by Li Nanfang, Officer Bai would not care as long as they had two subordinates around. Minute Ru wanted to go to the municipal bureau with them, but Bai Linga ignored her. After stuffing Li Nanfang into the back seat of the car, she jumped into the car and drove away. When she asked the two policemen, they were busy calling an ambulance and had no time to say anything to her. Seeing Boss Hao's face covered in blood and looking unaware of whether he was dead or alive, Minute Ru's legs went weak and she wanted to squat on the ground and cry loudly. She felt helpless to death. Li Nanfang did all this to save her, and now he was taken away by that furious Officer Bai. Even a fool knew that he would be tortured like a dog, but she couldn't help it all. Fortunately, Secretary Minute is an organized person. She has no other choice, because there is still Boss Yu, who is Li Nanfang's fiancé and often deals with officials. Even if she can't rescue Li Nanfang, she can always have a say, right? Yu Zitong was not willing to talk at all now. She was sitting lazily on the sofa watching TV, with a cigarette in her right hand and a wineglass in her left hand. Her beautiful little feet were resting on the table. Her nightgown slipped down, revealing half of her white calves. The whole villa was filled with a lazy and listless atmosphere. Yu Zitong had no idea what was happening on TV. The scene she saw this morning kept replaying in her mind. Li Nanfang's guess was correct. When he walked into the secretary's office without knocking and scared Minute Ru, who was changing clothes, to scream, Yu Zitong heard it, and immediately stood up, rushed to the door, and opened it. Then he saw Minute Ru in the secretary's office opposite, naked and touching everything, while Li Nanfang stood stupidly at the door, staring at her without moving. Yu Zitong had a very high IQ and quickly guessed what was going on. He was sure that Li Nanfang was not deliberately being a hooligan, but that it was all because of his bad habit of entering the house without knocking. After figuring out what was going on, Yu Zitong didn't dare to go out and immediately closed the door. If she went out and yelled at Li Nanfang to get out, Minute Ru would be so embarrassed that it would be better for her to pretend that no one saw it. At that time, neither Minute Ru, who was extremely ashamed and angry, nor Li Nanfang, who was stunned, noticed that General Yu had opened the door and looked out. At most, Li thought that she would look out through the peephole. Yu Zitong dared to swear before all the gods and Buddhas that she didn't care about Li Nanfang at all, even though they had that kind of relationship in the past. So what? Nowadays, many girls have fooled around with several men before getting married, and even regard it as a fashion. She has only been with Li Nanfang for half a time, which is nothing at all. She has hated a certain man since she was a girl. The resentment accumulated over the years could have been directed directly to Dao Nyo, blinding her eyes so that she can't see any good points of the man. She just wants him to get out of here as soon as possible. As for where he would go, or whether he was dead or alive, Tong didn't care at all. However, Mr. Yu's tough attitude made Tong very desperate. In order to make this scumbag leave her on his own initiative, she promised to help him to seduce Minute Ru. Tong clearly thought so, but why did he suddenly feel sour in his heart when he saw Li Nanfang acting like a hooligan towards Minute Ru? Could it be that she still cares about Li Nanfang? TCH, how is that possible? Tong despised her own idea. She was sure that she felt jealous not because she cared about that boy, but because it was an abnormal reaction as she had cursed him countless times in her heart every day for so many years. When you hate someone to the extreme, it will turn into caring for him/her. Mr. Yu really didn't like this kind of concern. He shook his head vigorously, and when he was about to take a sip of wine, the cell phone on the table started to vibrate. Putting the cigarette but that had long been extinguished in the ashtray, Tong picked up the phone and said lazily, "Hello, Shero, Yu." Before she finished her words, Minute Ru's crying voice came from the phone. "Boss Yu, something big has happened. Something big has happened." Tong had a headache. This secretary of hers has many good qualities. She is pretty, gentle, kind, soft on the outside but strong on the inside, and has strong working ability. However, she likes to make a big deal out of small things. For example, a few days ago, when she sent Wang Defa and others to deal with Li Nanfang, Minute Ru thought they had died gloriously in the line of duty and immediately called her to tell her to pack up and run away. In fact, nothing happened. After all, he was a kid from a small place and hadn't seen much of the world. "Xiao Ru, what's wrong again?" Tong sighed. "Well, if you have something to say, just speak slowly. The sky won't fall." "Boss Yu, Li Nanfang beat someone up and also attacked a police officer. He has now been arrested by the police." Minute Ru could no longer suppress the grievance and fear she felt and began to cry. "What?" Tong suddenly perked up and sat up straight. "Don't cry yet, say it again." Minute Ru briefly recounted what had just happened from beginning to end in a disjointed manner, and finally cried, "Boss Yu, I can see that Officer Bai is deliberately trying to kill Li Nanfang. You should quickly find a way to save him. It will be too late if you are late." "Oh, it turns out that this kid is a hero saving the damsel in distress again. Haha, he is quite lucky and always finds opportunities to show off his abilities," Tong suddenly realized. Last night when she rushed to the Blue Sky Bar to give money to Li Nanfang, she saw Sui Ye's face change drastically and she ran away in a hurry after she discovered her arrival. After Tong took over Kaihuang Group, he once made a clear rule that customer service front desk girls were not allowed to work or hang out in messy places such as bars, karaoke bars, and nightclubs after work, because they represented the image of the group. For this reason, General Yu specially increased their salaries and warned that anyone who violated the rules would be fired immediately. So that night, after Sui Ye knocked Jin Xiao down with a wine bottle, she discovered that General Yu had suddenly arrived. She was afraid that she would be recognized and fired, so she ran away in a hurry with dignity, which made Mr. Li, who had bravely acted to help, very angry. Sui Ye really doesn't want to lose her job. As the saying goes, magic power is nothing more than human feelings. After Tong found out that Sui Ye had violated the rules at the Blue Sky Bar, he showed mercy and did not pursue the matter because she did a good job. Based on her IQ, it was not difficult for her to guess that Li Nanfang was severely abused by Brother Hu and others because of Sui Ye. If this guy had not deliberately made her hate him afterwards, Tong might have even praised him a few words. This guy just showed off last night, and tonight he encountered such a good thing again, causing an even bigger mess than last night. He even beat up the police. He really has the courage to dig a hole to protect the flowers. Boy, you have a good eye. These two beauties are the most outstanding in Kaihuang Group, and you have seized the opportunity. After hanging up Minute Ru's phone, Tong sneered a few times before he didn't rush out to rescue the person in a hurry. It would be best if Li Nanfang had his legs broken by the white police officer. That would be what she wanted. Of course, she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. If she really stood idly by, the old man of the Yu family would definitely not forgive her. But she could treat her delay as calmness. It wouldn't be too late to go out half an hour later. She had to make that boy suffer a little first. Anyway, the police would definitely not dare to do anything to him, as Minute Ru said. It took exactly half an hour, no more, no less. After a full 40 minutes, Tong, who had changed her clothes, drove her rough and sturdy Mercedes-Benz 600 slowly out of the villa. It is estimated that it will take nearly an hour to drive from the Huiyuan Road Villa area to the municipal bureau. Tong decided to drive slowly and obey traffic regulations. He would rather stop for 3 minutes than rush for 1 second. 20 minutes after she drove away from the villa, a black car stopped under the street light east of her house. The door opened, and two men in black sportswear got out of the car one after another. They hid in the shadows, looked around for a moment, looked at each other, and walked across the green belt to the flower wall. Like two civet cats, they nimbly climbed over the flower wall, walked along the wall and came to the east window of the villa. They listened for a moment, then one of them opened the screen window and jumped up. Both men were holding guns with silencers on the barrels, so the sound of the shots could not be heard more than 3 meters away. Even though they were 30 meters away and there was a thick iron door in between, Li Nanfang's screams like a butchered pig could still be heard, which made the passing police officers feel annoyed and asked in a low voice, "Who is doing this to people? It's so cruel." Hey, who else would be so brave except our overlord police officer? Yeah, I guess so. Do you know the unlucky guy who fell into her hands? I don't know him, but I heard that guy attacked a police officer and attacked a female police officer. It is said that he offended her here, he. Fuck, that guy is courting death, but he is also a lucky guy. As long as he can eat the tofu of Amazon, it's worth it even if he gets beaten up. Why don't you try it then? I have a lovely wife and young children. I dare not. The police officer looked towards the interrogation room with a look of envy, who thought it was a great honor to die under the peony flowers and to be a romantic ghost. Li Nanfang was not against being romantic, but he was even more unwilling to die. Not to mention dying under a peony flower. Even dying in a sea of flowers would not be acceptable, so when he saw that Bai Linga was going to give him a severe beating, he let out an earth-shaking howl without even waiting for the other person's fingers to touch him. Shut up, damn it. Li Nanfang's pretentiousness made Bai Linga even more angry. She grinned with gritted teeth, like a villain who wanted to take over a decent woman, and pushed him into a corner step by step. Boy, put away your little tricks. It's useless to play this in front of me. Scream, even if you scream your throat out, no one will care. Of course Li Nanfang would not shut up. When he could not use force to resist violence, howling at the top of his lungs became his only weapon to defend himself. Shut up. Little Pepper, are you kidding me? Do you really think I don't know that you will become more ruthless if I shut up? Don't come over here. Li Nanfang, who had retreated to the corner with nowhere to retreat, howled even louder and louder. His voice was so miserable and desolate that even a heartless person would burst into tears after hearing it. Chapter 30. Don't hit me in the face. Bai Linga could see that this boy was nothing but a piece of shit, a piece of mud, and a scum. He must have done a lot of bad things in the past and been to the police many times. Otherwise he wouldn't have such rich experience in dealing with the police. It's a pity that the person you met this time was me, Bai Linga. Even if you are as cunning as a devil, you still have to drink my foot washing water. Bai Linga sneered with her teeth clenched, too lazy to waste words with this guy, so she grabbed his shoulders and slammed him to the ground to the left and back. Li Nanfang fell to the ground like a pig fighting for food, and Bai Linga kicked him hard. Tonight, Bai Linga brought 2 of her men with her. They had just returned from investigating a case outside the province. They were wearing police skirts and half high-heeled leather shoes. When she kicked so hard, she must have known that she would be exposed. But it doesn't matter. Her mind is now filled with the thought of severely torturing Li Nanfang, and everything else is secondary. Li Nanfang's hands were handcuffed behind his back, but with his skills, he could easily break free from the handcuffs and subdue this little hottie. But he certainly won't do that. Only a stupid person would show off how great he is in front of the police. That would be a waste of time and only bring trouble to himself. Obviously, after the screaming failed to work, Li Nanfang was not yet so lowly as to be slaughtered. She could not resist, but she could hide, such as rolling on the ground. No matter how fast Xiao Lajiao's legs were, it was useless. And it happened that you could see that she was wearing black lace panties under her skirt. Wow, the outline is very clear, giving people the illusion of being extremely hungry and thirsty, so that when Mr. Li rolled to the 8th circle, a part of his body became shamefully hard. This can't be blamed on him. Mr. Li is a man with lofty ideas. When the beautiful Minute Rue was seducing him with her bare butt, didn't he hold himself back with a firm mind? At most he almost had a nosebleed, but didn't take any further action. A mere little policewoman, don't even think about using her snow-white legs and other evil props to impress Mr. Li's pure and innocent heart. After kicking Li Nanfang out one after another without mentioning anything, Bai Linga went completely berserk. She pounced on him like a tiger and shouted in a delicate voice, "Get out! Get out again!" Li Nanfang couldn't get away. There was really no other way. No matter who had fucked a beautiful woman, there was no way to get out of here. It seemed that he had to settle for the next best thing. She fucked him a few times without causing any pain. He screamed miserably, "Don't hit me in the face. I still have to rely on it to pick up girls." "Okay, then I won't hit you in the face. I'll hit you here, okay? Is that okay?" Bai Linga was completely mad at Li Nanfang's words. She grabbed his shirt collar with her left hand and punched his chest and stomach with her right fist like a storm. It's best to hit the stomach. As long as you use the right amount of force, No scars will be visible. In order to hit Li Nanfang in the stomach, Bai Linga, who was on top of him, had to sit back and sit between his legs. In order to increase the power of her fist, she had to rely on the strength in her waist. Her slender waist swayed rapidly from side to side, as if it were electrified. Officer Bai, who was so angry, did not notice that a certain part of Li Nanfang, who was screaming continuously, was pressing against her most sensitive part. Although both of them were wearing clothes, it was impossible for them to use the lubrication of water to slip it like Tong, who took the initiative to deliver the goods to her door. But how thick can the clothes be in summer? She was wearing a police skirt, and the distance between the two of them was just a pair of pants and 2 pairs of panties, which could be completely ignored by the despicable Li Nanfang. It is said that the highest level of doing anything lies in form rather than substance. This is the case right now. The stimulation that Bai Linga caused to Li Nanfang when she twisted her waist wildly is absolutely indescribable. Ah, ah, ah. The harder Bai Linga twisted her body, the louder Li Nanfang screamed. Even he felt that he might be too cheap, as he could truly experience a different kind of love from the storm of Officer White. Only by using extremely wanton screams could he express 1/10,000th of his true pleasure. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Hurry up, it's almost here. This extremely stimulating pleasure made Li Nanfang's voice change. When people outside heard it, they thought that Bai Linga was tortured with a small knife. What's wrong with this Bai Linga? It's just nonsense. Director Zhong Honggang, who rushed to the municipal bureau, heard the screams coming from the interrogation room. He was anxious and angry, and ordered his 2 subordinates, "Open the door, quickly." Tong, who was following behind Director Zhong, also had a dark face. She crossed her arms and looked at the door with a cold look in her eyes. Minute Ru, who was standing beside her, was so anxious that she stamped her feet and wiped her tears. No matter how much Tong disliked Li Nanfang, he could not stand idly by. On the way here, he called Director Zhong, briefly explained the situation, and asked him to come to the municipal bureau to personally handle the case of Li Nanfang assaulting a police officer. Others don't know Tong's background. If Director Zhong, the head of Qingshan City Bureau, doesn't know that she is the daughter of the Yu family, then he might as well just hand in his resignation and retire. Tong arrived on time, thinking about how Li Nanfang had been beaten up. Then he happened to meet Director Zhong, who had rushed over by car, at the gate of the municipal bureau, and they came to the interrogation room together. Yes, Tong admitted that she now hated Li Nanfang more and more. But no matter how much he hated it, he was still furious after hearing Li Nanfang scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was like an adult beating his disobedient child. He could punish him in any way he wanted, but if you, an outsider, lay a finger on me, I promise to set your house on fire. Bang, bang, bang. With Director Zhong's face livid and furious, how dare his men disobey his orders? Naturally, he kicked the door hard and shouted, "Team Bai, Director Zhong is here, open the door quickly." Ah! Li Nanfang's screams suddenly became louder and louder, and then it became silent. Oh shit, could someone have died? The 2 policemen who kicked the door hard looked at each other, and then rammed the door with their shoulders with all their might, making a loud bang like thunder. After Li Nanfang's last scream, Bai Linga's raised fist froze in midair. Her face was filled with disbelief, and she slowly looked down. So far, although Officer Bai is still a virgin, it does not mean that she does not understand the dirty things between men and women. After feeling a sudden heat down there, Li Nanfang screamed and looked like a deflated balloon. If she can no longer guess what had just happened, then she is not a woman. He actually took the opportunity to blaspheme me when I was dealing with him? Looking at Li Nanfang's stinky face that looked like he wanted to have a cigarette after a great time, Bai Linga swallowed hard, then screamed and opened her hands to pinch his neck. "Rogue, I'm going to kill you." Bang! With the desperate efforts of the 2 policemen, the iron door of the interrogation room was finally broken apart. The iron door slammed heavily against the wall, and the 2 buddies, unable to stop, fell to the ground in unison. "Bai Linga, you dare!" Director Zhong saw from outside the door that Bai Linga had a scary look on her face. She was strangling Li Nanfang's neck with both hands and shaking him desperately. The poor child, whose hands were handcuffed behind his back, could only open his mouth, stick out his tongue and roll his eyes, looking like he would go to see Marx at any time. After seeing that Captain White was really going to kill someone, the 2 policemen who had fallen to the ground dared not delay any longer. At this moment, they could not care about anything else and rushed forward, some hugging the waist and some wrestling his hands. No matter how strong Bai Linga was, she couldn't stand up to 2 big men. She could only curse and tell them to get out of the way. After being carried to the side, she immediately threw a right hook and hit one of the guys hard on the chin. Bang! After Bai Linga knocked her colleague away with a punch, she just turned around and Director Zhong rushed in and slapped her in the face. A wake-up call always helps people regain their composure quickly. Bai Linga then noticed that Director Zhong had arrived. Director Zhong, who usually cared for her so much and cultivated her like a niece, now had a frighteningly pale face, and the hand that was pointing at her nose was shaking. Bai Linga, you disappoint me so much. Director Zhong, he. Bai Linga really wanted to tell Director Zhong that she didn't do anything to Li Nanfang, but it was this bastard who took advantage of her anger and did something so disgusting to her that she was ashamed to talk about. Since she was too embarrassed to say it, how could Bai Linga say it out loud? You can't lift up her skirt to show everyone that she is wet, right? Let me tell you all, the stains on that bastard's pants weren't because he was scared or beaten to the point of peeing, but because of something else? I can't say it. I'd rather die than say it. It's like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. I can't express my pain in words. Taking a step back and thinking, even if Bai Linga said it shamelessly, others have to believe it, right? Haven't you seen how miserable Li Nanfang looks now? One of his shirt sleeves is torn off halfway and the buttons are broken. Even the most conscienceless person would not believe that he is so miserable and still has the mood to do that kind of thing when he is being beaten. So no matter what Bai Linga said, no one would believe that she was the victim, because the public had sharp eyes. After seeing Li Nanfang being tortured like this, Yu Zitong felt a little distressed despite her anger. After the police helped him up and uncuffed him, she immediately walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" "Ah, woo." Li Nanfang let out a miserable howl from his throat and suddenly fell into Yu Zitong's arms, hugging her slender waist with both hands. He no longer cared about his face as a man, and actually sobbed softly. His whole body was still shivering, like the last leaf on the poplar tree in the cold winter. This kid was really scared. He was almost strangled to death by Captain White, right? The policemen who were watching looked at him with pity, secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Bai Linga had gone too far this time, torturing someone like this before the whole matter was clear. Yu Zitong really wanted to push Li Nanfang away. She especially looked down on cowardly men. She felt ashamed that she was beaten to such a terrified state by a woman. But I could also tell that he was really scared, and when I thought about how he was almost strangled to death just now, I'd just lend him my warm embrace this time, and it shouldn't happen again. If he acts so unmanly again, I'd kick him away. Only Minute Ru's pair of beautiful, twinkling eyes revealed pure ignorance. She really didn't believe that this was still Li Nanfang who treated a boss weighing 200 pounds like a scarecrow and tortured him so cruelly. At that time, he had a ferocious face and looked like a devil, so scary, but now he suddenly turned into a little white rabbit who needed protection. The contrast between the past and the present was so great that Minute Ru found it hard to accept it. Yu Zitong didn't see the brutality of Li Nanfang beating up Boss Hao. He just glanced at Bai Linga coldly and said calmly, "Director Zhong, I need an explanation from the police." Chapter 31. Minute Ru will be grateful to you. Of course the police gave Yu Zitong an explanation. No matter what Li Nanfang had done, Bai Linga had no right to beat him wantonly, let alone want to strangle him to death. "Boss Yu, please rest assured that I will give you a satisfactory answer." Director Zhong smiled, then frowned and asked one of his men, "Han Jun, have you figured out what's going on?" This Han Jun was one of the two men who followed Bai Linga to stop Li Nanfang from beating up Boss Hao. After Bai Linga took Li Nanfang away, he was responsible for staying at the scene to investigate the situation. There were many eyewitnesses at the scene of Boss Hao bullying Minute Ru, and Han Jun quickly investigated the matter, but he had not had time to report to Captain Bai. Now, after hearing Director Zhong's questioning, he dared not hide anything and recounted the incident from an objective perspective. Minute Ru was the person directly involved and automatically recounted what Boss Hao had said to her. This case is very simple. Boss Hao was drunk and accidentally saw Li Nanfang returning the money to Minute Ru. He mistakenly thought that she was a professional woman. Seeing that she was pretty and charming, he took advantage of his drunkenness to take her away by force. Mrs. Hao was also very strange. She was sitting in the car, but she didn't care about her husband picking up girls on the street. But when Li Nanfang appeared, she thought she was Mrs. Hao and tried to stop him. As a result, Li Nanfang beat her half to death with his bag. Hao Lianqing and his wife have been sent to the hospital. Xiao Ma is in charge of following up. After Han Jun said this, he glanced at Bai Linga and whispered, "We happened to see this gentleman beating Hao Lianqing, and Captain Bai went to stop him. He lost his mind and accidentally injured Captain Bai." Yu Zitong interrupted him coldly. "You said that Li Nanfang accidentally injured Captain Bai?" "Haha, if it was an accidental injury, then I don't understand why Captain Bai treated Li Nanfang like this. Officer Han, please don't tell me that you didn't hear how miserable he screamed before you broke into the room." Han Jun moved his mouth and stopped talking. With the chief in charge, it is not yet his turn to give Yu Zitong an explanation. The director looked at Bai Linga and asked, "Bai Linga, Is what Han Jun said true? No, that's not true. Bai Linga really wanted to shout out this sentence and tear off Li Nanfang's despicable and shameless mask to the people of the world. But she didn't dare to say it, so she could only bite her lips hard and look at Li Nanfang in Yuzitong's arms with fierce eyes. Li Nanfang narrowed his eyes at her proudly, with the corners of his mouth raised with an arrogant look of "come here and bite me," but no one else saw it. "I'm going to kill you." Bai Linga went crazy and didn't care about anything anymore. She reached out from her waist and took out the pistol while screaming, pointed it at Li Nanfang and was about to pull the trigger. Presumptuous. The director was terrified. He took a step sideways to block the muzzle of the gun, pointed at his nose with his backhand, and shouted sternly, "Come on, Bai Linga, shoot here." The director's face, which was distorted with extreme anger, was like a gust of wind that blew away the haze, and Bai Linga's mind became clear again. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she dejectedly put down her pistol and lowered her head. "Bai Linga, I now declare that you are no longer the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Your qualification to be a reinforcement is revoked. You are waiting for the final decision of the Bureau." The chief reached out and snatched Bai Linga's pistol and removed the magazine. Bai Linga turned around, pushed Han Jun away, covered her face with her hands, and rushed out of the interrogation room like the wind. "Well." With a heavy sigh, Director Zhong turned to look at Yu Zitong and said with a forced smile, "Boss Yu, I'm really sorry. How about this? Let's send Mr. Li to the hospital for a checkup. The medical expenses and the material losses he suffered will all be borne by the Municipal Bureau." The so-called material loss, of course, refers to Li Nanfang's tattered clothes. No need. I and our Kai Huang group can still come up with this amount of money. Yu Zitong said coldly, perhaps because he felt that this attitude was inappropriate to the director, so he slowed down his tone a little. "Director Zhong, thank you for finding out the truth and making sure that my people did not make any mistakes. As for Boss Hao," Director Zhong immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. Our police force's aim is not to wrongly accuse a good person, but we will not let a bad person go. I will personally handle this case, and I will definitely give Mr. Yu a satisfactory answer when the time comes." The director had already lowered his attitude so much, no matter how powerful Yu Zitong's background was, he couldn't just go along with it. After thanking him again, he said goodbye. "How does it feel?" Yu Zitong asked Li Nanfang, who had just gotten into the car with the help of Minute Ru, "Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, it's okay. Just take a few days to rest." In order to show that he really needed to have a good rest for a few days, Li Nanfang deliberately coughed violently for a long time. Minute Ru's face was full of worry, and she whispered that it would be best to go to the hospital for a checkup. But he couldn't go to the hospital. Under the advanced medical equipment, Li Nanfang would definitely be exposed. Naturally, he firmly opposed going to the hospital, and even brought up the excuse that he was most afraid of injections since he was a child. Since he tried his best not to see a doctor, Yu Zitong did not force him. He drove Minute Ru back to the community where she rented, and told her not to think too much. After that, he turned the car around and sped towards the villa on Huiyuan Road. Along the way, Yu Zitong didn't say a word, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if she was worried about something. Li Nanfang naturally couldn't say anything. He was now savoring the unique feeling of pleasure that Bai Linga brought him. "Minute Ru will definitely be grateful to you." When the car drove to the gate of the villa and Yu Zitong used the remote control to open the door, he suddenly said this. "What?" Li Nanfang, who was thinking about something good, asked subconsciously. Yu Zitong didn't say anything else. He drove into the yard, turned off the engine, opened the door and jumped out without paying any attention to Li Nanfang. Since this kid insists on not going to the hospital, it proves that he is not seriously injured. It is just a minor physical pain and there is no need to treat him as a wounded person. It is already very fair to him to be able to lean on a warm embrace. After turning on the light switch in the living room, Yu Zitong saw that his white shirt with a large pointed collar was wiped all over by Li Nanfang, and there must be tears and snot on it. He felt a little nauseous and hurried up the stairs to the bedroom to change clothes. The villa is a 2-story small villa with a construction area of not very large, only about 200 square meters, but it is enough for Yu Zitong to live in. It has a simple European decoration style, mainly white and light blue, from which we can see that her temperament tends to be indifferent. Li Nanfang stood in the hall, looking up and scanning every corner of the room. This is a habit of his. Whenever he arrives at any unfamiliar environment, he will observe how many blind spots there are, how many retreat routes there are, where is the place most likely to be broken through by the enemy, etc. This good habit has also helped Li Nanfang to survive several life-threatening situations in the past few years. Good habits must be maintained forever, such as not knocking before entering a room. How is it? Are you satisfied with this living environment? Just as Li Nanfang walked to the window and looked outside, Yu Zitong, who had changed into a black bathrobe, appeared in front of the railing of the second-floor corridor. Although his voice was still as flat, it revealed a hint of pride. Showing off a carefully decorated room is every girl's favorite thing to do. It's okay. Okay. Just okay. Yu Zitong was somewhat dissatisfied. He looked down at him with obvious sarcasm in his eyes, as if asking, "Country bumpkin, you probably have never lived in such a high-end villa in your life, right?" As far as she knew, after her eldest sister eloped with her brother-in-law, her Yu family felt so humiliated that they were furious and swore not to acknowledge their daughter. The couple then lived in a small mountain village in the northeast and lived a poor life. Very good. Why Rui Jiuda? Li Nanfang was never stingy when it came to satisfying a woman's needs with just his mouth. He immediately raised his thumbs and exclaimed, "The Saudi prince's palace is probably of this standard, right?" Yu Zitong's small villa is certainly not as luxurious as the Saudi prince's palace, and it is beyond reach even if you fly. However, Li Nanfang has been there in person. A treasure that the Saudi royal family is now offering a huge reward for all over the world was stolen by him. Yu Zitong was of course very clear about this, but all girls would not care if a man used exaggerated language to praise them. At most, they would just curl their lips in disdain and say, "Do you want to live here forever in the future?" "Yes, of course." Li Nanfang nodded vigorously, not afraid of breaking his neck. "Two ways. You can own this villa completely." Yu Zitong spoke slowly, holding a paper bag in his hand. Li Nanfang took 2 steps forward and said with a shameless face, "I'm all ears." "The first solution is for you to disappear from my side on your own initiative. Let's talk about the second method." "The second method is to wish for it." "Well, that's good. After all, it's not that hard to wish for something good." Snort. Yu Zitong snorted coldly and threw the paper bag in his hand down. "You live in the guest room downstairs by the door. From now on, you are not allowed to step on the stairs without my permission. Otherwise, your legs will be broken. The same goes for you. You are not allowed to go into my room without my permission. If something is really missing, you have to pay double the amount." Li Nanfang responded tit for tat, walked over, bent down and picked up the paper bag, which contained a pair of shoes, men's casual clothes, and a white shirt, all of which were international brands. "TSK, even if you beg me to go into your doghouse, I won't go in." Yu Zitong sneered and turned to go back to the bedroom when she heard Li Nanfang ask, "Is there another man living in your house?" "Nonsense, I live here alone." Yu Zitong turned back and frowned, glancing at the paper bag in his hand. "This outfit is what I wore when I was on a mission before. It cost tens of thousands of dollars, so I think it's a bargain for you." "I love taking advantage of others, he. Li Nanfang smiled happily and took out the pair of leather shoes and gestured a few times. Yu Zitong was obviously lying. Li Nanfang had seen her bound feet before. Even if she disguised herself as a man and went out on a mission, she shouldn't have worn shoes of such a large size, right? However, Li Nanfang did not intend to expose her. After all, sometimes girls tell a little lie to save face, which is not only not annoying, but also makes people feel warm. Just as Li Nanfang did not intend to tell Yu Zitong, he found footprints in the house that the man had deliberately wiped but not wiped clean, and they were still very fresh. It should have been before they returned home tonight. Yu Zitong is an agent. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet, so it is normal for someone to come to him. Of course, that was normal in the past. Now that Li Nanfang has officially moved into this house, those men will definitely be in trouble if they come and make trouble again. Chapter 32. You will die. I can barely be considered a family man, right? Looking again at the white ceiling in the living room, the hanging glass chandelier, the white fabric sofa, and the wine cabinet at the west wall, Li Nanfang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What is home? For a grown-up man, the home with his parents and sisters is not yet his home. A man's home doesn't have to be too luxurious. The key is to have a wife in it. From the moment he steps into the house, he will feel warm in his heart and relax completely. He will take off his smelly socks and sit on the sofa with his toes tapping. When he watches his wife busy in the kitchen and his children playing nearby, he will feel proud. Of course, Yu Zitong absolutely does not like to be the person that Li Nanfang wants him to be, and this home is not his real home, but so what? He has not forgotten the feeling of lying in someone's warm embrace when he was in the municipal bureau. It was really warm and made him feel nostalgic. He hoped that things could be like that in the future. How wonderful it would be. Every strong man actually has a fragile heart that needs a woman's tenderness to comfort him. My heart is actually very fragile. Li Nanfang glanced at every corner of the living room affectionately before he murmured and pushed open the door. I hope that in the future, Yu Zitong, Can you not use your ridiculous meanness to destroy my beautiful expectations of you? The nauseating gentleness on Lee's face shattered as soon as he opened the door. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. He subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed them hard a few times. He looked back into the living room and then looked towards his room. There was nothing wrong with his eyes, and everything he saw was real. The living room outside the door was so magnificent, but the bedroom inside was so clean that it was shocking. It's so clean. This is the only word that can describe the bedroom that Uzitone carefully tied it up for Li Nanfang. There is only one bed, an old-fashioned single wooden bed. I really don't know which scrap collection station you got it from. Apart from this wooden bed, there was no other furniture in the guest room. There is a hanging air conditioner on the wall, but Li Nanfang can guarantee that even if a great immortal comes, he won't be able to make the air conditioner work. What is even worse is that the wooden bed was also very clean. There wasn't even a pillow, let alone sheets and other things. It would have been nice to put some straw on it, right? Outside the door is a villa, inside the door is a slum. I believe Uzitone must have put in a lot of effort to make the room so clean. Mr. Lee's good mood was ruined in an instant. He was furious and turned around and yelled at the bedroom on the second floor, Uzitone. Uzitone must have been waiting for Mr. Lee's call. Before he finished speaking, she appeared in the corridor outside the door, frowning with dissatisfaction on her face. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? This woman must have already thought of some harsh and sharp words to refute my protest. Hey, how could I possibly let you do as you wish? After seeing the hidden evil taste in Uzitone's glowing eyes, Li Nanfang sneered in his heart, but quickly showed a grateful look on the surface. How do you know that I like sleeping on a wooden bed the most? Aunt, you are simply a worm in my stomach, twisting your fleshy body and turning around in my intestines, not afraid of being digested by my gastric juice. Li Nanfang, you are looking for death. Uzitone began to feel nauseous. He raised his hand and slapped the corridor railing hard, then rushed down quickly, rolling up the sleeves of his nightgown as he ran, and looked terrifying as he gritted his teeth. Uzitone was definitely so irritated by Li Nanfang's disgusting words that he lost his mind. When he rushed up the stairs like the wind, he accidentally stepped on the edge of his nightgown. He stumbled and fell on the stairs, rolling down screaming. Ha ha ha. Li Nanfang laughed wildly with pride. This is what they call you can survive if it's God's fault, but you can't survive if it's your own fault. With a bang, Uzitone's forehead hit the redwood stair railing heavily, and he finally rolled down the last step. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he could hear that bastard sneering. Damn, you're still an agent with this level? I think you might as well be a model. Your long legs are so white. And your slim waist, is it 2 feet long? Is your waist 36E? I guess it's hard. I'm going to kill you, scumbag, I'm going to kill you. Uzitone shouted angrily and raised his hand to lift the nightgown covering his head. When he turned over and got up, he saw that Li Nanfang was gone and the guest room door was closed. Do you think you can just hide in the house and that's it? Get out right now. Uzitone gritted his teeth, not caring about the pain in his forehead. He rushed to the door of the guest room and kicked it with a loud bang. Fortunately, the door was also made of mahogany and was strong enough. Li Nanfang leaned against the door and let her kick the door so hard that it made a loud noise, but it remained motionless. Open the door. Uzitone's voice came from outside. Li Nanfang retorted, I opened the door to let you beat me up. Do you think I'm stupid? Uzitone stopped talking and kicked the door. Li Nanfang looked towards the window vigilantly. Sure enough, a moment later Uzitone appeared outside the window, stretched out her hand to pull open the screen and jumped onto the windowsill, holding a baseball bat in her hand. This was an indication that she was going to murder her husband. Li Nanfang would certainly not let her do as she wished, so she opened the door and ran out. When Uzitone rushed out of the guest room, Li Nanfang had already run out of the living room door. She chased him out, and Li Nanfang jumped onto the window like a rabbit and then jumped into the guest room. This happened again and again. Uzitone finally got tired. He held the doorframe with his left hand and pointed at Li Nanfang, who was standing at the door of the living room with his right hand. He gasped and said, You scumbag, don't run away if you have the guts. Li Nanfang said shamelessly, If you have the guts, don't chase me. Okay, I'll see how long you can hide. Uzitone was too lazy to argue with this guy, so he tapped him a few times with his fingers and walked towards the stairs. After watching her walk into the bedroom and closing the door heavily, Li Nanfang curled his lips and returned to the guest room. Uzitone returned to the bedroom, washed her face, sat in front of the dressing table, and checked her forehead in the mirror. Her forehead was a little bruised and swollen, but it didn't matter. She believed that the swelling would go away by tomorrow morning. However, the anger in her heart was still burning fiercely. If she didn't get her revenge tonight and beat that scumbag to a pulp, she wouldn't be able to sleep. She changed into a neat sports outfit, tied her shoelaces tightly, stood in front of the window, stretched her arms and kicked her legs to do a set of warm-up exercises, walked to the door, slowly opened a crack and looked out. After making sure there was no movement below, she picked up the baseball bat behind the door and tiptoed out like a cat. I reached out and pushed the guest room door, but of course it didn't move. Yu Zitong smiled silently. Scumbag, do you think that if you lock the door, I can't get in? Don't forget that this is my home. I have keys to every room. Taking out the spare key, Yu Zitong slowly reached into the keyhole and gently turned it clockwise. It didn't turn. It seemed that the scumbag had already prepared for her to come and attack in the middle of the night, and had tampered with the door lock in advance. If I use brute force to kick the door open, it will definitely make a lot of noise and the guy will definitely jump out the window and escape. Yu Zitong was a little depressed, but then his eyes lit up and he turned and walked out of the living room. It was now the beginning of June in the lunar calendar and the sky was gloomy tonight. She didn't believe that Li Nanfang could endure the stuffiness in a guest room without air conditioning or electric fans and with the windows locked. Sure enough, half of the window was open and only the screen was closed. Yu Zitong thought that it would be better to poke a few small holes in the screen window so that mosquitoes could get in and drink his blood. I still don't believe that I, a dignified ace agent of the National Security Bureau, can't deal with a scum like you who peed his pants after being beaten by a woman. Yu Zitong, like a thief, lay under the windowsill and listened for a moment, then quietly stood up and slowly opened the screen window. The lights in the room were off and I couldn't see anything, but I could hear disgusting snoring. It seemed that he was very tired after being severely tortured by that tigress in the municipal bureau, so he fell asleep quickly. You scum, prepare to die. Yu Zitong stepped onto the windowsill and his heart suddenly started beating wildly, as if he was a thief who was about to commit a crime for the first time. He was actually a little scared at the same time, as if someone would shout, "Catch the thief," at any time. TSK, this is in my own home. What should I be afraid of? Yu Zitong sneered in his heart. As he slipped from the windowsill to the floor of the guest room like a civet cat, the snoring continued. It was ridiculous that the boy didn't know that his bad luck had come. When she got down from the windowsill, her right leg seemed to be blocked by something like shoelaces, but before she could react, she felt something falling on her head and subconsciously raised her hand to block it. Wow, bang! Yu Zitong's right hand touched the object that was falling down. It was an iron basin with half water in it. She blocked it with her right hand and turned it over. The water poured over her head and fell to the ground. The sound it made was quite harsh in the dark night. He had already calculated that I would climb in through the window, so he put a basin of water on it in advance. Yu Zitong is indeed a very smart person. His brain works very quickly. The moment he was drenched like a drowned rat, he figured out what was going on. The key problem is that the basin of water that was poured over the head also exuded a strong smell of stinky feet. This is foot washing water. Li Nanfang. As Yu Zitong screamed, Li Nanfang's frightened voice came from the darkness. Ah, who, is it the thief? Well, as long as you are still in the room, I will have a chance to get my money back with interest. Yu Zitong was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. He rushed to the bed and turned on the light switch on the wall. This is her house. Of course she knows where the switch is. As the lights came on, Yu Zitong had already raised the baseball bat high up. Just as he was about to smash it down with all his might, he froze. Li Nanfang was indeed lying on the bed. But this shameful, despicable bastard who had been stabbed 1,000 times and then crushed to dust was now lying on the bed with his whole body naked and his arms and legs spread out. The uncivilized thing in the middle of the word Thai was like a ferocious green dragon, proudly raising its head and looking down on a stunned girl. Yu Zitong really wanted to hit herself unconscious with a stick. She didn't know how she rushed out of the guest room and returned to her bedroom. She only knew that when she fell on the bed and covered her head with a blanket, that ugly thing was still swaying in front of her eyes. Yes, she had had that kind of relationship with the scumbag a long time ago, but she was in the water at that time and she didn't realize that this thing was so disgusting. Chapter 33. Today, I am the boss. When Yu Zitong woke up the next day, he felt dizzy and weak all over. These were the sequelae of severe lack of sleep. After staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes for a long time, Yu Zitong finally came to a conclusion. Li Nanfang was a scumbag. When it came to those despicable underworld methods, she, a proud girl who had been in the upper circle of society since childhood, was no match for him. This is like having an eating competition with a pig. No matter how much you eat, can you beat a pig? Zhang Guofan once said, "There are 3 things a scholar should not fight for: fame with a gentleman, profit with a villain, and cleverness with heaven and earth." Li Nanfang is definitely a complete villain. Yu Zitong must be stupid to bring trouble upon himself like he did last night. Of course, this matter cannot be left alone. Yu's tongue now raised her arm to smell it, and it seemed that she could still smell the disgusting stinky odor of feet. She almost rubbed off all the skin when she was taking a shower last night. There will definitely be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ms. Yu still doesn't believe it. With her intelligence and talent, she can't beat a scumbag? Li Nanfang, one day I will let you know how powerful I am. Hum. After comforting himself for a while, Yu Zitong finally felt better and turned over and sat up. After she finished washing up and deliberately applied eyeshadow to cover her dark circles, she walked out of the bedroom door slowly. Her every move revealed her graceful and noble character. The scumbag was not in the living room. Instead, there was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen, and a fragrance came from there, which made President Yu wrinkle her nose slightly and her index finger moved. Many girls who appear to be cool and elegant or pure and clean are actually terrible at cooking and keeping clean at home. This is especially true for people like Ms. Yu, who lives alone. She has lived independently in this villa for more than 2 years, and her best dish is noodles cooked in plain water. Oh, and of course sprinkle some salt on it. She had never smelled such an enticing aroma of food in her own home. Scumbag is cooking. Can scumbags cook? I remember very clearly where the scumbag got the ingredients for cooking. The refrigerator in the kitchen was so empty that a mouse could run in it. Yu Zitong was a little surprised, but also a little expectant. He couldn't help but quickly walk down the stairs and came to the kitchen door. Li Nanfang was wearing an apron and a hat made of magazine-coated paper on his head. The funny thing was that there was a very tempting beautiful woman's but on the back of the hat, which moved as he hummed a song and shook his head. He was frying tomatoes and eggs, holding the spoon in his right hand and the wok in his left hand. Amid the sizzling sound of oil, he flicked his wrist and the food in the wok rolled over deftly and landed in the wok with incredible accuracy. Looking at Li Nanfang's back, Yu Zitong suddenly thought of a saying, "A man is the cutest when he is working seriously." Li Nanfang, who is cooking now, can be considered to be working seriously, right? Especially the movement of this guy flipping the wok, which actually looks like a kind of beauty like flowing water, with an otherworldly artistic conception, as if he is not cooking, but making a work of art. Before he knew it, Yu Zitong was mesmerized by the scene, with a serene look on his face, just like Mary in Notre Dame. After Li Nanfang had fried the tomatoes and eggs, he didn't use a spoon. He just flicked his left hand slightly, and the beautiful red and white dish flew out by itself and landed exactly on the plate on the cupboard. The force was so clever that it was jaw-dropping. Not even a drop of soup splashed out. Why, Rui takes care of it. Li Nanfang snapped his fingers, boasted a little, turned around, and asked with a smile, "Are you up?" "Yeah, I'm up." After Yu Zitong nodded, she realized why her tone was so gentle. Shouldn't she have a cold face, narrowed her eyes, raised her chin, turned around and walked away, letting the scumbag clearly feel her arrogance and not wanting to pay attention to him? Wait a minute, there's still a plate of stir-fried yam left. Go outside and breathe some fresh air. It's best to smile at the sun for a few minutes. That way you'll feel good all day. This is something I've learned over the years, and I won't tell anyone else about it. Li Nanfang talked on and on, picked up the lid of the rice cooker and checked the millet porridge that was simmering over low heat. TSK, who cares about your experience? Yu Zitong really wanted to pout and say this, but she didn't say it. Even she herself wondered how she could listen to him. She walked out of the living room and stood in the yard. After closing her eyes and taking a few deep breaths, she showed her 8 teeth to the sun again. A book says that girls who like to laugh usually have good luck. But shouldn't Mr. US smile towards the sun be bright and charming? Why did he say it was a silly smile? If it weren't for the fact that the guy could actually cook, President Yu would definitely pounce on him and beat him up, letting him experience the sharp style of an ace agent. He was trying to please me on purpose, hoping that I would show mercy and let him go. Forget it, forget it. Considering that he is still somewhat useful, I won't compete with a villain for profit. After all, I have always been magnanimous. Mr. Yu was looking at the sun and smiling foolishly. He was moved by his own humility when Li Nanfang's voice came from the living room. "Baby, it's time for breakfast." This voice of baby, which should have sounded very warm to a girl's ears, wiped out the slight good impression that you had just developed towards him. When she turned around and looked at him again, her pretty face was weathered, as if she had been standing in the open air all night. "Aunt, eat, he. Feeling Mr. Yu's sharp words, Li Nanfang chuckled a few times, shrank his neck and ran into the kitchen. 3 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried yam, and cold lettuce, red like the morning glow, white like solidified fat, green like emerald, plus the golden scrambled eggs. The 4 colors complement each other. Even the person with the least appetite will not be able to help swallowing. What's more, there is fragrant millet porridge and more than 20 red boiled eggs on the plate. "Aunt, please." Li Nanfang pulled out a chair for Mr. Yu in a servile manner and raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Now he calls Ms. Yu auntie more easily. Yu Zitong glanced at him, sat down slowly, frowned and asked, "Why are you cooking so many eggs?" "Of course, I eat." Li Nanfang picked up the chopsticks, paused at the table and answered, "How much can you eat?" "You think that other people are also like you, eating not called eating, but feeding the birds, auntie. Don't be angry. Being angry so early in the morning will bring you bad luck for the whole day." Snort. Yu Zitong snorted, picked up a piece of yam with chopsticks, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly asked, "You didn't spit in the food, did you?" Li Nanfang frowned, then smiled. "Aunt, you are so smart. You can even guess such things." In fact, Yu Zi regretted the moment he finished speaking. She felt that her words were a blasphemy to the guy who had been busy all morning. Especially after seeing him frown, she even felt guilty and thought she was being too unfair to him. But she would not apologize. As an elder, she could not apologize to the younger generation even if she said something wrong for the sake of her dignity. As long as the younger generation could eat the food she cooked, it would be the greatest reward for them. The scumbag's cooking skills are very good, much better than those fat and bloated chefs in the company cafeteria, but the speed at which he eats is like a starving ghost or a pig. Can a normal person eat 17 or 18 cooked eggs for breakfast? Fortunately, he still has some self-awareness. He only touches half of each dish and never throws the food around with chopsticks like a chicken. If he had done that, Mr. Yu's good mood would have been ruined. Yu Zitong drank a bowl of porridge, ate a hard-boiled egg, and a dozen chopsticks of vegetables. Compared with his usual breakfast, this was already a very appetizing meal. Most of the time, she doesn't eat breakfast. When Yu Zitong put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth with a graceful gesture using napkins, she saw Li Nanfang put all the remaining dishes into his bowl, scooped a spoonful of porridge on it, and started eating it without slurping. You eat my leftovers." Yu Zitong was a little surprised. "When I was hungry, I used to fight with the dog for food." Li Nanfang answered without even raising his head. "You dare to mock me, I am." Yu Zitong was angry again. After putting the last bite of food into his mouth, Li Nanfang put down the bowl, shook his head, and said calmly, "I don't mean that. I just tell the truth." Yu Zitong stopped talking. She could tell from Li Nanfang's eyes that he really didn't mean to mock her. He was just telling the truth, or he didn't want to waste any food. "Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Yu Zitong coughed dryly and apologized generously. "Nothing." Li Nanfang took out a coin with a smile, put it in his palm and held it in front of her. "What's the meaning?" Yu Zitong frowned slightly and asked, "Why, are you asking me for money to buy groceries?" The refrigerator in her kitchen was so empty that a mouse could run through it. Of course, the ingredients Li Nanfang used for breakfast were bought from outside. You have to pay to buy things. There's nothing to say about that. Hey, 30 or 50 yuan is just a small amount of money. I don't even care about it. Besides, you let me live in your house and gave me a set of old clothes that you no longer want. How can I have the nerve to ask you for money for groceries? After hearing what Li Nanfang said, Yu Zitong wanted to slam the table and ask him who had worn such unwanted rags without even cutting off the brand tag. But in order to maintain a good mood, Mr. Yu endured it and said, "Then show me this dollar. What does it mean? Let's take a gamble." "Bet." "What?" "Based on the principle of ladies first, you can choose to have words or flowers, or you can flip a coin. The loser has to wash the pots and dishes, while the winner can sit on the sofa with his legs crossed and act like a big shot." Li Nanfang's explanation is simple, clear, and easy to understand. Yu Zitong bit her lower lip. She didn't expect that he would use coin tossing to solve things like washing pots and dishes, which was supposed to be his job. He was indeed a scumbag. Seeing that Mr. Yu's face was uncertain and he was ready to get angry at any time, Li Nanfang laughed awkwardly. Hey, if you don't agree, forget it. It's just washing pots and dishes. It's not a big deal. I'll just suffer a little loss. Yu Zitong reached out and snatched the coin and said coldly, "Will I take advantage of you?" Li Nanfang didn't say anything, but raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "I want the literal version." Yu Zitong said this, pinched the coin and flicked it with his thumb, and the coin flipped over and jumped up. Under the close gaze of two eyes, the coin fell on the dining table with a clink, trembled back and forth a few times and then stopped moving. Li Nanfang breathed a sigh of relief and stood up with a smile. "Today, I am the boss." Chapter 34. I am easily contented. The Tang Dynasty poet Liu Xi once said in Song of the Young Master, "I have never touched water with my 10 fingers, but now I am here to make soup for you." If Yu Zitong's slender white fingers were used to cook for the man she likes, I believe it would definitely create the kind of artistic conception described in poetry. Even if no man is worthy of these little hands to cook for her, they should be used to hold pens and guns, even for killing people and setting fires, but how could they be used to wash pots and dishes? The plates and bowls were so slippery that they almost slipped out of the little hands several times and fell to the ground for that scumbag to watch. He really was sitting on the sofa where she usually sat, with his legs crossed, acting like a big shot, with a cigarette between his lips and humming a cliché. He looked at the sweat coming out of Mr. Yu's smooth forehead with an amusement look on his face, just like watching a play. Mr. Yu really wanted to turn around, raise his hand, and throw the plate at her head. But she wouldn't do that. As the saying goes, if you lose a gamble, you have to accept the consequences. Yu Zitong is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. It's just washing pots and dishes. Can it be more difficult to please than cutting wheat and weeding? They have to be washed clean. Li Nanfang doesn't need to remind her. Yu Zitong will do it unswervingly. After all, she will have to use these tableware for meals in the future. Finally, all the pots and pans were washed. When Yu Zitong let out a long sigh of relief and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off his face, he suddenly felt a sense of pride, as if he had just done something great. Snap, snap. Monotonous applause came from the living room. Who needs your praise? Yu Zitong sneered secretly, ignored the guy, and quickly walked up the stairs. It was almost time to go to work. Although no one dared to deduct Ms. Yu's bonus even if she was late, she didn't want to do that. She wanted to set an example for her subordinates by leading by example. Within 3 days, Li Nanfang does not have to go to work and can recuperate at home. This is what Yu Zitong promised him. Even though she can now see that this guy is alive and well and has nothing to worry about, she still does not want to go back on her word. Besides, if he doesn't go to the company and cause trouble for her, she will have more peace and quiet. Vice President Shi won't find her again and say that Li Nanfang had a fight in the small car team again. She would have to say that this guy is Minute Ru's relative, a poor relative from the countryside who has never seen the world, and ask the employees of the small car team to be more tolerant of him. Can you fix the air conditioning? It's too hot at night. It's unbearable. After Yu Zitong changed into a white dress and walked down the stairs in high heels, Li Nanfang, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned forward and asked with a hopeful look on his face. Yu Zitong looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked calmly, "What else do you want?" Li Nanfang was refreshed and said quickly, "You don't need too much. In addition to air conditioning, you can also get a big bed, a refrigerator, and a TV on the wall. Oh, it would be best if you also get a desktop computer so you can play games at night when you have nothing to do. Anything else you want?" "No, I'm easily content." "You are very content. But no." After saying the last 2 words, Yu Zitong suddenly felt that the world was so beautiful. The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, the flowers were red and the willows were green, and the air was filled with molecules of joy. Especially Li Nanfang's suppressed ugliness made Yu Zitong think of a line from Li Bai's poem, "Look up to the sky and laugh out loud, and go out." But you can't do that. It will damage General Yu's image as an icy beauty. You can laugh if you want to when the car drove out of the villa and sped forward. Yu Zitong couldn't help it anymore and let out a string of silver bell-like laughter, which was comfortable to hear. It is absolutely every man's duty to let a beautiful woman maintain a good mood after serving him. Li Nanfang deeply agrees with this statement, and by the way, he despises Yu Zitong. You are still an agent, but you don't understand that a superior living environment is the grave of agents. This is like a hero's tomb in a gentle place. No matter how ferocious a lion is, once it is locked up in a zoo, its instincts that make all other animals tremble in the wild will gradually be worn away by the comfort. Only by being in a harsh environment all the time can you maintain the results of years of hard training. Not to mention that Yu Zitong deliberately broke the air conditioner in Li Nanfang's room and moved the TV away. Even if he had one, he would not turn on the air conditioner or watch TV. As for desktop computers in this era of increasingly advanced smartphones, computers will be eliminated sooner or later. Li Nanfang deliberately made those requests to Yu Zitong just hoping that she could maintain a good mood today. After all, she is still his aunt, right? Well, if a person wants to lie on a rattan chair in the sun and sleep soundly until he wakes up naturally, he would not change it even if he was given the title of emperor. When Li Nanfang sighed happily, the phone on the cabinet in the corner started to ring, and the caller ID showed that it was from Jinghua. Originally, he didn't want to care, but suddenly he remembered why Yu Zitong had been tolerating him again and again. If he guessed correctly, this call should be from the Yu family. "Hello, who are you?" God guarantee that this is the first time Li Nanfang has used such a polite tone when answering a phone call. An old man's voice, with a hint of dignity, came from the microphone. "Li Nanfang." "Yes, I am Li Nanfang." Li Nanfang's tone became more respectful. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Haha, I'm Zitong's grandfather. The old man over there laughed. If Yu Zitong was there, he would definitely be depressed to death. You have called me so many times before, and you never seemed so kind. Zitong's grandfather. Li Nanfang pretended to be stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, hello, old man. My aunt just went to work. Do you want me to call her to come back? No, I'm here to find you. Looking for me. Li Nanfang pretended not to understand. Grandpa, how did you know I was here? Kid, stop pretending. Lao Yu said calmly, if you don't have my consent, will you go to Zitong? He. Li Nanfang smiled and said nothing. Can I come to Yu Zitong only after your father-in-law agrees? Damn, if this ain't what the master's wife meant, who do you think your father-in-law is to force me to come and protect her so closely? Are you thinking, even though I am your master's wife's father, if she hadn't sent you to protect Zitong, who would I be to give orders to the notorious Black Phantom? Old man, I think you'd better change your reputation of being fierce to a reputation of being powerful. Li Nanfang smiled and corrected the grammatical errors in Lao Yu's words, but said nothing else, which meant he admitted that he was right. As for the fact that Lao Yu knew he was the Black Phantom, Li Nanfang would not find it strange. The old man that his master's wife married was Lao Yu's eldest son-in-law, and in order to curry favor with his father-in-law, there was nothing he could not say or do. How could the old Yu, who was old and shrewd, not understand what Li Nanfang meant? His tone became cold. Li Nanfang, do you think that if your master's wife hadn't begged me to agree to marry Zitong to you, she would have the courage to send you to approach Zitong? What? Li Nanfang was stunned. On the night when he rescued the beauty in the bar, the old man had said on the phone that his master's wife hoped that he would marry Yu Zitong in the future, and that was why she sent him to protect her. At that time, Li Nanfang thought that the master's wife had that idea because she was selfish, like all mothers in the world who care about their sons and want to take a beautiful girl as their daughter-in-law. Although Yu Zitong was her younger sister, there was no blood relationship between the two. Both in theory and in practice, it was definitely feasible, so it was not strange. He thought that was just the teacher's wife's wishful thinking, and in order to please her, he could pretend to work towards this goal. But now it seems that things are far from as simple as Li Nanfang thought. His master's wife actually begged old Yu to bring him together with Yu Zitong, and only after getting his consent did she allow him to come to Qingshan City. Old Yu spoke again. Do you know why I agreed? Article 4 of the Yu family's family rules stipulates that once a Yu family daughter is seen naked by a man, she must marry him. It doesn't matter if that man is an old man or a monster back then. Your master was able to marry your master's wife by using such despicable means. Li Nanfang understood and asked in a low voice, Grandpa, do you also ask my aunt to do this? Yes. Old Yu admitted straightforwardly. She is the daughter of the Yu family, so she must follow the rules of the Yu family. There is no way to change this. To be honest, I was still very unwilling when I thought of your ugly appearance. However, fortunately, you have reversed your growth and become a normal person, so your master's wife dared to ask for marriage on your behalf. Li Nanfang smiled bitterly. My aunt will definitely not agree, right? She has a bad temper. You don't have to worry about that. Lao Yu said, in order for her mother to leave the Yu family and live with her, she must agree to marry you. The old man's voice became low and a little sad. Li Nanfang, treat Zitong well. She lost her father when she was young. You should have seen it on TV. There is no lack of intrigue and dark struggles in any wealthy family. Her mother is cowardly by nature, so it is normal for her to be a little unruly and domineering. But she doesn't seem to like me at all. Li Nanfang was silent for a long time before he said, the point is, I don't like her either. You should know that it is difficult for two young people who don't like each other to be together. Old man, I want to discuss something with you. Lao Yu asked, do you want me to persuade your wife to stop trying to bring you two together? Yes. Li Nanfang gritted his teeth and whispered, to be honest, I already have a woman I like, but I have never dared to tell master's wife. Lao Yu interrupted him. Why? I once promised my wife that I would not have any contact with any woman before I was 23 years old. Before the age of 23, Li Nanfang was still in a critical period of reverse growth. His wife was worried that his early contact with women would affect his development, so she gave him a strict order that if he wanted to find a woman, he had to wait until after his 23rd birthday. Li Nanfang also agreed to his master's wife. But later, Li Nanfang, who had always been absolutely obedient to his master's wife, could no longer resist the devil hidden in his body at the age of 22, and had sex with a woman. From then on, he could not stop, and as a result, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he would have such thoughts. I don't care, you tell her about it yourself. After listening to Li Nanfang, old Yu sneered. Anyway, I have already agreed to your master's wife's request, and I have also strictly ordered Zitong to marry you. Before long, her mother will live with you. As for how you deal with it, that's your business." Li Nanfang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chapter 35. I am living a life without dignity. Also, let me tell you one more thing. Lara Yu said, "Your master's wife sent you to protect Zitong. This was my idea, because now her name has been listed on the OF platform." Li Nanfang, you don't know about the OF platform, do you? What? She was actually listed on the OF platform. Li Nanfang was really shocked this time. He really couldn't understand how Zitong could get onto the world's largest, most efficient, and most famous killer platform with just his little ability to stir up the waves. Similarly, this matter is up to you. I won't interfere. Whether you treat her as your aunt or your wife, if Black Phantom still can't protect her safety, then it proves that she really deserves to die. Lao Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't tell her. Women always age faster when they are worried and frightened." Li Nanfang felt that the last words that Lao Yu said before hanging up the phone sounded very familiar. Before he came to Qingshan City, the old man had said, "It seems that Zitong is really in danger, but we can't tell her yet. But this is nothing. The key point is that he seems to have to be with Zitong." Thinking of the long decades to come, when he opens his eyes in the morning and sees that domineering face, Li Nanfang feels so painful that he can't stand it. He shudders and says, "I must find a chance to convince Master's wife to change her mind." Let us put this matter aside for now. There are more troublesome things waiting for Li Nanfang to solve right now. Ordinary people don't know what this platform is for, but Li Nanfang knows it very well. OF platform is a paradise for killers and mercenaries, and a pool of funds for them to make money. Anyone who is lucky enough to be put on the platform will face endless assassinations from the moment his name appears, and can only rest in peace after death. According to the platform rules, once Zitong's name is listed, her figure, appearance, hometown, age, habits and hobbies, professional background, and other information will no longer be a secret. The killer who gets to kill her first will see these in the folder under her name after entering a specific password. The platform only gives killers 1 month to prepare. That is to say, after a killer delists Zitong, if he fails to complete the task within 1 month, then even if he succeeds in the future, he will not get any bonus. A new killer will immediately take over his task, and the deadline will still be 1 month. Ah, Auntie, how badly must you have offended someone to deserve such an honor? Li Nanfang sighed heavily, took out his mobile phone, went online, and searched for the homepage of the platform. The homepage of the platform cannot be found by searching with Google or Baidu. You have to download special software. The annual membership fee for ordinary members is as high as $100,000. Those who grow crops, work as laborious, or even read pirated novels forget about owning an account on the platform in this lifetime. Li Nanfang is a poor man, so naturally he doesn't have an account, but others do, such as Yi Xiaodao. From the day they met, Mr. Li stubbornly believed that everything belonging to Yi Xiaodao belonged to him. Enter Yi Xiaodao's account name to log in. After refreshing, the main web page appears. The screen is full of adult portraits with prices marked below. They are all in tens of thousands and settled in US dollars. Most of them are men, including the world's richest man Uncle Bill, the stock god Uncle Buffett, but more shameless drug lords, corrupt officials, and gigolos who kidnap the boss's girls. These big guys who are listed are not the ones that any member can snatch their business from. So is there a need for gold membership? Don't forget that the annual membership fee for gold members is $2 million. According to Yi Xiaodao, to date, there are only about 100 gold members on the platform, most of whom are novices with an investment of $100,000 and are not eligible to compete for prey with bonuses of more than $1 million. Just like the best-selling books are listed on the homepage in the overwhelming number of novel websites nowadays, the best prey for Hua Hong are also listed on the homepage. However, Li Nanfang had no interest in these preys. He heard that Uncle Bill was doing charity work all over the world, and he would feel guilty if he killed such a good man. Of course, they are not easy to be killed, as they are surrounded by top experts hired at high prices, who are said to be all from the heroic US Marine Corps. There are certainly some colleagues who take chances and try to get huge bonuses, but the result is usually an excuse for the boss to reward the bodyguards. Zitong's name was not on the first page, nor on the second or third page. This proved that her reward would not be too high. However, Li Nanfang did not feel relieved. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. The lower the bounty, the easier it is to hunt the target, but it can attract the interest of the largest number of ordinary members. Making money, who doesn't like to make easy money? Li Nanfang understood that the stranger's footprints he saw under the window last night were left by the killers who came to make a fortune. At the same time, It proves that Yu Zitong is always in danger of assassination. Li Nanfang felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have stayed at home for the sake of pleasure. If the killer attacked Yu Zitong on her way to and from get off work, even though she boasted about how powerful she was, the possibility of her being killed was quite high. After thinking about this, Li Nanfang wanted to call Yu Zitong first and tell her to be careful, but then he gave up the idea. The two old guys both knew that girls would age faster if they were worried, and it would not be good for him to do this again. Yu Zitong's name is on the last row of page 7, and the reward is $200,000. Li Nanfang is sure that her profile picture will gradually move up and the reward bonus will gradually increase, because according to the rules of the OF platform, when the killer who grabs this task fails, the bonus will automatically be increased to $100,000 if the employer agrees. If her employer disagrees, her profile picture will be taken down. Li Nanfang was certain that her bounty would increase because he was absolutely certain that he could make those ignorant newbies fail. I hope the employer will feel sorry for the money and take her off the shelves. Otherwise, as her ranking moves up, bronze, silver, and even gold medal killers will gradually appear. Li Nanfang asked himself that he would have no problem dealing with those gold medal killers, but if he kept killing one after another, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Auntie, I sincerely call you Auntie. Can you just disappear from here right now? 3, 2, 1, disappear. Just like after the countdown, Yu Zitong's pair of peach blossom eyes on the mobile phone screen was still staring at Li Nanfang with a smile, making him unable to help but open his mouth and spit on them. It seems that dreaming in broad daylight is no longer effective. We need to do something serious. After thinking about it, Li Nanfang made an international call. After the phone was connected, there was a woman's lewd scream and a pile driver-like banging sound, and then a panting man yelled, "Fuck, I give you 3 seconds to tell me who you are and what you want from me, or I'll tear your head off." Yi Xiaodao, I think you will die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Li Nanfang leaned back, half lying on the sofa, with his feet resting on the table. Li Nanfang, damn, I haven't heard from your grandson for a long time. I thought you were dead. Get out of the way first. Don't delay me from talking to my brothers. The microphone could be heard sounding like hands slapping buttocks, as well as a woman scream in pain. Ha, 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 the reputation of Black Pearl is well deserved. It feels so good. Yi Xiaodao laughed loudly over there and asked, Old Li, do you want to try it? I'll make an exception and treat you once. You can play with the 3 black pearls as you like. I guarantee you'll enjoy it to your heart's content. Li Nanfang said calmly, Stop talking nonsense. I have something serious to discuss with you. Let those women get lost. Immediately there was a woman's scream and complaint, followed by hurried thanks. This was naturally because Yi Xiaodao threw out a large stack of US dollars when he drove the people away. You interrupted my fun without permission. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll make you pick up the soap. Log in to the OF platform, and in the last row of the 7th page, you will see a beautiful girl's head. Li Nanfang automatically ignored Yi Xiaodao's nonsense and went straight to the point. Fuck, you actually let Master Dao look at the prey on page 7? That's an insult to me. Yi Xiaodao whined, but since you said she's a beauty, I'll just look at her once. Yi Xiaodao is a senior gold member of the OF platform. He usually never pays attention to the prey after the 3rd page. Not only is the money small, but the key is that there is no challenge at all. Li Nanfang lit a cigarette and waited for Yi Xiaodao to speak. A few minutes later, Yi Xiaodao's exaggerated voice sounded, Fuck, she's really a beauty. TSK, 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 look at her eyes, so alluring. Look at this little mouth, can it accommodate my big? Li Nanfang interrupted him coldly, That's my aunt. Yi Xiaodao, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut off your big thing and make you a street prostitute in Thailand. What? Yi Xiaodao was stunned. She is the aunt you mentioned. Yes, that's your aunt. Bullshit, it's your aunt. Yi Xiaodao cursed. Li Nanfang, you dare to lie to me for so many years. You always say how ugly she is, which made me have nightmares several times. I didn't expect that she is so beautiful. God, why don't you strike down this guy who talks so much nonsense? Old Li, is your aunt dating someone? Shut your stinky mouth. Li Nanfang interrupted him again. I called you just to discuss a solution with you. What a bullshit method. You know that no one can delist the OF platform. Unless your aunt disappears from this world, those flies will be quiet. Yi Xiaodao laughed grimly over there. He, but it's nothing. I've been bored for the past 2 years and have enough money to spend. I'll give those juniors a few training classes for free. Just consider it as a good deed. Ask someone and see if you can find out who the employer is. It doesn't matter if it costs a little more, as long as it can be done. Whatever it costs, it's yours. As soon as Li Nanfang said this, Yi Xiaodao on the other side yelled, "Fuck, why is it mine? Did my money blown from the sky by the wind? I'm living a life without dignity, but you're living a life of luxury over there. Fuck, is there such a thing?" Dear guests, when you see this, it proves that you strongly support your brothers. For this, please join the Sunshine in the Wind Book Club 128038889. It's settled. Hurry up, my patience is limited. After Li Nanfang finished speaking, he tapped the screen and hung up the phone. Chapter 36. Mr. Yu is in a good mood today. Minute Ru was very surprised that Mr. Yu was in a particularly good mood today. What's the good way? Vice President Chi came to report the results of the investigation into the consumer allergy case caused by cosmetics. It was determined that there was a problem with that batch of products. The careless mixing process caused certain trace elements in the products to seriously exceed the standard, which caused harm to the customers. He was a little nervous when he came in, and was prepared for President Yu to be furious. President Yu frowned slightly, and after listening to his report, he gave the following instructions. Try to meet all the requirements of customers as much as possible, and make the decision to deduct this month's bonus from the relevant personnel who made the mistake, and do not do it again. Vice President Chi suspected that his ears were useless. He stared at Minute Ru beside him with his mouth open, as if asking if he had heard it wrong. Not only did President Yu not scold him harshly, he also did not fire the careless employee. He only deducted this month's bonus. Is that all? Minute Ru was also very surprised. Facing Vice President Chi's almost pleading gaze, she nodded slightly, indicating that he had indeed heard correctly. Why was he standing there like an idiot instead of thanking the Lord for his grace? Vice President Chi then felt as if he had been pardoned. He nodded repeatedly and said that he would immediately follow President Yu's instructions and make sure to satisfy consumers and strictly control production quality. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out. Not only was Mr. Yu so magnanimous, Minute Ru also discovered that when she was working, a happy smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yes, it was a happy smile, which made Mr. Yu look much brighter than before. Minute Ru has followed her for 2 years, but has never seen her show such hysterical behavior at work. What good thing happened to Mr. Yu that made him so happy? Minute Ru began to ponder it, and after a long time she finally understood. It must be because of Li Nanfang. Minute Ru was the person in the company who knew best how much President Yu hated Li Nanfang. In just a few days, she had heard her say more than once that she wanted to break that bastard's legs. Last night, Officer Bai from the Municipal Bureau tortured him so badly that he even wet his pants. That was exactly what President Yu wanted. It was like a knot in her heart had been untied. How could she not be happy? Minute Ru felt a little depressed. She now has a great liking for Li Nanfang. Although she is sure that she does not have the kind of feelings between men and women for him, she really treats him as a friend. If a man who suddenly appears like a god when a girl is bullied to despair by bad guys, beats up the bad guys and is almost tortured to death by the police, cannot be considered a friend, then what kind of person is qualified to be a friend? Shortly after going to work in the morning, Minute Ru went to the car team under the pretext of sending a car. After not finding Li Nanfang at work, she was worried about him and was depressed for most of the day. Now seeing President Yu being so gloating, she couldn't say anything. It was really a bit painful. Shero. Just as Minute Ru was standing in front of the water dispenser in a daze, Yu Zitong's voice rang out. Ah, Mr. Yu, what's wrong? Minute Ru shuddered slightly, and when she came to her senses she heard the phone ringing. She immediately realized that she was a little distracted. Her little face blushed and she quickly walked over and picked up the phone. The call was from the front desk clerk Suiye, who said that Director Zhong from the Municipal Bureau wanted to visit General Yu. Director Zhong came to give an explanation for Bai Ling's abuse of lynching against Li Nanfang. Otherwise, as the director of the Municipal Bureau, he would not have condescended to come to Kaihuang Group and use the word visit to express his attitude. Suiye, Director Zhong, please wait a moment. I will go down to greet him right away. There is no need to ask Mr. Yu for permission for this matter. Minute Ru knows how to handle it. When she and Director Zhong walked out of the elevator, Yu Zitong was already standing at the door waiting for them. Oh my, Mr. Yu, you are too polite, haha. Seeing the eldest daughter of the Yu family waiting at the door in person, the director's face was full of flattered smile. He quickened his pace and stretched out his hand from a distance. After a gentle handshake, General Yu invited the director to come in and take a seat, and specifically asked Minute Ru to make good tea to show his respect for the director. If it were in Beijing, given Yu Zitong's distinguished status as the eldest daughter of the Yu family, there would be no need for her to be so polite to a local bureau chief. However, she is now developing on her own in Qingshan City, so of course she can no longer put on her noble airs. After a few pleasantries, Director Zhong began to talk about business. In view of the fact that Bai Ling, The former deputy captain of the criminal police team of the municipal bureau had acted irrationally by acting on impulse and abusing private punishment in handling the case of Hao Lianqing molesting Minute Ru after drinking. After research by the bureau, it was unanimously decided to expel her from the police force to serve as a warning to others. Yu Zitong was certain that if she had not been involved in this matter, the municipal bureau would never have punished Bai Linga so severely. It was normal for police to beat up a gangster in private while investigating a case. If the matter really gets out of hand, and the gangster refuses to give in, the most they can do is suspend him from his post and investigate him. They can't simply kick Bai Linga out of the police force and completely ruin her future. With Yu Zitong's intelligence, it was not difficult for her to see that Zhong Hongang's behavior was also a hint for her to show mercy. The municipal bureau is sincere enough in admitting its mistake, so please show mercy and let the poor child go. Of course, if Yu Zitong is determined to take off Bai Linga's tiger skin, the municipal bureau will satisfy her. After all, the municipal bureau is in the wrong in this matter. But if that is the case, Kai Huang Group and the municipal bureau will have a grudge against each other. Yu Zitong's identity should not be underestimated, but don't forget that the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. Although he dare not do anything to you openly, he will trip you up in secret, which will always make you suffer in silence. Director Zhong, please smoke. Yu Zitong was calm and silent for a moment, then pushed the cigarette box in front of the chief and said, "To be honest, I was very angry when I saw Officer Bai treating my Kai Huang Group employees in such a barbaric way last night. After all, she didn't figure out the matter clearly, and just because she was accidentally hit by Li Nanfang, who was brave enough to do something righteous at the time, how should I put it? Anyway, I think she went too far, and expelling her from the police force is what she deserves." The director immediately nodded repeatedly, agreeing, yes, her irrational and barbaric behavior is tarnishing the reputation of the entire Qingshan City Police Force and frightening those who are brave enough to do what is right. She should indeed be punished in the most severe way. But, as the old saying goes, no one is perfect, no one is without fault. Yu Zitong changed the topic. Officer Bai was able to become the deputy captain of the criminal police team at such a young age. This is enough to show that she has made great contributions to the country. Even if she occasionally performs poorly and makes mistakes, we cannot erase her past achievements and condemn her to death with one blow. Yes, Mr. Yu, you are right. The smile on the director's face widened and he nodded again and again. How about this? Let her apologize to Li Nanfang in person and compensate him for his mental damages. I won't pursue the matter. Yu Zitong crossed her hands and placed them on her lower abdomen, raised her left leg elegantly, and said calmly, "As for how the municipal bureau should deal with this matter, that is the municipal bureau's internal affairs." Considering that the director had taken a very humble attitude, Yu Zitong stopped pestering Bai Linga. But she couldn't just let it go, otherwise she wouldn't have said the following words. It is foreseeable that Bai Linga will no longer be the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Director Zhong certainly understood why Yu Zitong said that and was very satisfied. Because there was no need for President Yu to hint at anything, after the bureau held an emergency meeting on the matter, it was unanimously decided that Bai Linga was no longer suitable to be the deputy captain of the criminal police team. As for asking Bai Linga to apologize to Li Nanfang in person and compensate for certain financial losses, this is even more reasonable. After beating the child so badly that he wet his pants, Director Zhong himself would feel guilty if he didn't pay some real money to show his appreciation. That's natural. Director Zhong agreed immediately and then asked, "Is Mr. Li Nanfang in the hospital or at work? If he is at work today, Bai Linga is waiting outside." Yu Zitong smiled and said, "Li Nanfang is not in the hospital, nor is he at work. I gave him 3 days off." "Okay, then I'll ask Bai Linga to come to the company in 3 days to apologize to Mr. Li." Director Zhong stood up and said goodbye. When he came, he was still a little nervous, fearing that Yu Zitong would not give in. If that really happened, it would be unpleasant. After all, he was unwilling and dared not to have a conflict with the Yu family in Jinghua because of work. When leaving, Director Zhong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt relaxed and kept asking Yu Zitong, who was about to see him off, to stay. Minute Ru naturally had to send Director Zhong down on behalf of General Yu. After he got into the car, she waved goodbye and turned to walk into the hall. Neither of them mentioned the matter of Boss Hao, because that was not a big deal at all. Even though Boss Hao, who was in the wrong, was beaten so badly this time, he still had to bleed a lot to make Minute Ru calm down. Bai Linga, wearing sunglasses, was sitting upright on the passenger seat of the bureau chief's special car. After she got home last night, she cried for most of the night. Her eyes were swollen and she was too ashamed to see anyone she rode on Li Nanfang and beat him up. She thought it was very satisfying, but she didn't expect that the one who really enjoyed it was that scumbag. She couldn't even say how she felt bitter. How could she not be sad? Well, I finally got things sorted out. After the car drove out of the parking lot of Kai Huang Group, Director Zhong sighed and said to Bai Linga, "Fortunately, they are very reasonable and have forgiven you. They only ask you to apologize to Li Nanfang in 3 days and compensate for the economic losses appropriately." "Why should I apologize to him?" Before the director could finish his words, Bai Linga turned around as if stung by a wasp and screamed, "That's a scumbag with a criminal record. Just because you lynched him." Director Zhong didn't expect Bai Linga to be so excited. Not only did she correct her mistakes, but she also looked like she had suffered a loss. He was immediately furious. He didn't even bother to wipe the spit on his face. He stiffened his neck and yelled back, "You have brought shame to the entire Qingshan City police force. Bai Linga, don't yell at me. I declare that from tomorrow on, you will be a police officer. If you are willing to do it, do it. If you are not willing, get out." After seeing that the director was really angry, Bai Linga immediately lost her temper and started to use her usual little girl tactics, which was to remain silent. She was like sticky candy, and no matter how you scolded her, she would just hang her head and not respond. But the nails of her clenched fists almost pierced her palms. "Li Nanfang, I am determined to make Director Zhong completely disappointed in me. I will quit being a police officer, and I will not forgive you." Snap! A thunder suddenly sounded from the sky, and the sky, which had been gloomy since the afternoon, finally couldn't hold back its tears, as if mourning for someone who was about to suffer a heavy blow. Chapter 37. Warm Candlelight Dinner. When it is cloudy and rainy, people are generally in a bad mood due to the weather. Especially for single young women like Yu Zitong who don't go to nightclubs for fun after get off work. They can only go home in a depressed mood, curl up on the sofa and stare at the heavy rain outside in a daze. They can't help but start to recall some unpleasant things, which makes them feel more depressed and negative. Today was different. Mr. Yu actually drove home humming a little tune. When he saw the splashes of water caused by the wheels, he thought it was particularly beautiful. Even the shrill car horns that used to sounded so pleasant now. It was not until the car drove into the villa's yard that she suddenly realized that she seemed to be very abnormal. This is so abnormal. Why should she be so happy? After get off work, all she wants to do is go home as soon as possible, just like a child looking forward to the new year. Could it be that it's because there's one more person in the family? TSK, how is that possible? I am in a good mood because it rained. Don't you know that the farmer's corn needs watering? This belated downpour is enough to give the thirsty land a drink. This auntie is concerned about the country and the people, by the way. That shameless scum, after seeing this auntie's car drive into the yard, why didn't he rush out with an umbrella to greet him? He looked so servile. After waiting for a while and seeing no scumbag running out with an umbrella to greet him, the boss got a little angry. He snorted coldly before he remembered that there was an umbrella on the back seat of the car. "Don't let me see you sleeping on the sofa in the living room. I promise to beat you to death." Yu Zitong walked into the living room with a stern face, shook off the rain on his umbrella, put it in front of the door, pushed the door open and walked into the living room. The scumbag was neither in the living room nor in the kitchen, and the door of the guest room on the east side was ajar, so the clean wooden bed could be seen at a glance. Hey, where was he? Yu Zitong was sure that he would never dare to go upstairs without her permission. After all, she had honked the horn gently when she drove into the yard. If he really dared to go to her territory and do bad things without permission, he would have run downstairs in a panic. After making sure that Mr. Scumbag was not hiding and trying to scare her, Yu Zitong suddenly became inexplicably irritated. Could it be that he couldn't stand being with me and left while I was at work? Humph, it's just right that you're gone. He raised his foot and kicked the door panel once, then Mr. Yu kicked it twice more, and a pair of sexy high-heeled leather shoes flew out randomly, just like a good girl who was abandoned by a heartless man, lying on the floor miserably. It's good that he's gone. It's good that he's gone. This saves me the trouble of chasing him away. Yu Zitong murmured, walked to the wine cabinet, took a glass and poured a glass of red wine, then lay lazily on the sofa as usual, with her 2 white little feet resting on the table, and took the remote control to turn on the TV. A football match was being broadcast. The Chinese national football team was playing against a Middle Eastern country where disaster victims were wailing. The team was playing at home, but they were trailing by a wide margin. The fans in the stands who loved them so much that they started cursing in frustration. Maybe influenced by his profession, Yu Zitong also likes this kind of power sports and can barely be considered a pseudo-fan. In the past, he often stuck the national flag on his cheek and went to the scene to cheer for those players who had little ability but bad temper, hoping that they could die like a man tragically and heroically. Watching it now, she wants to curse. It wasn't like this before. No matter how poorly the Chinese national football team performed, she would not spit out a series of insulting words such as waste and idiot like she does now to damage her noble image as a favored daughter of heaven, and she even wanted to smash the TV. Go to hell, you bastards. Just as Mr. Yu raised the remote control and was about to smash it on the TV, the living room door opened and someone shouted in surprise, "Damn it, you are so heartless. It's raining so hard, and I went out to buy food for you in the rain so that you can eat more comfortably, but you told me to die." Hey, why did the Chinese national football team suddenly play so beautifully? TSK, 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 look at that number 9. How beautiful his flying tackle is when he falls to the ground. Yes, yes, kick it like this. Knock down these domestic refugees who can't even get food to eat and yet have the nerve to play football. My mood suddenly improved. I wanted to jump into the TV and kick a player from a certain country with my feet. But on the surface, I remained calm. I put down the remote control and looked towards the door. Li Nanfang was soaked all over. He was holding several plastic bags in his hands, which were filled with vegetables, meat, and seasonings. There was also a plastic bag under his left armpit, with fresh green wild vegetables popping out of it. It turned out that he had gone to do some purchasing and did not leave quietly. Yu Zitong raised his eyebrows slightly and explained calmly, "I'm not talking about you. I'm scolding those who play football." "Oh, I told you that you can't be so heartless. Go ahead and continue to curse me. And curse for me. I'm going to cook. Well, you're lucky today. I found some fresh shepherd's purse on the way back. It's a good thing. It's green, environmentally friendly, and nutritious. Crack an egg into it and bake it in an electric griddle. The taste is enough to make even the gods drool." Li Nanfang put on her slippers and walked towards the kitchen. When she passed a pair of high heels, she kicked them in front of the sofa and said, "Please respect my work in the future and don't throw my shoes around. It's not elegant and it makes the floor dirty." Yu Zitong then realized that she had lived here for 2 years, and the floor, which she had just mopped when she cleaned the house for Li Nanfang that night, was much cleaner than when she left in the morning. Of course she would not admit her mistake, and pouted, "TSK, this is my home, okay? I can do whatever I want. What's your business?" Li Nanfang ignored her. Truly smart men will never argue with women about such things, because they can find 10,000 reasons to explain that they really don't need to cherish the fruits of other people's labor. It would be better to save some energy and make something delicious to reward yourself. After all, Mr. Li is a carnivore, and the light dishes suitable for Yu Zitong, no matter how much he eats, will turn into something and disappear after an hour. Of course, Mr. Li was not stupid enough to go out shopping when it was about to rain. He took a taxi out when Yu Zitong got off work. After buying things, he hid in the car waiting for her to get off work. No matter what he thought of Yu Zitong, he now had to provide her with secret protection at all times. There was no other way. If anything really happened to this girl, he would not be able to explain to his master's wife. After following Yu Zitong's car safely into the villa, Li Nanfang finally had the heart to appreciate the scenery on the rainy day and discovered that the slope behind the green belt was full of shepherd's purse. Humming a little song about a sister missing her brother and shedding tears, Li Nanfang quickly picked up wild vegetables and kept swallowing his saliva. He has always believed that cooking is like killing, and that it is worthy of his wholehearted treatment and should be regarded as an art. Strictly speaking, cooking is more important than killing. Only those self-righteous men regard cooking as a trivial matter that undermines men's dignity. How can they experience the satisfaction in their hearts when they make a good meal by themselves? Let Yu Zitong do it? Damn, don't be ridiculous. Who would expect a woman who only has noodles in the kitchen to cook delicious meals? That person must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, or the food must have been soaked because of the rain. Do you want me to help you? Hearing Yu Zitong's voice coming from the kitchen door, Li Nanfang, who was squatting on the ground picking vegetables, turned around and saw a pair of white feet in a pair of red crystal slippers. The red and white contrasted very temptingly. Then he raised his hand and slapped his thigh. "Oh, I forgot." "What did you forget?" Yu Zitong was startled by Li Nanfang's sudden surprise and asked quickly with concern. "I forgot to buy 2 pig's trotters. Slowly cooking pig's trotters and soybeans is absolutely delicious, hey? What are you crazy about? Why are you throwing your stinky shoes at me?" Li Nanfang tilted his head, and the crystal slipper kicked by Yu Zitong hit his shoulder. He picked it up and threw it back, shouting, "If you don't want to eat, just say so. Stop being crazy, your feet stink. How many years haven't you washed them?" Yu Zitong dodged the flying slipper sideways, snorted coldly, hopped on one foot, and jumped to the sofa like Super Mario and sat down. If she hadn't seen the scumbag cooking, she would never have given up so easily. Who made him stare at her feet with lustful eyes and call them pig's trotters? Did she really think that Mr. Yu was stupid and couldn't hear that he was mocking her? You blind bastard, whose pig's trotters can be so white, tender, delicate and beautiful. Yu Zitong thought about it, stood up from the sofa and quickly walked up the stairs. She didn't want to let this guy take advantage of her again, so she had to put on socks, thick socks. After Mr. Yu took a shower, sat in front of the bed with a notebook to summarize a proposal of the company, changed into loose home clothes and walked down. Li Nanfang had also put dinner on the table. A large plate of fried shepherd's purse with eggs, dry white rice, half a pot of fragrant braised pork that could fill a pig to death, green dried shrimps and rapeseed, which looked pleasing to the eye after being drizzled with sesame oil, plus a plate of lotus root in ginger sauce that was cut with great skill. Boss Yu, are you satisfied with the dinner I prepared? Li Nanfang, who must have eaten a few pieces of braised pork, wiped his shiny lips and pulled out a chair for her in a servile manner. That's all, just make do with it. Yu Zitong sat down slowly. Even she herself was puzzled as to why she felt so at ease when accepting this guy's attentive service. Don't forget that they had just had dinner together this morning, and someone almost got killed last night. Li Nanfang didn't expect Yu Zitong to praise him, so he smiled generously and asked, "Would you like to drink something?" Yu Zitong didn't object to having some red wine with dinner. It was said that red wine could improve beauty, but that was probably just nonsense from the wine sellers. It was a commercial ploy to coax women into getting used to drinking and forcing them to drink red wine. When Li Nanfang went to get the wine, the lights suddenly went out, and darkness instantly surrounded Yu Zitong. There may be power outages on rainy days, which is not uncommon, but Yu Zitong's family doesn't have any emergency lights or anything, so it seems he has to rely on the flashlight on his cell phone. As soon as she took out her cell phone, a warm red light came on behind her. Turning around, she saw Li Nanfang walking in with a candlestick with 2 red candles on it emitting flames. I heard that it was your 48th birthday a few days ago. I didn't know that. I'm going to give Aunt Yu a warm candlelight dinner tonight to make up for it. Li Nanfang came over with a giggle and placed the candlestick in the middle of the dining table. Yu Zitong curled her lips and said, "You are wrong. I am 88 years old this year. You have to call me Grandma." Chapter 38. Did you really obey him? Really? You are over 80 years old and still look so young and beautiful. It seems that you always eat pig's trotters. They are high in collagen and have beauty effects. When Li Nanfang said this, he lowered his head to look at Yu Zitong's little feet, but she raised her foot and hit him hard on his leg. He didn't care. He sat opposite Mr. Yu with a smile, filled her glass with wine attentively, and raised his glass. "You are worthy of Bossadeng Tuyo, please accept my belated blessing." No birthday present. Yu Zitong raised his glass and clinked it with his gently. The tinkling sound sounded quite crisp and pleasant. "Give me some money and I'll buy it." "Humph, you really thought of using my money to buy me a gift." Yu Zitong took a sip of red wine and snorted. "Never mind. Seeing that you are poor and have a small skill like cooking, I will forgive you this time." "Thank you, Auntie, for your generosity. Li Nanfang is so grateful that I wish I could burst into tears right away. It would be best if my tears could flow onto the plate to show my gratitude to you." "Stop it, stop it. If you keep saying disgusting things, I'll get angry." "Okay, eat." Li Nanfang followed suit and scooped himself a large piece of braised pork, stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing it. He kept praising it while eating. "Oh, I don't know who made this meal. Why is it so delicious?" I almost swallowed my tongue. After spending only one day with Li Nanfang, Yu Zitong had actually gotten used to his shameless self-promotional behavior. He tried to pick up a piece of lean meat, but it didn't taste good, so he had to eat a few more pieces. "What have you been doing out there all these years?" After gently clinking glasses with Li Nanfang, Yu Zitong asked, "Where did you study? What kind of job did you do after graduating from university?" "University." Li Nanfang laughed at himself, lowered his eyelids and asked calmly, "Do you think someone like me can go to school?" Yu Zitong was stunned for a moment. Then, "What did you do?" "When I was 15, I worked as a shoe shiner or a bath scrubber on the street, or as a laborer on a construction site. I was what you call a stinky migrant worker. When I was 17, I worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant. I learned how to cook at that time. I worked there until I was 20. I was fired because I was ugly and ate too much. I had to work as a porter on the dock." Li Nanfang's face darkened, and there was even mist flowing in his eyes. He bit his lip from time to prove how miserable his life was. "When I couldn't eat enough, I stole and robbed. If I added up the punches and kicks I received, if I stewed them into pig's trotters, it would be enough to feed millions of Qingshan city citizens for a year." If Yi Xiaodao was present, he would definitely laugh out loud, point at his nose and ask him how he could lie more than Dao Yi and how shameless he was. Li Nanfang has suffered a lot over the years, and compared with what he has personally experienced, the suffering he is talking about now is not suffering at all. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that he is enjoying a blessing. After all, scrubbing people's backs and washing dishes are not life-threatening. You don't have to be locked up in a small dark room and have to kill a jaguar with your bare hands before you can get out. But in Yu Zitong's view, It was an inconceivable, miserable life, and he even felt a little guilty. He should not have shouted so loudly when he found out that he was peeping at her while she was taking a bath. After noticing the guilt on Yuzatong's face, Li Nanfang raised his hand to wipe his nose and pretended to laugh heartily. Ha, but it got much better later. I found a job in the United States until I met you that day. Alas, there was nothing I could do. You made me so angry that day that I wanted to. Don't mention that day. Yuzatong decisively stopped asking about Li Nanfang's past interests, raised his glass and said, "How about this? Considering your miserable past, I will promote you to the position of monitor of the small car team. In addition, to reward your outstanding performance in housework, I will give you an additional financial subsidy of 8,000 yuan. Li Nanfang rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why don't you just say it's our food expenses? You're saying it in such a high-sounding way. You're indeed a profiteer." "I just said that. What's your business?" Yuzatong glared. Li Nanfang immediately softened. Okay, whatever you say. Come, have a drink." Originally, Yuzatong hoped that he could give her some suggestions on decorating the house. She only needed to pretend to hesitate for a moment, and then, as he nervously waited, she would nod in agreement with reluctance. She would also remind him not to be lazy when cooking in the future and to come up with new ideas. Don't they know that girls are picky eaters? But the kid didn't say anything, so Mr. Yu certainly wouldn't be so shameless as to offer him benefits on his own initiative. If he wants to be bitten by mosquitoes, let him be. If he doesn't mind the heat, let him be. She won't suffer anyway. Soon, with Li Nanfang's blessing again, the warm candlelight dinner ended. After he turned off the power, Mr. Yu wiped his mouth elegantly, and when he was about to stand up, he stretched out his right hand again. In the palm of my hand, there was a $1 coin. Yuzatong was angry. "Today is my birthday. It's long past, this is to make up for it. I've decided that this day of every year will be my birthday. Even if today is really your birthday, it won't work. In this world, no one can enjoy everything without giving anything in return. Forget it, don't get angry. It's just washing pots and dishes. It's not a big deal." This kid is using the same words he said this morning to provoke me again. "I'll take advantage of you." Humph. Yuzatong also answered with the same words, and snatched the coin again. When the coin flew upside down with a flick of her thumb, she whispered, "I want the literal meaning." Under the close gaze of two pairs of eyes, the coin fell on the table, trembled a few times like a man with the hiccups, and then stopped. Li Nanfang also stood up and laughed wildly towards the sky. "Ha, ha, ha, I told you this morning. Today, I am the boss. Today is my birthday. Today is really my birthday." Yuzatong murmured with tears in his eyes while washing the plates and bowls with great effort. He wanted to throw them to the ground several times, but that would make the scum who was lying on the sofa outside watching TV and acting like a big shot even happier. Mr. Yu would never do anything that would make his loved ones sad and his enemies happy, so he just washed the pots and dishes obediently with a heart full of resentment. After working for a long time, he walked out, patting his lower back, and sat down on the sofa next to him, feeling relieved. Tom and Jerry was playing on TV, which was Mr. Yu's favorite show. Who knew this guy also liked to watch it, and he kept laughing so hard that he fell over, with a disgusting look of childish innocence. Unlike President Yu, who just smiled knowingly after seeing Jack being humiliated, his little appearance was elegant, charming, and profound. "I want to tell you something." Just when Mr. Yu, who did not get a good rest last night, raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned, and was about to go to sleep, Li Nanfang spoke. "Hurry up and tell me, don't dawdle and disturb my rest." President Yu said lazily, and when she lifted her slippers with her toes, she remembered that she also had something to say. "Oh, by the way, let me go first. In the afternoon, Director Zhong from the Municipal Bureau came to see me and gave me a clear explanation about the incident last night when you were abused to the point of peeing your pants." Thinking of the scene where Li Nanfang was beaten to the point of peeing his pants by a woman, Yuzatong became happy again, although she also knew that it was wrong to have such an emotion. After all, this guy had a special relationship with her now. If he was abused, she would also lose face, right? It's just that she couldn't help but be happy, so who cares? Who dares to intervene? Just try. Do you really think that China's former top agent, Miss Yu, codenamed White Rose, can only glare at people but can't beat them into a pig's head? Humph. Li Nanfang was an example last night. He was so scared that he had to use such despicable means and only managed to escape. To be honest, Li Nanfang didn't really care what kind of punishment Bai Linga received. He did take the opportunity to do something to the man, but that tigress was just too bad-tempered. She dared to lynch him without even figuring out what was going on. Wouldn't that scare the heroes who were trying to help others? Are you satisfied with my handling of this? After briefly explaining it, Yu Zitong finally asked, "Is it okay if you're not satisfied? You've made the decision for me. If I make higher demands, won't it make Mr. Yu lose face?" Li Nanfang said with great awareness, "It doesn't matter if I suffer a little grievance or pain, but I absolutely cannot let your dignity be damaged." "That's more like it, but I think the compensation she gave you for your financial losses should be substantial, so you should forgive her while you can. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future." Elder Yu gave Li Nanfang a few words of earnest advice before asking, "What do you want to say? Or, let's talk about it tomorrow." Li Nanfang began to hesitate. "You seem to be in a good mood tonight. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep after hearing this." "Hurry up, don't talk too much." Yu Zitong became impatient. "Not long after you left for work this morning, your old man called." After hearing what Li Nanfang said, President Yu raised his eyebrow slightly. His eyes were extremely sharp. "Did you complain to my grandfather, saying that I arranged you to work in the small car class and the living conditions were not satisfactory? Well, you finally realized that I don't live very well." Li Nanfang sighed. "How could I say this? I'm living a good life now. I feel the motherly care from you. Would you be so generous?" Yu Zitong's eyes flashed with obvious disbelief, and he asked, "Then what did you say to my grandfather?" "Of course, I'll do whatever is good for you." "What have I said? I'm counting on you to protect me. How dare I offend you?" Li Nanfang first praised Miss Yu, and just when she was about to smile smugly, he said nonchalantly, "But the old man said that in a few days, your mother will come to Qingshan City and live with us." Yu Zitong was stunned for a moment. Yu Zitong's greatest wish was to take her mother away from the Yu family in Jinghua, and that was why she agreed to marry Li Nanfang. But she had no intention of becoming a couple with this scumbag. She just wanted to have fun with him. But Grandpa Yu didn't think so. He would just follow his promise to her and send her mother to Qingshan City to live with their young couple. When the mother comes, she will definitely be able to tell something from the treatment she gives Li Nanfang. Given the mother's timid nature, she would definitely be scared after discovering Yu Zitong was playing tricks on old Yu, and would then persuade her to really follow Li Nanfang. Otherwise, would you really obey him? Yu Zitong was so confused that he wanted to go crazy just by looking at Li Nanfang's face. Chapter 39. The target has a gigolo. Just like yesterday, Yu Zitong finished washing up, clasped her arms across her chest, leaned on the kitchen doorframe and watched Li Nanfang busy preparing breakfast. Li Nanfang looked back and was a little surprised. "Hey, there are no dark circles under your eyes this morning. Did you think of a good way to deal with the old man?" It's a piece of cake for me. You keep blowing, I'll cook." "Now you should know why I took you in, right?" Yu Zitong asked seemingly casually. Li Nanfang said without even turning his head, "I wonder if it will work? Your old man is very talkative, saying everything he should and shouldn't say. He is so old, but he still can't control his mouth." Yu Zitong looked at him with a sharp look. "So, what do you think?" "Whatever you think, that's what I think. Do you want to really live with me?" When Yu Zitong asked this question, her tone was deliberately indifferent, as if she was not talking about her lifelong affairs, but asking what delicious food she had cooked this morning. Li Nanfang shuddered. "You'd better kill me." "Asshole, I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty." Yu Zitong cursed and said, "I thought about it last night. When my mother comes, we will live in my bedroom. You might as well kill me." "Listen to me first." Yu Zitong was angry. If he hadn't seen that he was cooking, he would have taken off his shoes and thrown them at him. The idea that Mr. Yu came up with after racking his brains is actually outdated, but the older the idea, the more effective it is generally. Just like the older the antique, the more valuable it is. After his mother-in-law came, Li Nanfang could sleep in Yu Zitong's bedroom at night, but he could no longer sleep on the large bed with Mr. Yu. He could only sleep on the floor. "Well, I have no choice but to do this. My mother is very timid. If she finds out that we are just playing around, she will be very scared." Yu Zitong sighed and continued, "So this is the only way. It's also a good thing for you. You don't have to live in a house without air conditioning. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, if you are still unwilling and want to molest me while I am sleeping, go ahead and do it. I promise I won't turn you into a eunuch." Li Nanfang naturally agreed with Yu Zitong's idea of killing two birds with one stone. However, he also raised a question. That is, if someone as obviously stupid as Mr. Yu could come up with this idea, how could her old man not think of it? "Maybe my father-in-law will specifically ask my mother-in-law to eavesdrop outside the door on a certain night." This sounds like a joke, but it is very likely to happen. Yu Zitong hadn't thought of this, and frowned. "Do you have any way to deal with it?" There must be at least 800 ways to let others know that we are a real couple. Li Nanfang said in a very arrogant tone. For example, deliberately leaving the door a crack open. For example, installing a surveillance camera in our bedroom. For example, when we were young and hot-tempered, we couldn't help but have sex on the sofa in the living room or in the swimming pool at the back. Oh, when will you change your bad habit of throwing shoes around? User Tone gritted his teeth and said in a sinister tone, if you dare to talk nonsense again, the next thing that will fly over will be a kitchen knife. It's just a joke. Is there any need to take it so seriously? No wonder you're still an old maid who can't get married even though you're over 80 years old. Before User Tone could get angry, Li Nanfang said quickly, the simplest way is for us to sing a serenade together. Do you know what a serenade is? Your eyes are blinking, which shows your ignorance. User Tone sneered and curled his lips. TSK, aren't you just imitating those women in the Japanese movies, screaming oh oh ah ah? Li Nanfang immediately perked up. Oh, we are of the same mind. Tell me, whose lead role do you like the most? Hideno Yui or Azawa Maria? I personally prefer the latter because her breasts are damn. I told you not to throw shoes around, but you are still like this, believe it or not. I will lose my temper and quit right now, leaving you to bear the old man's wrath alone. User Tone really didn't dare to force this guy to run away. Not being able to bear the old man's anger was the least of her worries. The key point was that no one would be able to cook for her in the future. She used to hire a nanny, but the food she cooked was not to her taste and was not as good as boiling noodles in water. Li Nanfang possesses superb cooking skills. This matter must not be reminded to him, lest this kid really become a chef. If you want to keep a free servant, you must constantly instill in him the idea that he is useless and that if you didn't pity him, you would have kicked him out long ago. Only in this way can he be grateful and squeeze every last drop of oil out of him. Li Nanfang had no idea of the dark thoughts in President Yu's mind. When he presented the fruits of his morning labor, he boasted about them proudly for several minutes. Mr. Yu naturally nodded appropriately as a reward. Li Nanfang became even happier after receiving affirmation from Mr. Yu. It is said that no good comes from being happy. Li Nanfang immediately received the corresponding punishment in the coin toss after breakfast. User Tone, who had finally turned the game around, laughed wildly towards the sky without any ladle-like image. She sat on the sofa where Li Nanfang had sat, put her 2 little feet on the table, lit a cigarette and watched him busy himself. She also put on an attitude of a landlady, reminding him from time to time to wash it clean, saying that she would check it later and if it was not up to standard, she would make him redo the work countless times. In short, Mr. Yu was very happy, and he secretly vowed to practice his coin-tossing skills during his free time at work, striving to make the coin land on the side every time it landed. She truly felt the meaning of what a great man once said, fighting against heaven and earth is endless fun, fighting against people is endless fun. What are you looking at here, kid? When Mr. Yu walked out of the living room with the bag, he found Li Nanfang standing in front of the car, looking at the small hill in the distance in front of the villa. Go to work at the company. Li Nanfang turned around and said, let's take a ride. Didn't I grant you 3 days leave? User Tone was a little surprised and looked him up and down. You took the initiative to ask to go to work early. Tell me, what conspiracy do you have? What a bullshit conspiracy. I'm just too busy and bored at home. Li Nanfang cursed. It's better to go to work to fulfill my life. Of course, if you allow me to go to the 2nd floor when I'm at home. You are dreaming. User Tone interrupted him without hesitation, thought for a moment and said, well, it's boring to watch TV at home alone, so go to work. Since you're doing well, I can transfer you from the small car team to the sales department. Although you're uneducated, I've found that you're quite good at talking, so you should be able to fool people when you go out. Li Nanfang said simply, no, really not going. The salary and bonus at the sales department are higher than the small car team. No, I just like being in the small car class. I like those simple drivers. When Li Nanfang talked about those drivers, a gentle look appeared on his face. Drivers who were preparing to go to work in various places in Qingshan City all shuddered and subconsciously began to worry about the money in their wallets. Since this guy didn't know how to appreciate his courtesy, User Tone didn't bother to persuade him anymore and just threw the car keys over to him. I don't have a driver's license. Can I drive? Li Nanfang asked worriedly, using the car keys. What? User Tone wondered if he had heard it wrong. You don't have a driver's license. Li Nanfang looked puzzled. Is it strange not to have a driver's license? Then why don't you go to the car class? You were the one who arranged for me to go there. You looked so cold and scary. How could I dare to say no? You really piss me off. User Tone stamped his feet lightly and asked angrily, you useless guy, you can't even drive a car, what else can you do? Li Nanfang said seriously, I can cook and eat. Oh my God, why did you strike with a thunderbolt and take this shameless person away? Yu Zitong wailed, snatched the key and opened the door. Hey, God won't thunder. Before Li Nanfang finished his words, there was a sudden cracking sound in the gloomy sky and loud thunder rumbled over his head. Frightened, he quickly jumped into the car like a rabbit, staring at the sky in silence with a frightened face. The rain fell like a curtain of fine beads descending from the sky, hitting the ground densely, and raising layers of water mist that drifted back and forth with the wind. Frank put down the binoculars and turned to Jessie, who was holding an umbrella for him, and said, "The target database doesn't seem to say there's a man next to her, right?" Jessie answered in a positive tone, "No. When we went to the villa the night before last, I didn't see any signs that any man had lived in her house." "So what do you think is the relationship between the two of them?" "Maybe it's the target's gigolo." Jessie smiled filthy. "You saw it through the telescope just now. That guy is quite handsome. A woman who has lived alone for a long time will feel a little empty, so it's normal for her to keep a man to enjoy the fun." "Well, what you said makes sense." Frank also smiled with understanding. "If it is not necessary, just let that guy go. It is not easy to live this long. It would be a pity if he lost his life because of this." If Li Nanfang heard their conversation, he would definitely nod his head and say yes, yes, the world is so good. Look, it is raining so hard, but there are still many beautiful women in skirts on the street. When the wind blows, the hems of their skirts are lifted up, revealing their panties. Wouldn't it be a pity if they died like this? Stop the car. Yu Zitong was concentrating on driving and was about to cross the intersection when Li Nanfang suddenly called out in a low voice. She quickly stepped on the brakes and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Nanfang almost pressed his face against the window, looking outside and muttering, "That woman just now didn't seem to be wearing any panties." Li Nanfang. Arrive. Li Nanfang then realized that Yu Zitong was right beside him. He really shouldn't have told anyone about his discovery. He quickly explained with a wry smile, "Well, Auntie, I'm just worried that she'll catch a cold. Get out. It's raining outside. I'll say this one last time, get out of here. Can you lend me an umbrella, please?" Just as Li Nanfang was about to reach out to get an umbrella from the back, Yu Zitong reached out, opened the car door, pushed him out, slammed the door, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed across the intersection. "Yu Zitong, what right do you have to interfere with my freedom to discover and appreciate beauty? Are you jealous? Ha, then you dress like this too, and I promise I won't look at anyone else again." In the heavy rain, Li Nanfang was instantly soaked like a drowned rat. He jumped up and down, pointing at the car and cursing. Chapter 40, The Diaper Hero. Fortunately, after passing this intersection and walking forward for only 500 meters, we reached Kaihuang Group. In the blink of an eye after Li Nanfang was pushed out of the car, all his clothes were soaked. There was no need for him to take shelter from the rain, so he simply put his hands in his pockets, held his head high and walked forward in the rain in an unusually casual manner, ignoring the pedestrians with umbrellas beside him who were staring at him. They don't understand a thing. I'm just walking in the rain. I understand the romance. Glancing at the Mercedes-Benz parked closest to the entrance of the headquarters lobby, Li Nanfang curled his lips, raised his hand and greeted Wang Defa who was standing at the door. He didn't hear clearly what he said, but judging from the lewd smile on his face, it was probably not something good. When I kicked open the door of the car squad's duty room, it was still very lively inside. These drivers' lives were so comfortable that they started gambling as soon as they got to work, taking advantage of the heavy rain when no leaders needed the cars. The day before yesterday, everyone was fleeced by a guy named Li. It seemed that they couldn't afford to offend this guy, so they could only keep their dissatisfaction in their hearts. After get off work, Zhong Wei led the team to a restaurant, and everyone discussed carefully for a long time and worked out a way to get back at them. Since Li Nanfang is Secretary Min's man and is a scumbag who can fight, we are all civilized people. If we want to get back our loss, we will certainly not consider using violence. The only way is to get it back at the gambling table. At the gambling table, a dozen people teamed up to plot against one person. If they couldn't make him lose everything, even his pants, then everyone would just give up playing in the future. People say gambling is enjoyable, but what is the point of always giving money to others? So after work yesterday, Zhong Wei and others held their breath and vowed to make Li Nanfang pay back all the money with interest, unless he didn't dare to go to the table. Zhong Wei and others, who were eager to fight, waited for a long time, but Li Nanfang did not come to work. Instead, they received the news that he was beaten to the point of wetting his pants by a woman the night before. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Neither Yu Zitong nor Minute Ru would talk about that incident in the company, but they couldn't help but mention the cousin of a certain security guard, Han Jun from the criminal police team of the Municipal Bureau. When the two of them talked on the phone yesterday, Han Jun specifically mentioned this matter. Of course, it was told as a joke. It was about a guy named Li Nanfang from your Kaihuang group who was treated badly by us last night. He was beaten so badly by Deputy Captain that he even peed his pants. What? That guy was beaten so hard by a woman that he peed his pants? No wonder you didn't come to work today. This really shows that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. You are so cocky anymore. Do you really think you can be invincible just by being a fighter? He deserves it. He deserves it. We have to celebrate today. I'll treat you at noon. At noon, Class Zhong set up a table in the cafeteria's small restaurant and drank tea instead of wine to celebrate Li Nanfang's beating. He also gave him a nickname, the Diaper Hero. Someone beat Li Nanfang so hard that he peed his pants, so Zhong Wei and others didn't think it was a big deal to be beaten by him. It is said that when the heroes were beaten the day before yesterday, no one peed their pants. But we can't just let him go. Even if he wets his pants, he has to get back the money he won. Hey, the diaper man is here. As soon as Li Nanfang entered the room, a man named Sun Daming started shouting. Everyone applauded. The applause was unrestrained and enthusiastic, as if welcoming a leader who came to inspect. They also shouted in unison, "Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome the diaper hero." Shit, these big sheep are well informed. They even know that I peed my pants. But next time you better yell like this in front of that little hottie. I guarantee she 1T beat you to death. Li Nanfang was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized. A smile of gratitude appeared on his face. He tilted his head and bowed in return, as if he understood the kindness of the big guy. This guy is really shameless. Everyone is mocking him, but he acts like nothing happened. I like it. Sun Daming and others looked at each other. Their resentment for being beaten up the day before yesterday was much less. A real man should be more magnanimous. Besides, the behavior of everyone rushing in after losing all their money the day before yesterday did damage the professionalism of a gambler. Now people don't care about our sarcasm. If we still care about what happened that day, wouldn't it be unmanly? Little did they know that Mr. Li was so magnanimous because he was considering their wallets. If you fall out with everyone and the relationship becomes very strained, will they still bet with you? Only a fool would decide on his own source of income just to save a little face. Li Nanfang, can you tell us about your heroic feat of fighting Deputy Captain Bai of the Municipal Bureau for 300 rounds the night before last? Ha, ha, ha. Li Nanfang's shameless tolerance greatly emboldened the tyranny of Sun Daming and others. What's wrong with released prisoners? Aren't they also afraid of the police who serve the people? Everyone started to make a noise. Yes, yes, tell me quickly. After all, I have never encountered such a thing in my life, and I really want to be beaten by a woman until she pisses her pants. Looking at the innocent smiling faces of the big sheep, Li Nanfang felt even more ashamed and sighed heavily. Alas, let's not talk about sad things. Don't you think, heroes, such a starry night, is a good opportunity for us to show our skills at the gambling table? Zhong Wei was just thinking about how to get Li Nanfang to come to the table to gamble, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to bring it up. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity, and immediately slammed the table. Stop yelling. It's not a glorious thing to get beaten up by a woman and wet your pants. I hope you can give the pants-wetting hero some dignity. Come on, let's start gambling, let's start gambling. Okay, let's start betting. Everyone looked at each other, cheered loudly, and gathered around the table. One table was not enough, so 2 tables were put together, and Li Nanfang, who was bound to be slaughtered today, was invited to occupy the good position of if you want to win money, face north and south. $5 and $10 bills fell on the table like rain. Li Nanfang was soaked by the heavy rain and his banknotes were all soaked, but Zhong Wei and others certainly didn't mind. Move the cards to determine the size, and after determining who is the dealer, start dealing the cards. Coincidentally, it was Zhong Wei who dealt the cards again, and Li Nanfang spoke first. Just like that day, Li Nanfang opened the door with a black 20, and the next player immediately followed suit. There were more than a dozen people, and the whole circle was black. Then it was his turn to speak. Li Nanfang did not continue to cheat. He picked up the cards and slowly opened them, then bet 50 yuan. Next, there were dark ones, bright ones, and a few walking ones. Those present were all experienced gamblers. When they teamed up to plot against someone, they certainly knew what to do so as not to arouse that person's suspicion. Soon, as Sun Daming bet 40, 2 more people threw down their cards while cursing, and only 6 people were left at the table, and they all started to bet 100. Li Nanfang certainly knew that these bastards were conspiring against him, but he pretended not to notice and followed them for a few more rounds with a frown. After Zhong Wei raised the chips to 200, he decisively folded. Li Nanfang had bad luck this morning. After all morning, The best cards he got were a straight flush. He also happened to encounter Zhong Wei's 2 leopards, and he lost thousands of dollars with just one hand. As lunchtime approached, Li Nanfang began to break out in cold sweats. He had lost more than 4,000 yuan, but only 500 or 600 remained. Fuck it, I don't want to play anymore. After a pair of small fives were squeezed away by Zhong Wei and others, Li Nanfang threw away the cards with a curse, picked up the only 3 remaining banknotes, his face full of dejection. If one wants to shear the wool of this flock of sheep for a long time, only a fool would defeat them every time. Who would follow him if he did that? Li Nanfang had given in, but Zhong Wei still didn't let him go. The last 3 rounds. Let's have dinner after the 3 rounds. I'll treat you. Naturally, everyone agreed loudly. After hearing that someone was treating him, Li Nanfang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, be careful or I'll make a comeback in 3 moves." No one would give him a chance to make a comeback. After 3 rounds of playing, Li Nanfang was left with only 20 yuan out of the last 300 yuan, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. Zhong Wei felt extremely happy. He laughed loudly and put away the money. Let's go eat, eat. These fools thought they had shaved Li Nanfang clean, but they didn't expect that they contributed a total of 5,000 yuan that day, hundreds of which had been spent by Li Nanfang on buying vegetables. They were in an extremely happy mood and looked at him more favorably. When they went to the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, they surrounded him like a star surrounding the moon. As the big loser, of course you have to enjoy this kind of boss-like treatment. Li Nanfang would naturally accept it with pleasure, and walked into the cafeteria with an unworldly look as if he regarded money as dirt. When the car team came in, Minute Ru had just finished getting her meal from window number 1. When she saw Li Nanfang coming, her eyes lit up, and she was about to say hello when she realized something was wrong. Then, she heard someone shouting, "Diaper hero, come, sit over here, sit over here." Then, she saw Li Nanfang walking over, and Sun Daming was very servile and wiped the chair for him with his sleeve. Diaper hero. When Minute Ru saw the drivers of the small car team surrounding Li Nanfang, one pants-wetting hero on the left and another pants-wetting hero on the right, she immediately knew what was going on and became angry. But what was incredible to her was that Li Nanfang did not feel the slightest bit of shame about this. He was smiling with a smug look on his face, as if this nickname was so glorious. Someone from another department asked, "Sun Daming, what does the diaper hero mean?" This guy was beaten to the point of peeing his pants by a female police officer from the city police station. Haha. Li Nanfang's repeated pretense made Sun Daming and others completely forget how fierce he was the day before yesterday. They patted his shoulders with a giggle, acting like they were brothers. There is no doubt that people love this kind of gossip the most. Immediately, a large number of employees gathered around and asked for more specific reasons with a strong desire to know. Encouraged by Zhong Ban's earnest gaze, Sun Daming, who is obviously a fool, naturally started spitting everywhere, talking and gesticulating, and telling what his cousin had told him, adding fuel to the fire. Minute Ru was surprised to find that the humiliation that was more unbearable than having someone step on her face with a big foot was not found on Li Nanfang's face. He still looked calm and said that he liked pig's trotters the most and asked if he could have 2 more. My cousin said that the white police officer is the most beautiful girl in the city police station, known as the Queen of Flowers. Our diaper hero was beaten by her. That must be. Sun Daming was giving a speech excitedly when he heard someone slam the table and yell, "Enough!" "Fuck, who is it? You scared me." Sun Daming was frightened and trembled. When he looked up, he saw Secretary Minute with a red face, glaring at him fiercely with her teeth clenched. Chapter 41. Let him do what he wants. In the eyes of all the employees of Kai Huang Group, Secretary Minute Rumen is definitely the spokesperson for a beautiful person with a beautiful heart. She has never relied on the fact that she is President Yu's close confidant to look down on anyone. Even if it was her sister-in-law who worked as a cleaner, when she met her, she would take the initiative to smile and nod to say hello. There are 3 beauties in Kai Huang Group. The high and mighty General Yu is naturally everyone's dream lover, and people can only look up to her and dare not desecrate her soyer. The girl at the front desk is not easily moved, and anyone who tries to seduce her will be rejected. Only Secretary Minute is always so approachable and sincere to others, so people cannot have any dirty thoughts about her. Among the 3 beauties, Minute Ru has the best popularity. In everyone's impression, Secretary Minute had never lost her temper with anyone, but now, she stared at Sun Daming fiercely with an almost cannibalistic look, and all the laughter and joy suddenly fell silent. "Minute, Secretary Minute, I was just joking." Sun Daming was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly remembered that Zhong Wei once said that Li Nanfang came to Kai Huang Group as a driver because of Minute Ru's relationship, and even vice president she had to give her some face. Now he was satirizing Li Nanfang in front of so many people. It would be strange if Secretary Minute was not angry. No matter how powerful Sun Daming's background is, he can't afford to offend someone who even Vice President Xi can't afford to offend. His face turned pale. Haha, Secretary Minute. Zhong Wei is worthy of being the top leader of the small car team. When he saw Sun Daming's forehead beginning to sweat, he immediately stood up and said, Xiao Sun was just joking with Li Nanfang. I didn't mean anything else. Is this just a joke? Minute Ru interrupted Zhong Wei coldly and reached out to grab Li Nanfang's arm. Let's go. Where are you going? Li Nanfang broke away from her little hand, looking silly. I still need to eat. Class Zhong is treating us today. Minute Ru was furious and asked, How dare you eat here? Hey, Secretary Minute, what you said doesn't make sense. Li Nanfang was puzzled. Just because my colleagues played a joke on me, I can't eat here. That's right, Secretary Minute, we were just joking. Zhong Wei stepped in again to smooth things over. Secretary Minute, please rest assured. I promise that no one will make fun of Li Nanfang anymore. There is no need for Sun Daming to spread the word everywhere. Zhong Wei dares to guarantee that before lunch is over, the reputation of Li Nanfang, the pants wedding hero, will spread to every corner of Kaihuang Group. You just eat here, you're really pissing me off. Seeing Li Nanfang being so stupid, Minute Ru was so angry that she began to stutter. She stomped her feet in hatred, turned around and left. Sun Daming, what are you standing there for? Why don't you go get some food? Didn't you hear Nanfang say they're going to eat pig's trotters? Zhong Wei was in such a good mood that he began to affectionately call Li Nanfang Nanfang. South, you'd better change your name to Stupid Pig. After hearing Zhong Wei call Li Nanfang like that, Minute Ru, who had already walked to the door of the restaurant, cursed in her heart, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground became more rapid. She felt that she had to report the matter to General Yu. After all, Li Nanfang is Mr. Yu's nephew. No matter how unpopular he is, we cannot allow our company's employees to bully him. When Minute Ru knocked on the door of the president's office, Yu Zitong was on the phone with a rare friendly smile on his face, and his voice was much more insolent than usual. I'm warning you, hurry back and help me. I'm preparing to show my talents in the business world. Without your help, how can Kaihuang Group open branches all over the world? Minute Ru hesitated for a moment, and when she was about to leave, Yu Zitong hung up the phone and the smile on her face faded. I'm a sister who is developing abroad what's delicious in the cafeteria today. Whenever Ms. Yu went out for dinner without any necessary social engagements, Minute Ru would get her food from the cafeteria. Yu specifically asked for scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried yams. Minute Ru placed the tray on the table in the reception area. Yu Zitong washed his hands and came over. He opened the lid of the lunchbox, picked up a piece of yam with chopsticks, chewed it for a few times, shook his head and said, It's not very delicious. You used to praise the dishes cooked by Mr. Dong as the most delicious. Why don't they taste good now? Minute Ru was a little surprised, but she didn't ask. When she helped Mr. Yu put away the lunchboxes, she said casually, Just now when I went to the restaurant to get food, I met Li Nanfang. Well, he had to come to work today. Didn't I approve his 3-day vacation that day? He called me this morning and said he was bored in the hotel and had to come to work. Yu Zitong almost let the cat out of the bag and quickly shrugged his shoulders in disdain. TSK, after all, it's my destiny to work. What are you talking about? It's too boring to stay in the hotel. Minute Ru didn't hear what President Yu was hiding. She waited until she finished speaking before whispering, I heard the drivers in the small car class call him the pea-pants hero in the restaurant. What? Yu Zitong frowned as she sat down to prepare for her meal. Minute Ru whispered, I don't know how the news of his experience at the municipal bureau the night before last got to the car squad. Didn't he have a fight with someone the day before yesterday? Those people were deliberately retaliating against him, spreading the news that he was beaten to the point of peeing his pants by a female police officer. Nonsense. Yu Zitong had a cold face and raised his hand to slap the table. Who is talking nonsense? No matter how much she looked down on Li Nanfang, she had already regarded that boy as one of her own in her subconscious without even realizing it. How could she not be angry after hearing someone slandering one of her own? We must take a firm stand and immediately fire anyone who dares to talk nonsense in public to protect that guy's reputation. Minute Ru saw what Mr. Yu was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, Everyone in the car team. And, after hearing that the entire car class was involved in the nonsense, Yu Zitong also had a headache. It is said that all the drivers in the small car team are royal relatives. No matter how powerful she is, she can't fire everyone because of this. That will offend the senior executives of the company behind them, and it is not wise to do that. What's more, Minute Ru has another one. Under the inquiring gaze of General Yu, Minute Ru continued, Moreover, Li Nanfang was not angry at all, and he seemed very proud. I wanted to pull him away, but he refused to leave. This shameless bastard. Yu Zitong wailed in his heart, raised his hands and rubbed his face hard, really not knowing what to do. That guy is so shameless. No matter how much she wants to support him and maintain his image as a man, it's useless. Forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. Waving his hands in frustration, Yu Zitong picked up the chopsticks again. Eat. When others treat him to a meal, Li Nanfang always eats as much as he can, and doesn't mind people looking at him as a glutton. Besides, the braised pork trotters in the restaurant taste very good. Didn't you see him eat 5 in a row and still look unsatisfied? Wasn't he complaining that there was only bones and no meat? Sun Daming, who had just been shouting to the world that Li Nanfang was the pants diaper hero, now realized that that would offend people, so as soon as he pushed the plate away, he immediately offered him a cigarette. Blowing out a smoke ring, while Zhong Wei went to the small restaurant to pay the bill, Li Nanfang said with emotion, "Alas, Zhong Ban showed his prowess this morning. I lost a full 4,000 yuan by myself. I believe you all lost a lot, right? TSK, the income of tens of thousands of yuan is enough for him to take his wife and children on a short trip on the weekend. But he won't accept our kindness for this. He will only laugh at us for being money grubbers." Li Nanfang felt that it was true that these big sheepgu were working together to plot against him, but they did not necessarily work out a definite plan to divide the spoils. After all, this thing still depended on luck. It just so happened that Zhong Wei's luck was extremely good today, and he would be able to kill everyone even if they did not work together on the premise that Li Nanfang was not cheating. Under such circumstances, he didn't believe that Zhong Wei, who was used to bullying others in the car team, would give out the money he won and share it with Sun Daming and others. If you want to shear the wool of these big sheep for a long time, of course you have to use interests to break their alliance first. Sure enough, after hearing what Li Nanfang said, Sun Daming and others all had a thoughtful look on their faces. "Will you play in the afternoon?" Li Nanfang stood up and said, "If you want to play, I'll go borrow money. If you don't want to play, forget it." Someone immediately responded, "Of course we have to play. It's raining heavily today and the leader is not driving. What else is he doing if he doesn't play cards?" "Okay, then I'll go borrow some money and we'll get on with it." The diaper hero had a murderous look on his face. He slammed the table, turned around and walked out of the restaurant quickly. Only if he temporarily leaves will Sun Daming and others have the opportunity to discuss the division of the spoils with Zhong Wei. However, Li Nanfang dared to guarantee that even if Zhong Wei can spit out some of it, it would not satisfy Sun Daming and others. If you want to borrow money, find Minute Ru. Within just 2 or 3 days, this idea was implanted in Li Nanfang's mind. With a creak, Li Nanfang pushed open the door of the secretary's office. Minute Ru was resting her chin on her arm, staring at the laptop screen in a daze. She quickly raised her head when she heard the door open. Sorry, I forgot to knock again." Li Nanfang laughed awkwardly and said, "This won't happen again. Secretary Minute, please forgive me." "What are you here for?" Minute Ru, who was sulking at him, really wanted to ask him coldly like this, but she immediately thought of his kindness, sighed in her heart, and said, "Forget it, stop being hypocritical. What, are you full? You must have eaten a lot, and your mouth is full of oil." "Secretary Minute, please forgive me. Hey, we ate 5 pig's trotters, 4 chicken legs, and a bowl of braised pork in one meal." Li Nanfang smiled proudly, walked to the table, and naturally raised his legs to sit on the corner of the table. In fact, there was a chair opposite Minute Ru, but for a man to sit on a chair in front of a beautiful woman, how could it be as cool and domineering as sitting on a corner of the table? "Oh, if you hadn't said you ate it, I would have thought it was being fed to the pigs." Minute Ru frowned and was too lazy to say anything to him. Do you expect a guy who doesn't care and is even complacent when people publicly proclaim him a pants diapering hero to care about you criticizing him for sitting improperly? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Minute Ru was tidying up the documents on the table and asked casually, "Are you going to borrow money again?" "Secretary Minute, are you the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? I admire you so much. I admire you so much." Li Nanfang looked so surprised and disgusted that even an Oscar winner would have to admit defeat. His superb performance was ignored by Minute Ru. "What do you want to borrow money for?" Chapter 42. Sell me out. Li Nanfang hates it most when he asks others what they are going to borrow money for. Borrowing money is borrowing money. It's none of your business what you do with it. Just say whether you want to borrow it or not. But he was embarrassed to treat Minute Ru in this way. This kid might really regard him as a friend. Otherwise he would not have stood up to scold Sun Daming in the restaurant just now. If someone treats me as a friend, I will treat them as a friend. This is Li Nanfang's principle in dealing with people. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you lie, it means borrowing money to buy some daily necessities. If you tell the truth, it means borrowing money to gamble. It doesn't need to be too much, just give 300 to 500, and I will return it to you with interest before the end of the get-off work. If this is also considered an investment, we can split it 30% and 70%, you 30% and I 70% secretary minute. Your fingers are very beautiful, just like spring onions. But I don't understand, you are pointing at the door with anger on your face. What does it mean? You get out." When Minute Rue gets anxious or angry, her face turns red and she starts to stutter, which makes her look very cute. Li Nanfang asked in confusion, "We were talking so well, why are you chasing me away?" "Go out." Minute Rue stood up from her chair with a bang, scaring Li Nanfang so much that he quickly jumped off the table and said with a wry smile, "Secretary Minute, you are against my gambling." He. Well, actually gambling is also a smooth way to get rich. Get out." Minute Rue started stuttering again and made a gesture as if she was going to throw something at Li Nanfang. Li Nanfang didn't dare to provoke her again, but he regretted telling her the truth. This child, why doesn't she believe my true words? What are you going to do? Seeing Li Nanfang walk out of the room and go to the CEO's office door, Minute Rue asked hurriedly, "Do you want to borrow money from CEO Yu?" Li Nanfang turned around and said, "Yes, I lost a full 4,000 yuan this morning. If I don't borrow some capital to make it back with interest, how can I live like this?" "Forget it. Don't bother Mr. Yu. I'll lend you the money, okay?" Minute Rue was really defeated by Li Nanfang, yet he still dared to ask President Yu to borrow money. President Yu was angry because he had made a fortune as a diaper hero. If he really went to jail, he would definitely be scolded out. As she spoke, Minute Rue took out all the money from the small bag and slammed it heavily on the table. 900 yuan. This is all Secretary Minute's current assets. As if he didn't notice the disappointed look on Secretary Min's face, Li Nanfang walked back, picked up the bills and counted them. A total of 900 yuan. "Well, since you support me so much, I decided to split it with you 50-50. Please go, Uncle Li. I beg you to go quickly, okay? Remember to close the door." Minute Rue sat down on the chair dejectedly, her little head resting on her arms, really unwilling to look at him again. After seeing the girl like this, Li Nanfang felt a little guilty and immediately swore that he would not return until he conquered Lulan. If he did not make a profit of more than 2,000 yuan for Secretary Minute, he would bring his head to him. Minute Rue was so angry that she even lost her gentle and lovely demeanor and kick him hard. Men are so mean that they will not get angry after being kicked by a beautiful woman, but will be in a better mood. Li Nanfang returned to the car duty room whistling. Zhong Wei and others were waiting for him. Just as Li Nanfang expected, after he left, Sun Daming and others asked Zhong Ban indirectly whether he would divide the winnings equally. The result was not satisfactory. Zhong Wei only agreed to take out 1,000 yuan, and said that he had treated everyone at noon, but it cost several hundred yuan again. Zhong Wei's unfairness made Sun Daming and others very sad. They decided not to listen to him anymore and to fight on their own when the market opened in the afternoon. They didn't care about his aunt and uncle. Whoever won was the winner. Zhong Wei didn't care. Anyway, he had regained his killer feel. Let's just fight. Who's afraid of who? Needless to say, the gambling game started as soon as Li Nanfang entered the room. More than a dozen people participated, some shouting, some cursing, some laughing, some with red eyes and biting their lips. There were all kinds of images, but the only thing they shared was the spirit of fighting to the death. Zhong Wei, who was in great form in the morning, was completely screwed this afternoon. Not only did he lose all the money he won in the morning, he also lost more than 1,000 yuan. Others also had wins and losses. The one who won the most was Sun Daming, who won about 7,000 or 8,000. Li Nanfang naturally won as well, but came in second, with exactly 6,000 yuan. Not coming anymore. Zhong Wei threw away his cards and withdrew from the battle. It was almost time to get off work and the rain had stopped, so everyone had to go out to clean up. So they dispersed, but everyone was still holding back their anger and prepared to fight again tomorrow. Li Nanfang certainly had no objection to this. While others were cleaning, he came to the secretary's office again. The office door was open, and Minute Rue was packing up inside, regretting, "Why did I give all the money to that guy? Where can I have dinner? I can't always go to the finance department to borrow money, right? Secretary Minute, are you getting ready to leave work?" Li Nanfang walked in with an almost flattering smile on his face. After seeing him smile like this, Minute Rue sighed. "Oh, did you lose everything? Gao, Secretary Minute, you really are the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang." Li Nanfang raised his right thumb again, his face full of surprise. "Have you learned Bagua, I Ching, and the like?" "Yes, you must have learned it. Otherwise you wouldn't be so accurate. I'll learn from you. Minute Ru was too lazy to even get angry now, and asked listlessly, still want to borrow money? We are ready to fight all night long. Li Nanfang said murderously, Secretary Minute, if you lend me another 1,000 yuan, I promise to kill all those big sheep until they have nothing left to wear. I have the confidence and the strength to do so. Minute Ru didn't say anything, but took a piece of paper, picked up a pen, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to Li Nanfang. What do you mean? Li Nanfang took it and saw the words 1,000 yuan written on it. He asked in confusion, Secretary Minute, do you think this IOU you wrote is worth 1,000 yuan? Minute Ru raised a finger and pointed at her little head, saying, stick it here, and then take me to the farmer's market. Then find a way to make me happy, and I think 1,000 yuan will be easy to sell. Huh. Li Nanfang had never expected that such a gentle and lovely girl could have such a high level of sense of humor. He could no longer bear to tease her, so he took out a stack of banknotes and slapped them on the table. This afternoon, my buddy showed off his prowess and won exactly 6,000 yuan. According to the 50-50 split we agreed on before, plus your capital, the total is 3,900 yuan. Please take a look. Minute Ru was stunned. You won money. Of course. Even if I close my eyes, those sheep will still give me the money. If it weren't for the fact that they have wives and children to take care of, I would definitely win their hidden money. Li Nanfang's face was full of pride, and then he changed the subject. Of course, if Secretary Minute feels that the money came from illegal sources, he can just take back your capital. I don't care. As long as it's money, I can spend it. Before he could finish his words, Minute Ru snatched the money away and shouted, TSK, why don't you want it? You said that we would split the money 50-50 after we win. This is what I deserve. I'd be a fool not to take it. That's good. A girl who regards money as dirt will sooner or later become a spendthrift woman. She will be despised by her future husband and will never be happy in her life. Seeing Minute Ru's face lighting up as she leaned on the table counting money, Li Nanfang smiled, turned around and left, not only leaving her with an elegant back, but also reciting in a gentle voice, the work is done and I am leaving, concealing my achievements and fame. It turns out that shameless people always live a very happy life. Other drivers of small trucks were standing in front of their trucks like servile slaves, waiting for their masters to show up. Li Nanfang, who had no driver's license but loved his job as a driver, had his hands in his trouser pockets and was walking slowly across the intersection along the sidewalk. After the rain, the sky cleared up and the sunset was as fiery as fire. This is the prosperous scene of China that makes Li Nanfang most intoxicated, especially the beauties in short skirts on the street and their long white legs, which are the most charming scenery of the prosperous times. Mr. Li almost bumped into the lampposts several times. That woman's butt is so big, like a millstone. I envy her man's happiness when he is pushing the millstone. Just as Li Nanfang was staring at the back of a beautiful young woman and swallowing his saliva, a beeping horn sounded in his ears. Looking back, he saw a sturdy black Mercedes-Benz driving close to him. In the car, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses was looking at him expressionlessly. It happened to be under the license plate of the bus, and many people noticed the beautiful woman in the bus. Some had greedy looks on their faces, some were swallowing their saliva, and some were too shy to look but stared at her out of the corner of their eyes. No one dared to approach her and talk to her. A girl who can drive a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan is not someone that people who take the bus dare to approach casually. Who dares to do that? We saw with our own eyes that a guy actually walked over with a shameless face, holding the roof of the car with his left hand, raising his right heel, and pretending to be very disgustingly handsome, and asked, "Beauty, can I take a ride?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beautiful woman said coldly, "If you want to get on the bus, hurry up. If you don't want to get on, get out." Damn, is this even possible? After seeing the boy hurriedly getting into the car, many onlookers dropped their eyes. That boy is not as handsome as me. Why don't I have the courage to ask for a ride? Those girls must be envious of my luck with women and regretting it now. Li Nanfang laughed proudly, looked back and said, "And he would scold me for being indecent." Yu Zitong said lightly, "You are very serious. If anyone dares to say that you are not serious in front of me, or spreads rumors that you dare to take the initiative to go into a man's bathtub, I will have to kill him, okay? Okay, can't I shut up?" Li Nanfang raised his hands. "I am afraid of your eyes. They are as scary as knives." In just a few days, Yu Zitong summed up the following experience. Never argue with shameless people. It's like trying to snatch meat bones from a vicious dog. Even if you get them, you will get bitten. Diaper Hero, this name sounds nice and impressive, right? It's just so-so, just average. Li Nanfang, can you please have some shame? Yu Zitong couldn't bear it any longer. So he raised his hand and slapped the steering wheel hard. As long as I can have enough food to eat and live happily, it doesn't matter whether I have shame or not. Li Nanfang smiled faintly and looked into the rearview mirror. Behind the two cars was a black Chevrolet SUV. The reason why Li Nanfang was concerned about this car was that when he turned around to look down on those working dogs just now, he found that something was wrong with the car. Li Nanfang guessed that he was being followed based on his intuition alone, and his smile faded. Turn right at the intersection ahead. Chapter 43. Can I go first? Turn right. Usertone, who was trying to understand the meaning of Li Nanfang's words, frowned when he heard it. Why turn right? There's a native chicken farm over there. I'm going to let you taste real chicken stewed with mushrooms tonight. Li Nanfang's request made Usertone unable to refuse. After only eating 3 meals cooked by him, Mr. Yu fell in love with the taste of home now. After hearing him say this, even though he pretended to pout in disdain, he still turned right from the front. The chickens sold in the market nowadays are plump and look very tempting, but they are actually grown with hormones. It is said that they can grow to this size in a month or so. If you stew them for a while, they will become mushy and become a pot of porridge. Not only are they not tasty, but they are also not good for the human body. So if you want to eat chicken, you have to eat those free-range chickens that grow up by digging for worms. Li Nanfang talked about the benefits of stewing native chicken while looking at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the black SUV caught up, followed by a silver-grey commercial vehicle. Nowadays, the killers are becoming more and more cowardly. They dispatch several people just for a mere reward of $200,000. No wonder Yi Xiaodao always complains about those people ruining the reputation of the OF platform. Li Nanfang sneered and looked ahead. Turn left at the intersection. After Usertone turned left, if the two cars were still following behind, Li Nanfang would be sure that he had been hung up. Now that he is in the city, he is not afraid to take action, but the key is that there are so many pedestrians on the road, and it would be bad if he accidentally hurt someone. Fortunately, when I was searching online last night for places that raise free-range chickens, I found a farm on the northwest outskirts of Qingshan. By doing it there, we can avoid innocent people as much as possible. He didn't care how many people were there or whether he could defeat all the enemies. He just wanted to think about how to provide safer protection for Usertone. There are so many people on the platform. Why did he choose Usertone? Damn it, he always causes trouble for me thinking of this. Li Nanfang became a little irritated, and his tone became stiff when he spoke again. Turn left again, and go all the way forward. With a squeak, Usertone parked the car directly on the side of the road, turned on the left flash and prepared to turn around. Li Nanfang was surprised. Why did you stop the car? No. Usertone said coldly. It's just a small chicken. It's not a big deal. Do you have to be so angry and point fingers at me? Li Nanfang finally came to his senses. Oh, well, I did speak a little harshly just now. But I swear, I wasn't talking to you, because I thought of a very, very sad past event. I was only a teenager at that time, and I was at the age when I was eating my father's rice bucket out of money. That day, I was obsessed with eating chicken, but my wife said that I had no money to buy it, so I decided to wait until dark to go to the farm to steal. I have to say, when it comes to lying and fooling people, Li Nanfang was able to sell Usertone out and ask her for some money. Coupled with his deep tone and a few drops of saliva that turned into heroic tears, the tragic story of a greedy boy who was caught stealing a chicken and almost had his virginity taken away by his boss came vividly to Mr. Yu's mind. Usertone felt guilty when he thought of Li Nanfang's tragic experience of being almost beaten to death for eating a chicken, all because he found out that he was peeking at him while he was taking a bath and he couldn't help yelling at him. I felt so guilty. How could I have the nerve to argue with him about such a trivial matter as his rude words? Not only did she follow his instructions and turn left and right, she also used the lame excuse that his tears would dirty the car and took out the fragrant wet wipes she usually used and gave them to him. It was almost there, really almost there, and Li Nanfang successfully tricked Mr. Yu into taking out his bank card and handing it to him. Damn. We arrived at the breeding farm. Usertone stopped the car, pointed to a row of houses on a small hill on the right, and asked if this was it. Yes. Can Li Nanfang say no? The big sign of Wang Ergu free-range chicken farm is erected on the side of the road. Li Nanfang was so busy telling stories to deceive girls that he didn't even think about how to proceed next so as not to expose his actually amazing strength. It is said that you can't dress up as a pig for too long, otherwise you will really become a pig. It seems that God is not satisfied with me dressing up as a pig all the time. Well, then aren't you see how powerful I, Li Nanfang, am. Li Nanfang took a deep breath and was about to tell Usertone to stay in the car and not get out to cause trouble, but he immediately lost interest. The person who came was far from being qualified to make him reveal his strength. The person who got out of the two cars that followed us from the city to the suburban farm was an acquaintance. They were not too familiar with each other, but they had definitely met before. Li Nanfang had even smashed a wine bottle on someone's head. Young Master Jin. Although young Master Jin looks mean, he has a very useful brain. He was able to find out from what Li Nanfang deliberately let slip that the CEO Yu, who had shown great power that night, was Yu Tong from the Kaihuang group. He found an opportunity, gathered a dozen thugs, and chased after him with steel pipes and baseball bats. Hey, is that him? Yu Tong, who claimed to be China's top agent, finally realized that she was being followed after seeing Jin Xiao. But she didn't care. She smiled contemptuously, took a pair of flat shoes from the backseat and put them on, and said to Li Nanfang, "Boy, your conspiracy has succeeded. Stay in the car honestly and don't get out, so that I don't have to worry about protecting you." Don't go down. Li Nanfang looked very nervous. He took the opportunity to grab her left hand and fumbled in it. "Let's call the police. I guess they don't dare to smash our car because they are afraid they can't afford the compensation." Yu Tong, who was originally planning to call the police, gave up the idea after hearing what he said. She sneered, "TSK, what a joke. Would I take these country bumpkins seriously? You wait here. I'll be back soon. You sound like Guan Yu who killed Hua Zhong with a warm wine. Do you think I don't feel your hand shaking? You are afraid of the crowd." Li Nanfang held the little hand tighter. "No, there are too many of them. You are no match for them alone." "Wait." The more scared he acted, the more Yu Tong wanted him to see how powerful she was, so she broke free from his hand and pushed open the car door. Just as he was about to close the car door, he heard Li Nanfang ask in a trembling voice, "Can I drive away first? Don't worry, I won't drive the car into the roadside drainage ditch." "You'd better die." Yu Tong bit his teeth hard and thought, "Is this still a human being?" I gritted my teeth and fought with others for him. It would be fine if he didn't help, but he even wanted to escape first. After slamming the car door, Yu Tong looked around and quickly walked across the road. There happened to be a vendor selling bamboo poles across the street. Bamboo poles as thick as a rolling pin were most convenient for fighting. When the lady boss of the bamboo pole business saw a group of bald thugs approaching with weapons, she cleverly hid in the house, but she still stuck her head out of the window and said, $8 for one bamboo pole, $15 for two. With a click, Yu Tong raised his knees and broke the 4-meter-long bamboo pole into two halves. He took the 1.5-meter-long one and danced with it in his hand. It was very handy. She didn't want these thugs to smash her car, so she sneered and walked towards them slowly with a bamboo pole in her hand. Young Master Jin, who was walking in the front, stopped and whispered something to a bearded man before looking up at Yu Tong. Ha, Mr. Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. This young lady doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense here." Yu Tong stopped, turned her back to the setting sun, and gently clapped her arms in her left hand, looking like a hermit female knight. However, her eyes trembled constantly, revealing that she was very nervous. "In Qingshan area, if anyone hits me, young Master Jin, don't even think about letting it go." Young Master Jin smiled calmly and said proudly, "Yu Tong, you didn't even bother to find out who my uncle is, Jin Liufu, but you dared to ruin my good deeds that night and made me lose all my face." A thug nearby immediately chimed in, "Beauty, you look rich. You must have heard of District Chief Jin of the city center district, right? He is Mr. Jin's uncle. You are in trouble this time. But to be honest, Mr. Jin, I feel a little sad for beating such a pretty girl. Xiaomazi, what do you think?" They must have discussed it on the way here. Otherwise young Master Jin wouldn't have sought the opinion of a small gangster. "Well, pretty girl, I, Xiaomazi, will dare to ask for your help. As long as you are willing to serve Master Jin obediently for 3 nights, my brothers will save their energy and be merciless to you." Xiaomazi shouted at Yu Tong, "Being ruthless is not the most important thing. The key is that your company is under the jurisdiction of Uncle Jin Xiao. If you really anger him, do you still want to work in Qingshan in the future?" In the 2 years since Yu Tong took over Kaihuang Group, of course she had come into contact with people in the officialdom. She knew that District Chief Jin, whom the gangster mentioned, was a great figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but for her, he was really not up to her standard. "Shut your stinky mouth and get out of here." Yu Tong's face turned a little red because she was angry. Young Master Jin really wanted to resolve this feud. After all, conquering a beauty like Yu Tong was every man's greatest wish. But it is obvious that this rouge horse has a bad temper. Facing so many heroes, she still dares to be stubborn. It seems that if she is not given a taste of pain, she will not know that men are actually not easy to mess with. "Brother Guang, it's up to you from now on. Just don't get maimed. I've decided to be the bridegroom here." Young Master Jin suddenly spat the cigarette but in his mouth onto the ground and waved his right hand majestically. Bearded Brother Guang nodded, and was about to command his men to disperse to prevent Yu Zitong from escaping, when General Yu shouted and pounced on him like a tigress with a bamboo pole in his hands. She only kept her eyes on Master Jin, and would rather be beaten up by other thugs than not destroy him. A war between more than a dozen men bullying a girl unfolded under this beautiful sunset. Fuck, stop her. Seeing that Yu Zitong was hit by several sticks on his shoulders and back but seemed unaware of it, and just rushed towards him with gritted teeth, Jin Shao was so scared that he screamed loudly and turned around and ran away. Yu Zitong wanted to pursue him, but how could Brother Guang and the others let her do as she pleased? When young Master Jin first found them, he clearly told them that this tigress was quite powerful. For this reason, the younger brothers he brought with him today were all tough. They shouted at the same time and smashed them with steel pipes and baseball bats. Chapter 44. Acting is really tiring. Yu Zitong is not afraid of anything, except the old man at home. His cough can scare her so much that her heart rate becomes irregular. How could she be afraid of these gangsters? Her hands were shaking just now. She was just a little nervous, because she knew very well that one person could not deal with so many thugs. If Li Nanfang was not in the car, she would be stupid to fight alone. She would have stepped on the accelerator and roared away long ago. Why would she have to tear off the mask of the cold and arrogant president and transform herself into a crazy woman, who would kill young Master Jin even if she got injured? My back and shoulders had been hit hard by several sticks and it hurt a lot. These little thugs who deserved to be killed were so ruthless when they dealt with such a beautiful woman as her. They were not afraid of being struck by lightning. The toughness and fierceness in their bones were completely aroused. Their blood was boiling and they were no longer nervous. They rushed towards Master Jin with a series of screams. She was very fierce, especially when she rushed towards Jin Liufu without hesitation. The murderous aura that burst out of her body was very scary. But Brother Guang and others had also seen big battles. So many people were dealing with a girl. If she could hurt young Master Jin, would they still have the face to stay in Qingshan in the future? Don't show mercy, beat him to death. Just as Yu Zitong hit a brother on the forehead with his backhand, causing the bamboo pole to crack, Brother Guang roared, squatted down suddenly, and swept the steel pipe in his hand towards her right leg. Yu Zitong kept his eyes and ears open. Obviously he couldn't do that. He had just avoided a gangster stick that was hitting the back of his head when he noticed the danger under his feet and jumped up in a hurry. What a great Yu Zitong! She jumped more than 1 meter high into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, and successfully dodged the steel pipe that Brother Guang swept towards her right leg, but she failed to dodge her ankle. Fortunately, when she jumped up, she quickly pulled her right foot back, and the steel pipe that Brother Guang swept over fiercely only had the head of the pipe sweeping over her ankle. However, the pain was so severe that she couldn't help but groan, and her ankle felt as painful as if it was pricked by needles when she landed. With a bang, after using his shoulder to block a baseball bat thrown by a younger brother, Yu Zitong's heart sank. It's over. It seems I can't escape this time. He rolled on the road, raised the bamboo pole to block the falling sticks, and shouted at Li Nanfang, who had already got out of the car, "Run, run." She knew that even if she used all her strength, there was no way she could escape from these thugs, and she just hoped that Li Nanfang could run away quickly. She had this thought at the moment, not because she cared about Li Nanfang so much, but like those men who protect weak women, they would rather be beaten half to death than not want the women to escape safely. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of heroism that only real men can have. Li Nanfang's heart ached inexplicably because Yu Zitong was still thinking about letting him escape, and then he wanted to slap himself in the face with guilt. You clearly saw that this girl was a Tiger Brand player and was no match for those gang of thugs, and you still used words to provoke her to do something stupid. This is so fucking inhumane. However, Li Nanfang's greatest strength is that he can always find a suitable excuse to evade his guilt. I just can't help it, right? I'm sure that those professional killers are hiding in the dark now. If I reveal my true strength, they will be more careful, and Yu Zitong will be in greater danger. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open spear, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Ah! Li Nanfang yelled and rushed to the other side of the road to pick up a 4-meter-long bamboo pole. As the proprietress shouted in a sweet voice that each pole was 8 yuan, and 2 poles were 15 yuan, he rushed over yelling like a madman. Fuck, kill this little bastard. He was the one who hit me on the head with a wine bottle that night. Young Master Jin, who was standing in front of the car watching the fun, jumped up and pointed at Li Nanfang, ordering Brother Guang to kill him. In fact, he didn't need to give any instructions. 3 or 4 gangsters had already rushed towards Li Nanfang, holding steel pipes in both hands, and blocked the bamboo poles that were sweeping towards him. It is said that an inch longer is an inch stronger. At the appropriate distance, let alone Li Nanfang, even if it is an ordinary person holding a 4-meter-long bamboo pole and sweeping it horizontally, it will be very powerful. However, the power is limited. As long as someone is willing to take a hit and hold on to the bamboo pole with his backhand, others can rush up. There will always be such self-sacrificing heroes at any time. Xiao Mazi is one of them. When he saw the bamboo pole sweeping over, he actually threw away the steel pipe in his hand and opened his arms with a loud shout. Li Nanfang's eyes began to turn red. It was he who had just proposed that Yu Zitong serve young Master Jin for 3 nights. He sneered in his heart and shook his hands. The bamboo pole that was about to be hugged by the pockmarked boy suddenly shrank back like a venomous snake, avoiding his hands and then stabbed at his right ribs. Ah! The little pockmarked boy held nothing in his arms, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain under his right ribs and couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. The tip of the bamboo pole was as sharp as an iron spike and pierced into between 2 ribs on his right side. Li Nanfang didn't want to kill anyone, but Xiao Mazi's right lung lobe was punctured. He could never get into trouble again in this life, so he had to just lie on a chair at home and spend his days coughing. Go to hell. After stabbing Xiao Mazi with a bamboo pole, Li Nanfang pulled him away with his hands, roared, and swung the bamboo pole to hit the other thugs hard. They wanted to hide, and even wanted to hold on tightly, but how could Li Nanfang give them the chance? The bamboo pole swept across and hit their faces first, breaking their noses and causing blood to gush out of their noses. Hey, that pretty boy could be a master. Frank, who was sitting in a car far away holding a telescope, was a little surprised when he saw Li Nanfang knock down 4 thugs in the blink of an eye. No. Jesse, who was also closely observing the target through a telescope, shook his head and said, "This guy was just lucky and quick, and succeeded just before the hooligans grabbed the bamboo pole. If you look closely, you can see that he has no plan and is just relying on brute force. This is the rage aroused by the target being injured and falling to the ground. If it was one of us, he wouldn't be so lucky." Haha, you're right. This guy is now a lunatic who doesn't care about his life. Frank also laughed, nodded his head and repeated, "Yeah, he's just a lunatic with rapidly secreting hormones, nothing to worry about." A madman is very scary when he fights. Unless you want to kill him, you may be killed by him. The money that young Master Jin paid to Brother Guang was far from enough for him to make up his mind to kill someone. Besides, Brother Guang would not take that kind of business. After all, killing someone is completely different from beating someone up. In fact, apart from judges, the people who are most proficient in the law are those who work in society. They know better than anyone the bottom line when doing evil. The gangsters didn't dare to kill Li Nanfang, but now Li Nanfang, as powerful as a mad tiger, wanted to kill them. He had already thrown away the long bamboo pole. When he was hit hard on the forehead with a stick and blood spurted out, he actually roared, grabbed the steel pipe and pulled it back hard. The gangster subconsciously raised his hand to block it with a crisp click. The gangster let out a terrifying howl, and his raised right arm bent at the wrist. With one hit of the stick, Li Nanfang broke his wrist. The sounds of fighting at the scene suddenly stopped. Li Nanfang took the opportunity to hit another gangster hard on the collarbone, which was the part most prone to fractures. The pig-killing-like screams broke the momentary silence. The dumb ones are afraid of the aggressive ones, and the aggressive ones are afraid of the desperate ones. After seeing Li Nanfang, with blood all over his face, start to play for his life, the gangsters became scared. Young Master Jin was also scared, jumping up and down and shouting, "Quick, quick, kill him, he's coming to kill us." Brother Guang turned around and glared at him fiercely before making the right decision. Retreat. It's not that the little gangsters don't dare to fight, but they have to get enough benefits. This time, the big guys came to help Jin Xiao avenge Yu Zitong, but for the sake of his uncle, they charged him a friendly price. It is obvious that Uncle Jin's face is not enough to make everyone fight for young Master Jin, and retreating is the best thing to do at this time. With a whoosh, those gangsters who were hiding from Li Nanfang turned around and ran towards the car immediately after hearing their boss say to retreat. They were quite brave and took the injured brothers with them when they evacuated. "Fuck it, Brother Guang, you can't leave, you can't leave." Jin Liufu became anxious when he saw this, and reached out to pull Brother Guang's arm. Just as he was about to shout that he would give him a large sum of money, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. With a loud buzzing sound, he collapsed to the ground with his eyes rolled back. It was Li Nanfang who hit him with a stick. Li Nanfang, with blood all over his face, grinned like a devil, swung the steel pipe and hit Jin Liufu's left knee again. Ah! Jin Liufu, who had just been knocked unconscious by a stick, suddenly jumped up like a corpse and screamed with his eyes wide open. With one hit of the stick, Li Nanfang smashed his left knee into pieces. Not stopping there, under the terrified gaze of Brother Guang, Li Nanfang hit Jin Xiao's right knee hard again, also causing a comminuted fracture. Stop, stop it. Brother Guang has been in the martial arts world for many years and has fought no less than 100 battles, big and small, but he has never met such a ruthless person. He was so scared that he started to stutter. If Jin Liufu was not Uncle Jin's nephew, Brother Guang would have run away in panic without stopping for a moment. He couldn't do that now, because he could see that Li Nanfang had gone mad and was going to beat Jin Liufu to death. If he really ran away, how would he explain to Uncle Jin? Li Nanfang suddenly raised his head, his blood-stained face ferocious, and raised the steel pipe towards Brother Guang. Yu Zitong's hoarse voice sounded in time. Li Nanfang, stop! Yu Zitong's shout was like cutting off the power to a machine that had lost control. The steel pipe that Li Nanfang was holding high shook and then stopped. Mr. Li's current performance, like a mad tiger, not only scared Brother Guang and the other thugs, but even Yu Zitong was frightened, realizing that if he was not stopped, someone would definitely die. Although Jin Liufu was extremely evil, his crime did not deserve the death penalty. She also didn't want Li Nanfang to be involved in a murder case. Even though with the strength of the Yu family, it would be effortless to settle this matter, a person's mentality would inevitably change after killing someone. If Yu Zitong had to like Li Nanfang, then she would only like the despicable but optimistic Li Nanfang who was a good cook, rather than the Li Nanfang who would definitely become gloomy after killing someone. Roll. Li Nanfang held the steel pipe high, and his horrifying look finally returned to normal. Brother Guang didn't say a word. He immediately bent down, picked up the Jin Liufu, turned around and rushed towards the car. In the distance, the sound of sirens was heard. It was the owner of the bamboo pole store who called the police. Damn, acting is so tiring. Li Nanfang cursed in his heart as he threw away the steel pipe. Chapter 45. Your thoughts are very dirty. Alas, there is no chance now. Let's go. Looking at the direction where the police car was roaring, Frank sighed, put down the binoculars, started the car, and drove forward at normal speed. Behind their car, there were 2 farm vehicles. It was obvious that everyone moved to the side because they saw a fight ahead and were afraid of being affected. Now that the thugs have been defeated and the exciting street fight is over, everyone is doing what they should do. When Frank drove past Li Nanfang, he still had the chance to shoot Yu Zitong, who was limping towards him, but they didn't do that. Anyone who completes a mission on the platform and kills a target must cut off an ear or little finger from a victim and take it away. This is for genetic verification to prove that the target has indeed been killed. It wasn't so troublesome in the past. All you had to do was take a photo after killing someone. But with the rapid development of China's Photoshop technology, photos were no longer trusted, so they switched to genetic verification. Only in this way can they get the bonus they deserve. Otherwise, all their work will be in vain. The strict rules of the killer platform are also the main reason why their rewards are several times higher than those of other platforms. Obviously, now is not the best time to assassinate Yu Zitong, so Frank didn't even look at them when he drove past Li Nanfang. Instead, Li Nanfang seemed to have noticed something and subconsciously turned around to look over. Li Nanfang, who has been dancing on the edge of death since he was 14, has an intuition about danger that cannot be explained by science. Just like now, when Frank drove past him, he immediately noticed the subtle changes in the surrounding aura. However, just as Frank was afraid for some reason and did not dare to attack Yu Zitong without authorization, Li Nanfang would not get up and chase after him because of some intuition. The threat posed by a mere second-rate killer is far less important than lying in Mr. Yu's warm embrace. Li Nanfang, who finally woke up from his madness, realized what he had just done. His whole body was shaking, his neck was shrunken, his teeth were chattering, and his eyes were staring blankly ahead. He didn't even need to ask for comfort. Yu Zitong held him in his arms, patted his cheek and whispered, "Li Nanfang, wake up, wake up." Li Nanfang took advantage of the situation and hugged the girl's slender waist. In order to prove how scared he was, he opened his mouth and bit Yu Zitong's arm. This is a normal behavior of a normal person when he is overly frightened and is hugged by someone, and he desires a sense of security. He wanted to bite Yu Zitong's chest, but forget it. He was really afraid that this woman would be shy, forget that he was a weak person who needed comfort, and push him away. Then he would lose even the chance to hug her. In fact, pretending to be stupid and taking advantage of the situation is not despicable at all. The two of them once had a de facto half-husband and wife relationship, so Mr. Li did not have to feel any psychological burden when doing this. Mr. Yu, who claimed to be China's top agent, knew that normal people would show an extreme desire for safety after being frightened. So even though his arm was bitten and it hurt, he still used the most gentle tone possible, gently patted his back and comforted him. It's okay, everything is over. You just showed very brave." The last 3 words are what Mr. Yu really thinks. Just now, when she was about to despair, she never dreamed that Li Nanfang would have such an outstanding performance. At that moment, the despicable and toothless Li Nanfang disappeared and he turned into a demon. Mr. Yu saw with his own eyes how he stabbed the pockmarked boy with a bamboo pole, and how a gangster hit him on the head with a steel pipe, causing his head to bleed, but he didn't care at all and snatched the steel pipe to break the man's wrist. Especially when he broke the knees of Jin Shao's 2 legs, The madness and violence he erupted would make any normal person terrified. If Yu Zitong had not stopped him in time, Jin Shao's head would have been smashed by him. President Yu knew very well that the fact that Li Nanfang could wet his pants after being beaten by a female police officer was a strong proof of how poor his ability to withstand blows was. But now he was facing a group of thugs, and they were all beaten to a bloody mess, but he still fought hard all because of her. It was who she was, that aroused the manly nature in him, and he would rather die than not protect her. Mr. Yu hugged Li Nanfang tightly, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. Look, I can turn a coward into a tiger, and this is enough to prove how charming I am. If Li Nanfang asked at this time if they could have sex together at night, Yu Zitong would probably agree immediately. But whether she will regret it after agreeing to it is hard to say. How many girls keep their words? Is that so? Li Nanfang loosened his stinky mouth that was biting the other person's arm, and tightened his hands that were hugging the other person's slender waist. He snuggled comfortably into the other person's arms, clearly feeling the two proud warmths. He sighed contentedly in his heart, closed his eyes, and asked himself, am I being too despicable by doing this? Humph, this brat is too despicable. I have made it very clear that as long as he treats Zitong well, Zitong will never let him down in this life. Why did he still seize the opportunity to take advantage of my granddaughter? Are you kidding? The dignified Black Phantom would go crazy in front of a bunch of hooligans, and after going crazy, he would lie in my granddaughter's arms to seek safety? The old man looked uncertain for a moment before he asked in a deep voice, did you find anyone suspicious at the scene? The man's voice on the other end of the phone sounded again, with absolute respect. Not yet, but I guess those killers must be hiding somewhere, closely watching the young lady's every move. They didn't show up because they didn't find the best opportunity. After a pause, the man asked in a low voice, Old master, please send someone to protect the young lady. And as for Li Nanfang, it would be best if she temporarily leaves the young lady to avoid him being harmed. Will he be affected? Zitong is his wife. If he isn't affected, who will be affected? I know you all want to get him away so that you won't be distracted from protecting him, but if you knew that guy was Black Phantom, you would definitely not think so. The old man smiled complacently and said calmly, no. You are the guards assigned to me by the state. My family has no right to enjoy this treatment. To be honest, I am abusing my power by asking you to rush to Qingshan City and secretly pay attention to Zitong's safety. How can I send you to provide her with close protection? As for Li Nanfang, you don't have to worry about him. When the old man said this, his eyes, which were always old-fashioned, showed obvious mischief. If he is unfortunate enough to get into trouble, that is his fate. Yes, old man, I understand. The man thought he understood something, but after waiting for a while and not getting any more instructions, he hung up the phone. The old man put down the phone, looked up at the sky outside the window, smiled smugly, and murmured, You little bastard, you can come here openly, but you always pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger to take advantage of my granddaughter. What kind of thing is this? It is not Li Nanfang's style to not take advantage of an opportunity. It's just that those crappy policemen are so annoying. Why did they come so quickly when there was nothing wrong? Why didn't the tire get flat on the road? They also kept whining about wanting to investigate on the spot, forcing him to leave this warm embrace. The police from a certain police station who rushed to the scene after receiving the alarm call were not frightened like ordinary people when they saw sticks on the ground and Li Nanfang, whose face was covered in blood, in Yu Zitong's arms. To them, this was already commonplace. It was just some hooligans causing trouble, not a big deal. The people had already escaped anyway, so they just had to go through the motions, take a few photos, send the victim to the hospital, and then open a case for investigation. As for when to catch the gang of escaped thugs, it depends on luck. After all, everyone has more important and dangerous tasks to do now. The provincial department has just issued a secret notice that a group of international killers have recently sneaked into Qingshan City and are planning to commit crimes. We hope that all units will be alert and keep their eyes open to bring them to justice before they commit crimes. Because the matter involved Uncle Jin, Yu Zitong did not want to make a big deal out of it. After politely declining the police's offer to send them to the hospital, she only said that she did not know where those thugs came from, and guessed that they might be competitors in the business world who retaliated against the Kai Huang group. Since it involves a business war, the matter becomes even more complicated and it is beyond the ability of the police station to handle. After Yu Zitong clearly showed that he did not want to investigate further, the local police would be fools if they did not take the opportunity to withdraw. The police came quickly and left even faster, disappearing into the twilight in the blink of an eye. It was getting dark and windy. Yu Zitong limped to the front of the car, opened the door and turned around to say, Get in the car, let's go to the hospital. After being comforted by Mr. Yu's warm embrace, Li Nanfang was much more normal. I'm fine. I just got a lot of bumps on my head. It's just a minor flesh wound. Just put on a band-aid. But your foot, you may not know this, but I learned the art of bone setting and massage from someone. Do you trust me? If you do, let me take a look at it for you. It's probably dislocated. Can you fix it? Yu Zitong slowly swung his right foot, looked Li Nanfang up and down, and suddenly blurted out, "Boy, you don't want to take advantage of your concern for me to play with my well. It's a bit cold. Get in the car." "Aren't you? I find that you have a very dirty mind." Li Nanfang walked around the front of the car, sat in the passenger seat and turned on the lights. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction. "What's so fun about a stinky pig's trotter? I'm not a psychopathic foot fetishist. Humph, besides, I've already—" "Shut up." Yu Zitong blushed and sneered, glaring and raising her fist to threaten. "If it weren't for your good performance just now, I would knock out all your teeth." "Okay, I'll just shut up, okay?" Li Nanfang shrugged disdainfully and refused to shut up. "Let's go to the hospital and let those strange men touch your stinky pig's trotters. This will save me the trouble of doing it myself." "I've decided. It's you." As Yu Zitong spoke, he raised his right foot and placed it on Li Nanfang's knee. "Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to play with you? I may really become your wife in the future, and I have the obligation to be played with by you." Yu Zitong said lightly. Chapter 46. Try to accept him. Yu Zitong is Yu Zitong. Look how straightforward and domineering he said this sentence. She can definitely leave those women who have slept with countless men in secret, who get angry and call others hooligans when they are seen showing their underwear on the street, far behind. But it was obvious that she was just fulfilling her duty, just like actively joining the army to defend the country is the duty of every citizen, without any tenderness. Li Nanfang felt very awkward when he heard this. He wished she could act shy and coquettish and say, "Good nephew, if your aunt doesn't let you play, who else is qualified to play?" That way Li Nanfang would be much happier, and maybe he could make up for the regret of being a half-married couple tonight. But Yu Zitong would never say that. Even if you grabbed her neck and threatened her, she would not say that. She would just put her right foot on Li Nanfang's knee as if she was doing business, took out a wet wipe and started wiping her face. Looking at the foot, Li Nanfang felt a little bored. With your attitude, no matter how beautiful you are, no man will be interested in being with you. What's the difference between a woman who doesn't understand romance and an inflatable doll? I don't want to care about her. I really don't want to care about her, but her feet are already on my knees, so I can't just ignore her. Besides, it was Li Nanfang who caused the other person's injury, so he also has the obligation to heal her. Well, since these are all obligations that must be fulfilled, there is nothing more to say, but next time don't even think about me lying in your arms and letting you feel my powerful presence. The shameless Li Nanfang swore in his heart and took off Yu Zitong's flat shoes. There were deep bloodstains on the thin black stockings. The bald man's stick not only dislocated her ankle, but also scratched her skin. Fortunately, Yu Zitong dodged in time, otherwise her ankle would have been broken. Making such a beautiful woman feel the ground is uneven when she walks is an unforgivable crime. Li Nanfang decided that he would settle this account sooner or later, not for Yu Zitong, but for all the beauties in the world. The reason why a beauty can become a beauty is that she is born to be cared for by men and is almost beaten to a cripple. Wouldn't it be that burning the piano and boiling the crane, and the crime is extremely evil? Yu Zitong's skin was smooth, white, and tender, and felt very good to the touch. Her feet were very delicate. Even though she and Li Nanfang had already had that kind of relationship, when her heels were held, her 5 toes still shrank like bags under her eyes. She bit her lip and looked away. Many people say that feet are a girl's second face, but this is actually not true, because except for girls in Arab countries, girls in other parts of the world never go out with their faces covered. They always dress up as elaborately as possible. Li Nanfang feels that a girl's feet should be the second most mysterious part of her body after that place, and can even arouse a man's sexual interest more than a proud breast. This is also what every veteran pervert agrees with, and is the root of foot fetishism. There is no doubt that Yu Zitong's flawless feet are enough to make Li Nanfang's heart beat faster if it were in a different scene. Not now, because people have made it very clear, she agreed to let him see her second face because she might become his wife in the future. It is far from the level that Mr. Li desires. If he behaves like a loser again, I'd just kill myself. Even Li Nanfang himself was surprised that his movements were so natural when he helped Yu Zitong put her back in place with a click and put on shoes and socks for her. He had the heart of a doctor and a parent, and ignored her gender and the fatal temptation that her beautiful feet should have exuded. Done. Li Nanfang took the foot off his knee, clapped his hands and said, "Try to step on it harder and see if it still hurts." It still hurts a little. Yu Zitong drooped her long eyelashes and spoke in a low voice. She felt a little regretful. She regretted saying that and destroying the little bit of affection that had been cultivated between the two of them with great difficulty. That statement is very hurtful and can effectively undermine a man's self-esteem. No matter how shameless a man is, he will have some self-respect to some extent, but once the words are spoken, they are like spilled water, which can never be taken back, leaving only an indescribable feeling of loss. There is some minor bone damage in the ankle, but it's not a big problem and will heal in one night at most. Li Nanfang thought for a moment before saying, "I'll stew pig's trotters for you tomorrow. Don't mind. I really don't mean to mock you this time. Chinese medicine says that you replenish what you eat. Pig's trotters are rich in collagen and have a magical effect on healing ankle bone injuries. They can also stimulate lactation. Ahem, my throat is a little itchy. Wait a minute. I'll go buy 2 small native chickens." Yu Zitong looked up and asked, "Are you still in the mood to eat chicken?" "Look at what you're saying. We didn't come all the way here to fight with anyone." Li Nanfang smiled, opened the door and got out of the car, closed the door. "No one is allowed to drive until I come. Your car should have bulletproof glass, and it should have good safety performance. I just told you to hide in the car, but you refused to agree and insisted on being a hero. As a result, I got beaten up and my head was bleeding." Before Yu Zitong got angry, Li Nanfang slammed the car door and walked quickly towards the farm. In fact, he didn't notice that Yu Zitong didn't show any signs of anger. Looking at his back as he quickly walked into the darkness, Mr. Yu's eyes were filled with confusion. After the fight just now, she discovered that this despicable and toothless Li Nanfang was not completely useless. At least he was able to save her regardless of his own life when she was in danger. Just based on this point, he could barely be her man. However, Yu Zitong's resentment towards him that had accumulated for 10 years was not so easy to digest, which prompted her to say something that she shouldn't have said to prove her disdain for him. This kind of thing happens all the time among people, especially between lovers. They obviously care about each other, but sometimes they can't help but use words to hurt each other as much as possible. Or, be gentler to him in the future and try to accept him. When Mr. Yu was at a loss, Li Nanfang was on the phone. "When can you come to China?" "Why, you can't hold on any longer." Yi Xiaodao's voice was filled with obvious surprise. "Holy crap, there won't be a gold medal killer coming to greet your aunt, right?" "No, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 people walking by me just now. There's nothing to be afraid of." Li Nanfang pursed his lips and said sullenly, "I just felt a little upset all of a sudden, so I couldn't help but call you. I hope you can come over soon and help me keep an eye on her so that I can get rid of those 2 people hiding in the dark." "Will it bother you?" Yi Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Fuck, Li Nanfang, you are not in love with your aunt, are you? Otherwise, how could a heartless and ungrateful person like you be upset over 2 little cockroaches?" "Who the hell knows?" Li Nanfang cursed and then said, "Forget it, I just want to tell you something. I feel much better after hearing you barking over there. Go on with your business and hurry up. Don't keep me waiting too long." Without waiting for Yi Xiaodao to bark again, Li Nanfang hung up the phone. Just as he said, after talking with Yi Xiaodao, he felt much better. Even when the farm dog jumped up to scare him, he resisted the urge to kick it aside. The farm owner watched the whole fight and saw with his own eyes how Li Nanfang went crazy and beat people to death. Besides, he looked scary with blood all over his face, so how could he dare not treat him well? "Don't be afraid, Buddy is a good guy." Li Nanfang threw out 2 banknotes. "Catch a few chickens, as long as they are alive. I will kill them myself when I get back. Can you lend me some water to wash my face?" Does the boss dare to say no? Of course I had to serve him well. I even took out the soap that I rarely used, picked out 4 fat chickens from a chicken coop, put them in a bamboo cage and placed it in front of him. After Li Nanfang washed the blood off his face, the boss next to him finally felt relieved. Seeing that the boy looked harmless, he would not fall for the ugly woman hiding behind the door. Seeing what the boss was thinking, Li Nanfang smiled and said nothing. After waving his hand to express his gratitude, he picked up the cage and returned to the front of the car. Yu Zitong had already opened the trunk of the car. "Why did you get to my place?" After putting the cage away, Li Nanfang discovered that Yu Zitong was sitting in the passenger seat. "My feet still hurt a little, and I'm afraid there will be an accident while driving." "You don't want me to drive?" "What do you think? I don't have a driver's license. Traffic police rarely come out to check cars at night." "But I can't drive. I'll teach you." Yu Zitong frowned slightly and asked, "Any more questions?" "No more." Li Nanfang shrugged, sat in the driver's seat, and pretended to be disgustingly excited. "Would you like me to teach you step by step?" Yu Zitong hummed in a low mood and stretched out his left hand. "Come here." "What's coming?" Didn't you ask me to teach you step by step? Forget it. Haven't you ever eaten pork? Haven't you ever seen you drive? Li Nanfang chuckled, shifted gears with seemingly skilled movements, released the clutch and stepped on the accelerator, making a humming sound. Woo, woo hey, why isn't the car moving? Uzitong rolled his eyes helplessly. Mr. Li, you haven't lit the fire yet. Oh, I forgot. I really forgot. Don't underestimate me. I can ride a motorcycle. Li Nanfang didn't care about exposing his ignorance. He just didn't want Uzitong to know that he could drive. If he did that, he would never be able to get beautiful women to be his driver again. After all, with Mr. U's ability, getting a driver's license should be a piece of cake, right? Under Uzitong's patient guidance, Li Nanfang finally got the car started after putting out the fire 3 times. He put the car in 2nd gear and headed back along the roadside. He looked ahead with wide eyes, sweat on his forehead, and kept swallowing, proving how nervous he was. What's even more outrageous is that after seeing a car coming up from the fork in the road ahead, which was still 300 meters away, he hurriedly stepped on the brakes and grabbed Mr. U's thigh with his right hand that was trying to change gears, while shouting, "Where's the gear? Where is the gear? The party is in Zhongnanhai, not between my legs, Mr. Li." Uzitong took away his grasping right hand and sighed, "Oh, I'll drive." This faint sigh made Li Nanfang feel a little ashamed. He changed gears skillfully, stepped on the accelerator and started. As soon as he turned the steering wheel, the car speed increased immediately and rushed forward with a roar. Chapter 47. Men are all cheap. You can drive. After Li Nanfang lightly turned the steering wheel to overtake a large truck, Uzitong spoke. "Yeah, I just don't have a driver's license." Li Nanfang looked at Mr. Yu from the corner of his eye and said smugly, "It's just a small junky car. It's no big deal." As he spoke, he was ready to warn her sternly that if she still wanted to see the sun tomorrow, she'd better not throw a tantrum while he was driving, otherwise they would all be doomed. Unexpectedly, Uzitong just took a deep breath, closed his eyes and stopped talking. This surprised Li Nanfang, and he couldn't help but ask, "You're not angry?" "If you get angry about things that are not important, I will be pissed off to death by you sooner or later." Uzitong said calmly, "If I get really angry again, you will warn me not to throw a tantrum, otherwise we will all be finished." "Aren't you? You are really the worm in my stomach, fleshy and twisted." After seeing the blue veins on the back of Uzitong's left hand bulge, Li Nanfang quickly closed his mouth. On the way home, Uzitong didn't say a word. She closed her eyes slightly as if she was asleep. When the car stopped in the yard of the villa, she immediately opened her eyes, opened the door and jumped out of the car. Li Nanfang quickly reminded her, "Be careful, your feet hurt." Uzitong ignored him and walked quickly into the living room with a slight limp. Instead of sitting on the sofa as usual, he went straight up the stairs. "Come down for dinner later. I'll stew a small free-range chicken for you." Li Nanfang shouted at her back, "No food tonight. I'm not hungry." Uzitong said this without turning his head and slammed the bedroom door. Li Nanfang stood at the kitchen door, staring at the door with his chin raised for a moment, feeling a little bored. After putting the things in his hands into the refrigerator, he returned to his room, lay on the bare bed without taking off his clothes, and stared out the window with wide eyes. For some reason, after Uzitong realized that he was teasing her, she did not have any abnormal reaction like throwing a tantrum, which made Li Nanfang feel as if something had been lost. This made him extremely suspicious that his submissive gene had been activated and was out of control. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an empty and lost feeling just because Uzitong was not angry. He even lost the appetite to eat, even though his stomach was still rumbling. Could it be that I was born a bitch? After tossing and turning for a long time, Li Nanfang felt uncomfortable no matter how he lay down. He simply got up and walked out of the room, came to the living room yard, hid in the darkness like a ghost, and lit a cigarette. After finishing a cigarette, Li Nanfang felt much better and decided to go make something to eat. If Yi Xiaodao knew that he had no appetite for food because he was not scolded after cheating on a woman, he would definitely laugh his head off. As a top killer, the most important thing is to stay relaxed at all times. No wonder some people say that top killers cannot have love, because love distracts people, makes people absent-minded, and makes people become fussy when they should be ruthless, thus harming themselves. Li Nanfang firmly believed that he was not in love with Uzitong. Firstly, the time was too short, and secondly, he did not like women who were not only cold but also domineering. He likes people like Minute Ru, who is gentle and kind, and has a certain sense of humor. But there is no doubt that the feeling he just had was something he had never experienced before. He had fooled around with so many women, and every time he would forget what a woman looked like after he put on his pants. Why would he be so irritated and unable to sleep just because Uzitong ignored him? Li Nanfang didn't know that while he was hiding in the dark smoking and thinking about these issues, Yu Zitong was behind the door, holding her stomach and laughing so hard that she was about to roll over. She couldn't laugh out loud because she was afraid that someone would hear her and immediately see through her pretending to be indifferent. Men are all servile. The more you care about him, the more he will be arrogant and not cherish your feelings. If you are always cold to him, even if you hurt him unintentionally, he will feel uneasy and start to find ways to please you. These words were told to her by Yu Zitong's sister, who was far away abroad. In the past, she was dismissive, thinking that she didn't need to pretend to be indifferent and would not be nice to any man, so she never took it to heart. But now she realized that what that sister said was right. After Li Nanfang deceived her, he was clearly prepared for her to throw a tantrum. She was also preparing to teach this boy a lesson when she suddenly thought of these words. She suppressed her anger and pretended to be indifferent. The effect was absolutely surprisingly good, better than smashing his head with something. Why was Li Nanfang not in the mood to eat? Why did he go outside to the yard to smoke after lying in the house for a long time? Wasn't it because of her indifference that made him suddenly at a loss and start thinking about how to please her? After hearing the sound of the living room door opening, Yu Zitong looked down through the open door and saw Li Nanfang walk into the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of pots and pans were heard. "Hey, kid, if you don't come and call me to eat after you finish cooking, I will take your last name." Yu Zitong sighed happily, limped to the dressing table, and began to check her injuries. The stick wounds on the shoulders and back are not a big deal. As long as there are no broken bones, the bruises will disappear on their own in 2 days. The main problem is the right ankle that was hit by Brother Guang, and it still hurts a lot. But this is not a big deal. As an agent, he often bumps into things during training. There is a first aid kit in Yu Zitong's bedroom, which contains anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicinal liquor. He just needs to rub it after taking a shower. On the contrary, that kid was hit on the forehead with a stick. He looked very scary. Should we bandage him? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was immediately rejected by Yu Zitong. I must not show any concern for him, otherwise he will take advantage of me. Ms. Yu felt sore all over but was in a good mood. She took a bath and carefully rubbed the injured part with medicated wine. She immediately felt relaxed. She half lay on the kang, picked up a magazine, and waited for Li Nanfang to call her downstairs for dinner. There was a fragrance coming from the crack of the door, like an invisible little hand, teasing the glutton in Yu's stomach, making it make a gurgling sound. This afternoon, General Yu was so angry that he didn't eat much because everyone in the car class had spread the matter of the diaper hero. In the evening, he fought a fierce battle with 10 hooligans alone, which consumed a lot of energy. He is really hungry now. When he invites me to dinner, how can I refuse without making him angry and embarrassed? Silently? No, that would make him think that I've gone to bed, and he wouldn't dare come up and knock on the door, so he wouldn't call me again. And you say I'm not hungry? No, that won't work. What if he thinks I'm really not hungry? As it turned out, Mr. Yu, who was worrying about how to reject Li Nanfang, was overthinking. Because Li Nanfang didn't call her downstairs to eat, Ms. Yu was a little puzzled, especially when she heard the crunching sound of gnawing bones. She couldn't help but quietly walk to the door and looked out. Li Nanfang was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a small basin on the table in front of him. He was holding half a chicken in his hand and gnawing on it with his head shaking like a vicious dog. He started eating alone without calling me? Mr. Yu, who saw this scene, could hardly believe his eyes, and his silver teeth could not help but clatter. Why do you eat by yourself and not call me, you scum? Yu Zitong almost opened the door and rushed out, asking him why he did that, but fortunately he held back in time. Am I not pretending to be indifferent? Why should I pretend to be indifferent? I am actually very hungry. Forget it, it's just a meal, it's not a big deal. If you invite me to eat, you won't even eat. You'll be so full that you'll die. After cursing fiercely in her heart, the young lady swallowed hard, then slowly walked back to the bed and lay down, constantly telling herself, I'm not hungry, go to sleep quickly, it will be dawn soon. Humph, wait until tomorrow morning. No matter how attentive he is, no matter how delicious the meal he cooks, this little aunt will not eat it, but I am really hungry. Especially the aroma of chicken, which always came in through the crack of the door. Mrs. Yu's index finger kept moving. She was so annoyed that she pulled the pillow over her face and cursed fiercely. Eat, eat, you'll be stuffed to death. Mr. Yu didn't know whether Li Nanfang was starved to death or not. She only knew that after lying down for a full hour and a half, she not only did not feel sleepy at all, but became even hungrier. She could not help but turn over and sit up. What am I doing? I am the master of this house, okay? If I am hungry and want to eat, do I need to look at anyone else's mood? Mr. Yu decisively lifted his foot and stepped onto the ground, not caring about the pain in his foot. He quickly walked to the door and opened it. He found that the lights in the living room outside had been turned off, and the bright moonlight was shining on the floor, as if it was covered with a layer of mercury. In the moonlight, I could see that Li Nanfang was no longer there, but the bowl containing the small native chicken was still on the table. It should be almost cold, but it still seemed to be emitting an enticing aroma. Humph, it's just right that this kid is not here. I can eat secretly. Tong was secretly happy, and quietly left the house like a thief, tiptoeing like a cat, and walked down the stairs quietly. She completely forgot that this was her home. She should eat when she was hungry. There was no need to sneak around like a thief. She just stared at the door of the guest room nervously and slowly walked to the sofa. There was a pair of chopsticks on the basin. Mr. Yu certainly didn't bother to use the chopsticks he had used. He simply reached out and picked up a chicken leg, then sat on the sofa and started eating. The chicken soup is still mild, just right for eating now, neither lukewarm nor hot. This guy really didn't brag. The stewed chicken tasted delicious. People who are already very hungry will find anything delicious, let alone the small native chicken carefully stewed by Li Nanfang. After Mr. Yu took a bite, he almost swallowed his tongue. Who's outside? Just as Mr. Yu finished a chicken leg in just a few bites and reached out to scoop up half a chicken from the basin, the door of the guest room suddenly opened, and Li Nanfang rushed out, shouting, "Ah!" The unsuspecting Ms. Yu screamed in fear, her hand trembled, and half of the chicken fell into the basin, splashing the chicken soup all over her face. With a click, the light in the living room came on. Chapter 48. Go take a shower and go to bed. Li Nanfang was holding a baseball bat, ready to pounce, his face full of surprise. But the mischievous smile in his eyes betrayed him. "I knew you would not be able to resist coming down to eat me while I was asleep." He was about to die, and Yu Tong had never felt so ashamed. She was wearing a silk off-shoulder nightgown tonight, the hem of which barely covered her thighs, revealing a pair of long white legs. Because she felt it was inconvenient to eat just now, she deliberately pulled down the collar, revealing most of her snow-capped peaks. She originally looked very sexy and fragrant, but now it was splashed with chicken soup. "Well, I thought it was some blind thief who came in, but it turned out to be you, auntie. Eat slowly, I'm going back to sleep." Li Nanfang stared at the dazed Yu Tong for a full half-minute before he swallowed his saliva in disgust, smiled awkwardly, coughed dryly, and turned to walk into the guest room. When he was about to reach the door, the guy suddenly jumped forward like a rabbit, raised his hand to close the door, and half a chicken came flying over with the sound of wind and hit the door heavily. Yu Tong's scream of shame and indignation pierced the night. "Scum, I'm going to kill you." Yu Tong obviously felt that she had been fooled. She didn't care that she was now dressed in an embarrassing way, nor did she care that her right foot was still a little painful. She picked up the fruit knife from the fruit plate on the table and rushed to the guest room screaming. The rage and shame made Mr. Yu completely lose his mind. He was so strong that he kicked open the door that had just been locked and rushed in with red eyes. Li Nanfang must have anticipated how terrifying this girl's power would be when she went crazy. After running into the house, he didn't stop for a moment and immediately jumped onto the windowsill like a civet cat. Just as he was about to jump out, the fruit knife stabbed into his back with a whistling sound. "Fuck, you're going to murder your husband, ah?" Li Nanfang cursed loudly, then suddenly let out a scream and fell out of the window. His screams were like a basin of cold water poured on Yu Tong's head, making her shudder violently. Her anger and shame were immediately extinguished. I stabbed him? She couldn't care less about being fooled anymore. She rushed to the window and looked out. "Li Nanfang, how are you?" Li Nanfang was lying face down on the ground outside the windowsill, motionless. In the mercury-like moonlight, Yu Tong could clearly see the fruit knife stabbed at his back. Yu Tong was stunned, his eyes wide open with a look of disbelief and fear. As an agent, she was of course well aware that when a person was furious, their strength would be terrifyingly great, and it was normal for the fruit knife to pierce into a person's body. But she could not believe that her strength was so great that only the handle of the knife that stabbed Li Nanfang in the back was still exposed outside his blue shirt. I killed him." Yu Tong, who was holding onto the windowsill, swayed, his knees softened, and he slowly fell to the ground. He stared at the roof with a dull look in his eyes, muttering over and over, I actually killed him. He just wanted to play a joke on me. I didn't want to kill him. I never thought of killing him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." But the reality was staring him in the face. The fruit knife, which had penetrated all the way to the handle, must have pierced Li Nanfang's heart. Even if he was sent to the operating table right now, he could not be saved. Yes, send him to the hospital immediately. Thinking of the operating table, Yu Tong suddenly woke up, raised her hands to hold the windowsill and stood up, forgetting to go through the door. She stepped onto the windowsill and was about to jump down to pick up Li Nanfang and rush to the hospital as quickly as possible, but her silk pajamas were caught by something, causing her to stop jumping suddenly, and then there was a crackling sound. Yu Zitong's pajamas were torn and he lost his balance, falling heavily to the ground, face down. It was a very hard fall. Fortunately, there was a lawn outside the windowsill, so at most he just got a mouthful of mud. She didn't care about these things, and didn't realize that her pajamas had been broken into 2 pieces, revealing most of her white body and her black lace thong. She turned over, knelt down, spat out the grass leaves in her mouth, then bent down and picked up Li Nanfang. Li Nanfang had his eyes closed under the moonlight. After being held up by Yu Zitong, his left hand hung down weakly, swinging and rubbing against her legs as she hurriedly ran to the front of the car. Don't die, Li Nanfang. You have to hold on. You must hold on. I will send you to the hospital right away. Hold on, you must hold on. Yu Zitong herself might not have realized that she was crying in extreme panic. When she opened the car door and was about to let him in, she heard him whisper, "Just wear this and take me to the hospital." Ah. Yu Zitong, who was about to cry, was stunned again. He looked down and saw Li Nanfang in his arms. He had opened his eyes and there was a smug look on his face as if his trick had succeeded. Pursing his lips with difficulty, Yu Zitong murmured, "Are you okay?" Hey, what's wrong with me?" Li Nanfang laughed and flipped his left hand, throwing the fruit knife far away. "This is a dangerous item. If Mr. Yu goes crazy and stabs it, it will not be good no matter who is hurt. How come you're okay?" Yu Zitong asked as if in a dream, "Just now, I clearly saw the knife pierce your back, with only the handle left outside." "Wow, the knife just pierced my shirt. You didn't notice that my left hand was hidden inside my shirt. It just held up my shirt. It looked like it pierced my body, but it was actually nothing." After Li Nanfang finished speaking with great pride, while Yu Zitong was still in a daze, he quickly struggled out of her arms and onto the ground, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, it's getting late, and I guess you're full, so it's time to take a shower and go to bed." "Oh, go to bed, go to bed." Yu Zitong seemed to be still in shock and kept muttering Li Nanfang's words, but a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li Nanfang saw that the situation was not good and ran towards the entrance of the villa. A fist-sized pebble brushed Li Nanfang's scalp and hit the iron fence heavily, making a loud bang that could be heard from far away. This pebble was a decoration in the small flower bed next to the car. It was very convenient to use as a hidden weapon. Fortunately, Li Nanfang dodged in time. Otherwise, if it had hit him hard, he would have been turned into an idiot if not killed. Yu Zitong, who had been teased by him twice in a row, really wanted to kill him this time. Never try to reason with a woman who has lost her mind, especially one who has a certain level of fighting ability. Before you make up your mind to kill her, the best way is to learn from Mr. Li and climb over the half-person high iron fence like a desperate dog, ignoring her shouting from behind, "Stop, I promise not to kill you," and jump across the road without looking back, and disappear behind the green belt across the road in the blink of an eye. If you have the guts, never show up in front of me again. If she hadn't been barefoot, her silk pajamas would have been torn in two, making it inconvenient to chase after her. Yu Zitong would definitely pursue her relentlessly, even if it meant chasing her to the ends of the earth, and she would tear that scum into pieces before she could calm the anger in her heart. Holding the iron fence with his hands, his eyes blazing with anger, he stared at the green belt across the road and gritted his teeth for a while. Then, Mr. Yu snorted angrily, turned around, and walked towards the living room, limping. The ordeal just now had revived her ankle injury. It seemed that she would not be able to go to work tomorrow. Fortunately, Mr. Yu did not go to work, so no one dared to deduct her bonus. At most, they would call Minute Rue every morning to let her know. After returning to the bedroom, Yu Zitong did not take a shower. Instead, he changed into his neat sportswear, took out an arm trainer from under the closet, weighed it in his hand for a few times, carried it down the stairs, and sat on the sofa. Anyway, she was not going to work tomorrow, so she was determined to confront that scum tonight. She would not be able to calm down the anger in her heart unless she beat him so hard that her elder sister and her husband could not recognize him. Damn it, you idiot is going back tonight. Damn, if I can live past 30 with such a fierce woman, I'm lucky. No, I have to pack up and leave tomorrow no matter what. No matter how sexy and charming you are not as important as my life. Li Nanfang, who was hiding in the darkness of the green belt opposite the building, could see Yu Zitong sitting on the sofa through the open door of the villa without much effort. When he curled his lips in disdain, he heard a man's chuckle from behind. Ha, this brother is right. No matter how charming a beauty is, she is not as important as her life. Li Nanfang, who was caught off guard, trembled noticeably. When he was about to turn around, he felt something hard pressing against the back of his head. The voice sounded again. "Friend, don't move, or I'll blow your head off." "Who are you?" As if he had no idea that the gun was pointed at the back of his head, Li Nanfang turned around suddenly and saw two dark shadows. The moonlight was very bright tonight, but the two men were facing away from the moonlight, so Li Nanfang couldn't see their faces clearly, but they could see the surprise on his face. After all, he was a pretty boy who hadn't seen much of the world. If he had been the target, he would have never dared to move when Jack pointed the pistol at the back of his head. Frank, who was standing next to him, smiled faintly and raised his right hand. A silver Browning pistol looked quite dazzling in the moonlight. "Friend, do you recognize this thing?" When the last word was spoken, the gun was already pointed at Li Nanfang's nose. "It's a pistol." Li Nanfang finally realized something. His whole body was shaking like he was having the hiccups. He slowly raised his hands, his teeth chattering. Don't kill me. Be good and listen, and I won't kill you. Haha, no one will pay you if I kill you." Frank and Jesse looked at each other, smiled, waved their pistols, and signaled Li Nan to go south. "Where are you taking me?" Li Nanfang was trembling, but he didn't dare to disobey Frank's order and walked forward with stiff steps. "Do you see that big tree ahead?" Frank pointed to the big tree not far away and said, "We just want you to go over there and have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, nothing will happen." Chapter 49. Because I am a human being. Why you won't kill me? When Li Nanfang asked this question with a hoarse voice, Jesse grabbed his arm and dragged him over there quickly, saying impatiently, "Hurry up, I won't kill you, I'm just asking you a few questions." After hearing him say this, Li Nanfang sighed in his heart. If he hadn't looked back just now, these two men might not have killed him. But since he has already turned back, and people have made it clear that they want to ask him a few questions, it proves that they must silence him. Li Nanfang doesn't want to kill anyone. Isn't it good for everyone to live a good life? If he wants to earn money, he can kill other prey. Is it necessary to risk his life for a mere $200,000? I hope you can answer every question I ask truthfully and don't play tricks, because this is related to your life and death. After dragging Li Nanfang behind the big tree, Frank's face with a gentle smile was clearly visible in the moonlight. Li Nanfang nodded vigorously. Okay, I will tell you everything I know. What is your relationship with your target, Uzitone of Kaihuang Group? Jesse asked his first question. We never saw you the other day. I just came to work at Kaihuang Group a few days ago. Li Nanfang didn't dare to look Jack in the eye. He looked to the side and whispered, "She is my boss, and I am the driver who drives for her." What else? The gentle smile on Frank's face turned dirty. Just now, we saw with our own eyes that Uzitone, wearing only a torn pajamas, climbed out of the window and picked you up, he. That woman's legs are very white, and her butt is also very plump. Doesn't it feel very comfortable to touch? You're dead, friend. Just based on what you said, you are already a dead man. Li Nanfang smiled shyly, lowered his head and whispered, "Well, in addition to driving for her, I also have to maintain that kind of relationship with her." A lover, right? Jesse interrupted and said, "Hey, I knew you were related in this way. On the surface, that woman looks very serious, but in fact, she is a slut at heart. Damn, what a pity. You want to kill her?" Li Nanfang raised his head, his face full of surprise. Frank replied slowly, "We didn't kill her. Someone paid us to kill her." Li Nanfang suddenly asked quickly, "How many people are there in total?" "Just the two of us." After Frank blurted out this sentence, he realized that Li Nanfang was asking them a question. His face changed and he sneered, "Haha, my friend, I admire you very much. You still have the mind to think at this time, eh?" Before he could finish his words, he felt a sudden sharp pain under his left ribs. His heart pounded, his eyes suddenly widened, and he slowly looked down. A black bayonet appeared in Li Nanfang's hand at some point and penetrated diagonally from under the third rib on his left side, more than halfway through, directly piercing his heart. Blood spurted out along the bayonet's blood groove and spilled onto the grass under his feet. This was the last scene Frank saw before he died. He seemed to have heard Jesse's sudden and startled voice. "Who are you?" Li Nanfang, who had been timid and fearful just now had a frighteningly calm expression. He did not show any fluctuation at all because he stabbed Frank in the heart after stabbing him in an instant. Li Nanfang released Jesse's mouth, who was kneeling on the ground, and pulled out his bayonet. He waved it in front of Jesse's eyes and asked softly, "You look like you have been in the underworld for a few years. You should have heard of the name Black Phantom, right?" Black Phantom. You are Black Phantom?" Jesse's pupils dilated rapidly, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he screamed with all his might. He tried his best when he shouted this sentence, but his voice was no louder than the mosquito flying beside him. "It would be an honor for you to die at the hands of Black Phantom." Li Nanfang said lightly, took out the black hood used for committing crimes from his pocket, wiped the bayonet, and threw it on Jesse's face. Jesse, lying on his back on the grass, did not think that what Li Nanfang said was excessive at all, because he knew very well that it was the truth. If he did not want to assassinate Yu Zitong, even if he took out all his wealth and knelt on the ground begging the legendary Black Phantom to kill him, the Black Phantom would have ignored him. Not everyone is qualified to be killed by Black Phantom. According to legend, the Black Phantom was not originally from this mortal world. He was a lonely ghost who had been wandering the road to the underworld for 1,000 years. Just to find his former lover, he refused to walk across the Naihe Bridge and entered the city of Fengju to reincarnate. On every full moon night, the homeless black ghost would transform into a human form and come to the world to kill people to vent his resentment. All the legends were exaggerated countless times, but everyone who had heard of the Black Phantom's notoriety stubbornly believed that he was supposed to come from that place. How could there be such a terrible person in this world? Every novice killer longs to meet the Black Phantom and express to him in person there or of him, just like a pure girl who longs for her beloved Prince Charming to suddenly appear outside the window after waking up in the middle of the night and look at her tenderly. Jesse had had such thoughts before, but they were just thoughts. He never expected to meet the Black Phantom one day. But tonight, on this full moon night, the Black Phantom appeared before him. When he was completely trapped in the cold darkness, Jesse did not feel any resentment towards the Black Phantom who killed him, but only felt an unspeakable regret. It turned out that the target worth only $200,000 in bonuses was actually protected by the Black Phantom. Haha, who can kill her? No matter how despicable the two killers who attempted to assassinate and desecrate Yu Zitong were, Li Nanfang would feel extremely bad after killing them, but the blood in his body was boiling and the demon in his body was resurrected. Go, continue to kill people, set fires, and rape that stinky woman who always tries to trick you. Li Nanfang slowly closed his eyes and heard the devil's angry roar. Rape her first and then kill her, drink up her blood, tear her snow-white and tender body into pieces, and swallow them mouthful by mouthful. No, no. Li Nanfang suddenly opened his eyes. They were already bloodshot, revealing a terrifying evil nature, as if two bloodthirsty demons would fly out of them at any time. He raised his hands and punched his chest twice, growling hoarsely, I can't kill her. I can't. She is the master's wife's younger sister, my aunt. I can't. Damn aunt, there is no blood relationship between you two. The devil was desperately trying to tempt Li Nanfang again. Go, as long as you kill her and tear her to pieces, I guarantee that you will feel extremely happy and powerful. I won't go. Li Nanfang raised his hand and pinched his throat. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and his face was distorted and extremely scary. He spoke in a hoarse voice, but his feet were struggling to move forward. Go kill her, go, do it now. The demon roared with even greater force, ramming into the body that imprisoned it. You rubbish, what's the use of a stinky woman? As long as you can become extremely powerful, you can have any woman you want in the future. Go. Bang. Li Nanfang raised his hand and punched himself hard on the left temple. He actually knocked himself flying, and the back of his head hit the tree hard. He collapsed to the ground and never moved again. I don't know how long it was before he slowly opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, his eyes gradually became clear, like the two brightest stars in the sky. The demon that he had imprisoned inside his body had already calmed down helplessly after he knocked himself unconscious, and his humanity was suppressed deep in his heart, but one could still faintly hear it roaring. Why? You could do it with just a little effort, but you didn't do it, making both of us suffer like this? Because I am a human being. Li Nanfang said something in a low voice, supported himself on the ground with his hands, sat up with difficulty, leaned against the tree trunk, and took several deep breaths. After a few deep breaths, he finally could no longer hear the devil's voice that bewitched him, but his whole body felt as if it had lost all strength, and he just wanted to lie on the grass and sleep until dawn. I can't sleep for the time being. There are two dead bodies around me. If someone comes here sleepwalking in the middle of the night for no reason, it will be a big deal. Even if you want to sleep, you have to go home and sleep. Li Nanfang raised his head and looked at the villa in the distance at the foot of the hill. The lights in the living room were still on, which proved that Yu Zitong was still waiting for him to come back angrily, ready to show off her power to him. Thinking of Yu Zitong's sexy and seductive outfit but frightened look on her face, Mr. Li felt much better. Many times, he didn't want to kill, but he had to. Soon, his attention was focused on how to please Yu Zitong. And he began to reflect, he might have done too much tonight. Even if he guessed that Yu Zitong would not be able to resist coming down to eat secretly, there was no need for him to come out and laugh at her. Don't he know that beautiful girls are particularly concerned about their reputation? The problem is, if Li Nanfang doesn't do this, how can he lure out these two killers? If God gave him another chance to start over, he would still do it this way. Not only did he temporarily get rid of the killer hiding in the dark, but more importantly, he also enjoyed Mr. Yu's heartfelt care. Of course, There was also the hatred that wanted to tear him to pieces. This was the main reason for his headache. It's really awkward that I can't even tell you about killing someone for her. Raising his hand to rub the sweat from his forehead, Li Nanfang stood up and patted the dirt off his butt. With a fearless heart and a resolute look on his face to sacrifice himself, he walked towards the villa with his head held high. As for the two bodies lying under the big tree, he ignored them. He deliberately did not bury the body. The purpose is to hope that after the police find the bodies, they can determine who killed them from their fatal wounds, and spread the news to warn those killers who are coveting the 200,000 bonus. You can kill Yu Zitong, but it is better to consider whether you can kill the black ghost beside her first. The notorious Black Phantom actually condescended to secretly protect a small target worth $200,000 in the area. This was an unbearable shame for the entire killer world. Fortunately, Mr. Li never cared about these nonsense. He just kept repeating to himself, "Come on, let the storm come even harder," and walked into the villa with his head held high. Chapter 50. Stop causing trouble. Dee. A car passing by the road in front of the villa warned a young woman who was walking her poodle to get out of the way, and honked its horn lightly, waking up Yu Zitong, who was sleeping soundly. Her eyelashes fluttered like black butterflies, and the bright sunshine with a fresh scent came into her eyes, making her subconsciously close her eyes again. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and stretched, looking extremely lazy and charming. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't even hear the alarm on my cell phone that requires me to wake up at 6:30 every morning. Looking at the bright sun, it must be past 8 o'clock now, right? Well, since it's already late for work, I might as well sleep a little longer. No one dares to blame the boss for being late anyway. Yu Zitong sighed happily in his heart, pulled off the quilt covering his body, and turned over. With a bang, she fell off the bed and instinctively let out a soft cry, driving away all her sleepiness. When she suddenly opened her eyes, Yu Zitong realized that she was not sleeping on the bed at all, but on the sofa in the living room. No wonder she fell to the ground when she turned over. Hey, how could I be sleeping on the sofa in the living room? Whose army green bedsheet is this? Yu Zitong sat up with a dazed look on her face. After a moment, the floodgates of her memories opened, and everything she experienced last night rushed out like a flood. She was teased by Li Nanfang, and she vowed to smash that scum to pieces, so she changed her clothes, took the arm trainer and sat on the sofa waiting for him to come back. As a result, while waiting, I fell asleep without realizing it. This army green sheet should have been carefully covered over her by that guy after he saw her fall asleep, worried that she would catch a cold humph. Do you think that this little bit of concern of yours can forgive the fatal mistake you made last night? After thinking about this, Mr. Yu stood up suddenly, picked up the arm strengthener on the table, and walked quickly to the kitchen. The kitchen door was closed, but if you listened carefully, you could hear the sounds of cooking inside. With a bang, Yu Zitong kicked the kitchen door open. Li Nanfang was indeed cooking inside. He was still wearing the paper hat and the floral apron, looking ridiculously like a cook. He was lifting the lid of the pot to check the lean meat soup inside. Li Nanfang, give me your life. President Yu shouted tenderly and rushed in with the arm strengthener raised high. Li Nanfang didn't even turn his head, but waved his hand. Don't do it in the kitchen. Wait until I cook and you are full, then you will have enough strength, right? Let's go outside to the yard. No matter how crazy you are, you won't break anything. The arm strengthener held high could no longer fall down. It seems that what the stinky scumbag said is not wrong. Beating someone is a physical job. Exercising on an empty stomach is actually not good for the body. Besides, the gas stove is still emitting blue flames, and there are vegetables in the wok. If it is messed up, it might cause a fire. Then hurry up, don't keep me waiting too long. Yu Zitong was stunned for a moment, then he snorted coldly, stamped his feet, turned around and walked out quickly. After getting up in the morning, you must first take care of your personal hygiene. It is best to take a shower, so that you will feel refreshed. After all, you have to be in a good mood even when beating someone, right? Mr. Yu was humming a little tune and walking up the stairs with light steps like a deer. Suddenly, he felt that he seemed to have fallen into the boys' delaying tactics. As the saying goes, one should be grateful when receiving favors, and one should be grateful when eating favors. After Mr. Yu had eaten the breakfast made by Li Nanfang himself, did he still have the nerve to beat him up again? Mr. Yu realized that he had fallen into a trap. He looked back at the kitchen and wanted to go back, but he was too embarrassed to do so. After hesitating for a long time, he could only curse something angrily and quickly walked into the bedroom. When Ms. Yu washed up carefully and walked down the stairs slowly, holding the railing with her left hand, Li Nanfang had already prepared breakfast and was about to call her to eat. A plate of shredded pork with chili peppers, cold celery, and a dish of boiled soybeans. It was a very light dish, but the aroma of the lean meat soup caught Yu Zitong's attention. Mr. Yu, please. Li Nanfang pulled out a chair for her in a servile manner. Yu Zitong pouted and sat down. Li Nanfang, Do you think that if you keep trying to curry favor with me, I will forgive the shameless crime you committed last night? Li Nanfang's face was filled with grief and anguish. Aunt, please understand that I am guilty and I deserve to die. I never expected to escape your punishment. Then you'd better eat more, so you can withstand the beating later. Yu Zitong said this lightly, and put the arm strengthener in his hand on the chair next to him with a bang. Li Nanfang was so scared that he trembled and quickly lowered his head to eat. I have to say, this guy's cooking skills are really superb. Take this dish of boiled soybeans for example. I have never eaten anything so delicious before. I don't know how he made it. After seeing that General Yu was paying special attention to the plate of boiled soybeans, Li Nanfang quickly introduced, Aunt, don't underestimate this plate of beans. It is boiled with 4 pig's trotters and absorbs all the essence of the pig's trotters, so it is so delicious. Huh, do you think I haven't eaten it before? Yu Zitong rolled his eyes and asked, why don't you see the pig's trotter? Did you eat it? I got up at 4 in the morning to stew the pig's trotters. I was so hungry that I ate the pig's trotters that had been drained of all their essence. Li Nanfang's tone sounded as if the food was really hard to swallow, but Ms. Yu guessed that the pig's trotters must be delicious, but this boy ate it all by himself, so he pretended to be like this to fool her. But Mr. Yu, who was of noble status, couldn't pick this guy by the collar and scold him for not leaving her a pig's trotter to taste. Hey, I'll combine this account of eating alone with what happened last night. Soon, the warm breakfast ended, and Li Nanfang stood up for the first time. Aunt, please sit outside for a while. I'll go wash the pots and dishes. Wait. Yu Zitong looked at him with contempt and sneered. TSK, do you think that by taking the initiative to wash the pots and dishes, you can calm my wrath from last night? What do you mean? I told you I won't take advantage of you. Even if you have to wash the pots and dishes, I will make you do it with a sincere heart. As Mr. Yu said this, he took out a coin from his pocket, flicked it with his thumb, and shouted in a low voice, I want the literal meaning. In order to save face for Mr. Yu, who had practiced coin tossing skills in the company but still lost in the end, Li Nanfang consciously did not sit on the sofa and act like a big shot, because he could not guarantee that this angry girl would not really smash the plate on his head. It would be better for him to take a walk in the yard and breathe the fresh morning air, which is good for his health. In the distance, the sound of sirens could be heard faintly. Standing at the door, one could see the security guards of the villa area running hurriedly towards the small hill over there. Finally, someone discovered the bodies of the 2 unfortunate killers and called the police. Fortunately, the villa area is not like an ordinary residential area. When 2 dogs hide in the flowers and show their affection, it will attract many people to watch. After all, they are rich and well-educated people. Even though they know that something may have happened over there, they just look at it indifferently and continue to do their own things. Put your hands on your head and squat down. Just as Li Nanfang was staring at that place, Yu Zitong's eerie voice came from the door behind him. He immediately squatted on the ground with his hands behind his head. This was an action he often did before he was 15 years old. He hadn't done it for 7 or 8 years, but he didn't expect that he could still do it so skillfully now. No wonder old people often say that a skill learned with heart will never be forgotten until death. Yu Zitong didn't expect this kid to be so good at admitting his guilt. He was a little surprised. He circled around him slowly for a few times before lifting his chin with an arm strength machine. His movements were frivolous, just like a young bully who bullies a decent young woman. You won't resist. No resistance. Any complaints? I am convinced. Okay, you said so yourself. Be a man, so stop yelling later. Yu Zitong smiled grimly, holding the stick and walking behind him. Get ready, I'll count to 3 and then I'll start beating you. 1, 2, 3. Just as Li Nanfang shrank his neck and waited for the stick to fall, President Yu raised his foot and kicked him in the butt, knocking him to the ground. Li Nanfang looked back and saw her turning to walk towards the door. He couldn't help but ask, is this the end? You hope that I will really torture you so that you will feel better. Yu Zitong turned around, with a look of disdain on his face, and whispered, bitch. Damn, if it wasn't tea for Master S' wife, I would have been crazy to act like a bitch. Li Nanfang got up from the ground and cursed this sentence indignantly in his heart when the sound of sirens quickly approached the villa. What's going on? Yu Zitong was about to enter the house when he discovered that there were many villa security guards standing in the distance on the opposite hillside. I don't know. I just saw someone over there. Maybe they were a pair of eloping bitches who got caught. Li Nanfang looked excited. Do you want to go and see it in person? Stop causing trouble. Yu Zitong scolded, and the cell phone on the table in the living room started ringing. It's Minute Ru calling. It's already past 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Mr. Yu gone to the company yet? After making an excuse of feeling unwell to put Minute Ru off, Yu Zitong told her to inform Vice President Chi and others, and if it was nothing serious, they should not call her again, as she wanted to take a rest today. Of course, it was such a nice day today. With the weather being so fine and sunny, she didn't want to stay at home. She might as well take some stinky scum who had never seen the world to play in the southern mountains for a day, as a reward for him serving her well. Besides, the stinky scum is still wearing the same tattered clothes from yesterday, which are covered in blood. Only someone as magnanimous as Mr. Yu would be willing to eat breakfast made by someone wearing these clothes. The more Yu Zitong thought about it, the more he felt that he was too polite to Li Nanfang. He should not always be like this in the future, otherwise it would be difficult to discipline him. When Mr. Yu changed into a neat set of clothes and walked out of the living room carrying a bag, Li Nanfang was no longer in the yard. There were several policemen standing in front of the iron fence of the villa. One of them was actually the boss of Qingshan City Bureau. Fortunately, this kid was smart. When he knew that an acquaintance was coming, he quickly hid himself to avoid embarrassing me. After looking at the closed door of the guest room, Mr. Yu nodded with satisfaction, put down his luggage and walked out quickly. Boss Yu, it turns out you also live in this villa area. Director Zhong was about to ring the doorbell when he saw Yu Zitong coming over and immediately greeted him with a friendly smile. Yes. Director Zhong, what happened that required you to come here in person? Yu Zitong smiled faintly and opened the iron fence with the remote control.